Simon & Schuster Audio presents The Lady of the Rivers by Philippa Gregory.
Westminster Palace, London, October 1441. The Duchess and the Witch come before the court, charged together with both witchcraft and treason. The Duchess claims that she only visited Mrs. Jourdemain for herbs for fertility, and the herbalist gave her a drink and said that it would make her conceive a child. I sit at the back of the room, behind the avid spectators, and know that I did exactly the same. Marjorie has been charged with witchcraft before, and so they ask her why she continued to practice her arts, the herbs, the incantations, the foreseeing. She looks at the Archbishop of Canterbury as if he might understand her. "If you have eyes, you can't help but see," she says. "The herbs grow for me. The veil sometimes parts for me. It is a gift. I thought it was given by God." He gestures at the wax doll that sits before him on the desk. "This is a most unholy curse, an attempted murder of an anointed king. How could it come from God?" "It was a puppet to make a child," she says wearily. "It was a little doll to make a beautiful and talented child, who would be an ornament to his country and a treasure to his family." Without thinking, my hand steals to my belly, where a new baby is being made, who I hope will be an ornament and a treasure. Mrs. Jourdemain looks at the Archbishop. "You are frightening yourselves with a puppet," she says rudely. "Do you great men have nothing better to do?" The Archbishop shakes his head. "Silence!" he orders. They have all decided already that this was an image of the king, made for melting. They have all decided that she is a witch, a brand for the burning. Once more, I am watching the most powerful men in the kingdom bring their power to bear on a woman who has done nothing worse than live to the beat of her own heart, see with her own eyes. But this is not their tempo, nor their vision, and they cannot tolerate any other. They kill her for it. They take her to Smithfield, the meat market, where the innocent cattle of the counties around London walk in to be butchered, and like an obedient lamb, trustingly herded into the blood-stained pen, she goes speechless to the stake. They light the fire beneath her bare feet, and she dies in agony. Roger Bolingbroke, who confessed and recanted, finds no mercy either. They hang him on the public gallows, and as he is kicking in the air, whooping for breath, the executioner catches his feet and cuts the rope, restoring him to croaking life, lays him on a hurdle to revive him, but then slices open his belly, pulls out his entrails so that he can see his pulsing heart, his quivering stomach spilling out with his blood, and then they hack him into quarters, his legs from his spine, his arms from his chest, and they send his head with its horrified glare to be set on a spike on London Bridge, for the ravens to peck out his weeping eyes. Thomas Southwell, my one-time confessor, the canon of St. Stephen's Chapel, dies of sorrow in the Tower of London. Richard says that his friends smuggled poison to him, to spare him the agony that Bolingbroke endured. The Duchess's clerk, John Home, is sent to prison, awaiting pardon, and the proud Duchess is forced to do public penance. The woman who paraded into London in cloth of gold with the nobility of the kingdom in her train is stripped to her linen shift and sent out shoeless with a lighted taper to walk around Westminster, as the people jeer and point at her as someone who was the First Lady of the kingdom and is now humbled to dirt. I watch from the steps of the great gate of Westminster Palace as she walks by, her gaze fixed on the cold stones beneath her flinching bare feet. She doesn't look up to see me, or the women who once scrambled to serve her, but are now laughing and pointing. She doesn't raise her head, and her beautiful dark hair tumbles over her face like a veil to hide her shame. The most powerful men of the kingdom have dragged the Duchess down, and sent her out to be a marvel to the common people of London. They are so deeply afraid of her that they took the risk to dishonour their own. They are so anxious to save themselves that they thought they should throw her aside. Her husband, who is now generally known as the good Duke Humphrey, declares that he was seduced into marriage by her witchcraft. The marriage is instantly declared void. She, a royal duchess, the wife of the heir to the throne, is now a convicted witch in her petticoat. No man will give her his name, and they will keep her in prison for the rest of her life. I think of the illusion that I saw as we came off the barge at Greenwich, that she was followed by a black dog, a fighting dog, a black mastiff, and the smell that lingered around her despite the perfume and the perfectly washed linen, and I think that the black dog will follow her, and will run up and down the stairs of Peel Castle on the Isle of Man, as she waits, long, long years, for her release into death. Grafton, Northamptonshire, winter, 1441 to 1444. As soon as we can be excused from court, Richard and I go back home to Grafton. The terror of the court is only stoked by the death of the witch, the disgrace of the Duchess, and the mood of witch-taking. Apprehension of the unknown, and fear of the hours of darkness infects all of London. Everyone who's been studying the stars for years, reading books or testing metal, finds a reason to leave for the country, and Richard thinks it is safer for us if I, with my perilous ancestry, am far away from court. At Grafton there is much work to do. The death of Richard's father means that Richard inherits the land and the responsibilities of being the lord of the small village and the keeper of the peas. I too have work to do. The cradle is polished again, and the swaddling bands laundered and aired. I think this will be another son, I say to my husband. I don't mind, he says, as long as the baby is well and strong, and you rise up from childbed as joyfully as you lie down in it. I shall rise up with a son, I say, certainly, and he will be an ornament to his country and a treasure to his family. He smiles and taps me on the nose. You are a funny little thing. What do you mean? And we shall call him Anthony, I continue. For the saint? My husband asks. Why him? Oh, because he went to the river to preach, I say. I like the thought of honouring a saint who preached to the fishes, and they put their little heads out of the water to hear him, and the mermaids said, Amen. The next year, after Anthony, comes another girl, whom we name Mary, and after her, another girl. Jacquetta, my husband declares. She is to be named Jacquetta, the most beautiful name for the most beautiful woman. We are hanging over the little wooden cradle while the baby sleeps, her face turned on one side, her perfect eyelashes closed on her rosy cheek. Her eyelids flicker. She's dreaming. I wonder what a baby dreams. Do they know that they are to come to the parents that we are? Are they prepared for the world we are making? Richard slides his arm around my waist. And though we love her, we have to leave her for just a little while. I am absorbed in the clenching of her tiny fist. We have to leave her for only a little while. Now he has my attention, I turn towards him in his grip. How so? We are to go to France with a great party to fetch home the king's bride. It has been decided? The marriage of Henry has been a long time coming. My own first husband, Lord John, was picking out French princesses for him when I was a new bride. At last? You've missed all the gossip while you were in confinement, but yes, it is decided at last, and she's a kinswoman to you. Margaret, I guess at once. Margaret of Anjou. He kisses me as a reward. Very clever. And since your sister is married to her uncle, you and I are to go and fetch her from France. At once I look towards my sleeping baby. I know you don't want to leave her, he says tenderly. But we will do our duty for Henry, fetch the bride, bring her home, and then we will come back here. I am summoned by the king to serve him. I have to go. You're asking me to leave a nursery with 6 babies, I say. How can I go? I know, he says gently. But you have to do your duty too. You are an English duchess and my wife, and the head of our house is asking you to fetch his bride. When they marry, it will bring peace to England and France, the one thing my lord wanted when he died. We have to go, my love. You know that. It is a service to the king and to him, your first husband and my good lord. It is a service to him too. Nancy, France, spring, 1445. I am not the only unenthusiastic member of the marriage party. Our leader, William de la Pole, the Earl of Suffolk, is said to be so mistrustful of the French, and so unimpressed with the fortune that Margaret of Anjou brings, that before he left England to start the negotiations last year, he had the king swear that nobody should ever blame him for bringing the French princess to England. Cardinal Beaufort, who now rules everything, may see this as the way to lasting peace, but Duke Humphrey of Gloucester swears that the Valois king will just buy time with this marriage, and then come against our lands in France. I know my late husband would have feared above everything else that this is a new ruse by the French to make us hand over Anjou and Maine to René of Anjou, the new queen's father. Almost everyone left behind in England, while we spend a fortune on a progress to France, regards the deal that we are making as utterly uncertain to bring peace, costly to make, and most likely to be at our disadvantage. The bride is brought by her mother from Anjou, and they say that she, too, is far from enthusiastic for a marriage that will put her in the bed of the king who has been an enemy of France ever since she was a baby. You're to go and see her first, before everyone, my husband tells me. I'm standing by the window of the castle, looking down into the stable yard. The horses of the Anjou party, a sorry herd of hacks, are being brushed down and watered and led into their stables. Me? Why me? Her mother knows your mother. They think that you can be her friend. You made much the same journey that she faces, from a Luxembourg castle to the royalty of England. They want you to meet her ahead of the rest of us so that you can introduce her to her new court. I don't know that I'll be any help, I say, turning to follow him. You'll speak the same language, and that will be something, he says. She's even younger than you were when the Duke married you. She's only 15. She'll need a friend at court. He takes me to the double doors of the best apartment, and steps to one side. The guards swing open the doors and bellow, "The Dowager Duchess of Bedford," as I go in. The first thing that strikes me is that she is tiny, like a pretty doll. Her hair is a real bronze, a red gold. She wears a gown of slate blue, and a headdress perched far back on her head to show her exquisitely pretty face and her perfectly pale complexion. Her gown is scattered with embroidered marguerites, the daisies that are her emblem. The pout of her mouth suggests a spoiled child. But as she hears my name, she turns quickly, and the brightness of her smile is endearing. "Ah, Madame la Duchesse!" she exclaims in French, and runs forward and kisses me, as if we are old friends. "I am so glad you have come to see me." I curtsy. "I am glad to meet you, Your Grace." "And this is my mamma. I was so happy when they told me you would come with the Earl of Suffolk to fetch me, for I thought you would tell me how I am to behave and everything, for you were married to the Duke when you were only a little older than I am now, and 15 is very young to marry, is it not?" I smile at this nervous ripple of talk. "Hush," her mother says. "The Duchess will think you are a chatterbox." "It's just that there are so many English people come to see me, and I find it so hard to remember names, and their names are so hard to say." I laugh. "I couldn't even say the name of my house at first," I said. "It's a hard language to learn, but I'm sure you will learn it. And everyone speaks French, and everyone is eager to meet you, and to be your friend. We all want you to be happy." Her lower lip quivers, but she speaks bravely enough. "Oh, I have started already, and I can say the Earl of Suffolk and Cardinal Beaufort." "Beaufort?" I query. "Is that not right?" "Beaufort," I identify. "They say it Beaufort." She laughs and spreads out her hands. "You see! You will teach me how to say these words, and you will teach me how the English ladies dress. Will I have to wear great boots all the time?" "Boots, Your Grace?" "For the mud." I laugh. "Ah, they've been teasing you. England does get very muddy, especially in the winter, but the weather's no worse than, say, Paris. I prefer London to Paris, and I'm very happy in England now." She slips her hand in mine. "And you will stand by me and tell me everyone's name, won't you? And how to say everything?" "I will," I promise her, and I feel the grip of her little hand tighten as she turns to her mother and says, "You had better tell them they can come in. I had better meet them all now." She is a delightful little princess, perfect in every detail, except that her father, though called a king, cannot conquer his many kingdoms, and never will. She has no dowry, and though she says she brings us the islands of Minorca and Majorca, we all know she will inherit nothing. Everything she requires for the wedding and the journey has been paid for by the Treasury of England, and there is nothing left in the Treasury of England. She is exquisitely beautiful, but so are many girls of 15. She is dearly loved by the French court, the declared favourite of her uncle, the Valois King Charles VII. Yet she is not a princess of the House of Valois, but only of Anjou. He is not offering one of his own daughters in marriage to the English, but only a niece. In short, most of the English who are sent to fetch her think that we have been cheated. In the peace treaty, in the dower, and in the little princess herself. This is not a good start to a marriage. She is to be married in the chapel of St. George in the palace at Tours, where the Earl of Suffolk will represent the king, and stand beside her before the altar, and take her little hand from her father and the French king. Her sister, Yolande, is to be married at the same time. I know she is nervous, but I'm surprised to be summoned to her rooms 2 hours before the wedding, and find myself shown alone into her bedroom. No other attendants are present. She is dressed in her wedding gown of white satin, embroidered with marguerite daisies of silver and gold thread, but her hair is still plaited, and she is barefoot. "My mother says you have a gift," she says, speaking rapidly in French without any preamble. "She says all the ladies of your house have the gift of foresight." I curtsy, but I am apprehensive. "They say so, Your Grace, but I take all my hopes and fears to my priest, and to God. I don't believe it is given to mortal men to know the future, and certainly not to women." She makes a quick exclamation, and jumps onto the bed, careless of the priceless gown. "I want you to draw my cards for me. I want to know what the future holds." She pats the bed beside her, inviting me to sit. I do not respond to the invitation. "Surely your mother did not suggest this?" "No, she knows nothing of it. It's quite my own idea. Come, sit beside me." "I cannot," I say, not moving. "The court of England doesn't like prophesying or casting horoscopes. They certainly won't like the cards." "The court of England will never know," she says. "It will be just you and me." I shake my head. "I dare not." She looks stubborn. "If I command it, you will have to. You are my lady-in-waiting. You have to do what I say." I hesitate. If William de la Pole, the Earl of Suffolk, hears that I have upset the princess, there will be serious trouble. "Of course, my only wish is to obey you, Your Grace. But what if you ask me to do something that your husband, our king, wouldn't like? You must see that puts me in a difficult position. What am I to do then?" "Oh, then you must do as I ask," she says simply. "Because the king will never know. Nobody will ever know. But I will have my way in this. I can insist. I do insist." I kneel and bow my head, privately cursing her for a spoiled child. "Your Grace, excuse me. I cannot." She pauses. "All right. Then I won't get married," she declares. "You can go out and tell them that you've refused to prepare me for my wedding, and so I will not marry. The wedding is off." I look up, smiling, but she is perfectly serious. "I mean it," she says. "You show me the cards, or I won't marry the king. I insist on seeing my future. I have to know that this is the right thing to do. I won't go ahead without seeing what the future holds for me." "I don't have any cards," I say. With a smile, she lifts her pillow and puts a pack of beautifully coloured cards in my hand. "Do it," she says simply. "It is my order." I shuffle the pictures gently. I wonder what will happen if she draws a bad card. Is she such a stubborn fool as to call off the wedding? I run through the arcana in my mind and wonder if I can hide those that show bad prospects. "What if the cards are not good?" I ask. "What happens then?" She puts her hand on mine. "The wedding will go ahead, and I will never tell anyone that you drew the cards for me," she promises. "But I will know in advance that I'm going into danger, and what sort of danger it is. I will know to be on my guard. I want to know what is ahead of me. If I'm going to die in childbirth within the year, I want to know. If my father and my husband are going to go to war against each other, I want to know. If the English lords who seem to agree on nothing are going to tear each other apart, I want to know." "All right," I say. I can see no way of getting out of it. But I'm not doing a full spread. This at least cuts down the possibility of a series of pessimistic prophecies. I will do just one card. You take the cards and shuffle them." Her little hands stretch around the thick cards. She interleaves them, and then puts them down. "And cut." She cuts them, and then puts the deck together. I spread them out before her in a fan, their faces down, their beautifully painted backs gleaming on the woolen covers of the bed. "Choose one," I say. "One will tell you enough." Margaret's red gold hair falls forward, and she leans across, her pretty face very grave, trailing her finger along the pack, and then takes a card and holds it, without looking at it, to her heart. "Now what?" I sweep the untouched cards into a pile, and then say to Margaret, "Show it." She puts it face up. It could have been an awful lot worse. It is the card Joan the maid saw in my hands all those years ago, the Wheel of Fortune. "La roue de fortune," she reads. "Is that good? Is that very good?" The card shows a wheel with two beasts balanced on either side of it, one climbing up, the other tumbling down as the wheel turns. The handle for the wheel is extended beyond the card, so one cannot see who is turning it. Perhaps it is spinning at random. Seated at the very top of the card is a funny little blue animal, crowned and holding a sword. My great-aunt told me this little animal shows that it is possible to watch the wheel turn and feel neither pride nor regret. One can stand above it and see one's own life both rise and fall with the real indifference that comes from true greatness of spirit. One can look at one's own ambition as if it were all a mask of vanities, a dance for fools. It could not be a more unlikely card for Margaret. She is not at all a girl of indifference. "It's good and bad," I say. "It's a kind of warning that you can rise very high and fall very low. It says that fortune's wheel can take you, by no merit of your own, by no grace of yours, very high indeed, and then it can throw you down very low." "So how do I rise again?" she asks me, as if I am some old hedgerow witch who tells fortunes for a groat. "The whole point is that you cannot make your own fate. You are on fortune's wheel, just like this poor monkey animal in the smart livery who's going to fall down. He can't help himself. You can't help yourself." She makes a sulky little face. "That's not much of a foretelling," she says. "And anyway, doesn't the other animal rise up? This little cat thing. Maybe I am the cat thing, and I'm going to rise and rise." "Maybe," I say. "But then you go over the top of the wheel and are falling down again. You are supposed to learn to bear it, whichever happens, as if they were both the same." She looks blank. "But they're not the same. Victory and defeat are not the same. I only want victory." I think of Joan and the sign she made with her forefinger, the circle in the air, that meant that everything was dust. I make the sign to Margaret. "The Wheel of Fortune," I say. "It is your card. You drew it. You insisted on a reading, and this is the card that you got. It tells us that we all only want victory. We all want to triumph. But we all have to learn to endure what comes. We have to learn to treat misfortune and great fortune with indifference. That is wisdom." I look at her pretty, downcast face and see she has little interest in wisdom. But perhaps you will be lucky. Titchfield Abbey, Hampshire, summer, 1445. At first, she is lucky. She meets the king, and they like each other on sight. Why would they not? He is a handsome, boyish man of 23, still somehow fragile, with a delicacy inherited from his French mother, and she is a strong-willed beauty 8 years his junior. The Earl of Suffolk, William de la Pole, escorting her to a new country, and enchanted with her, predicts that they will make a good match. Her fire and passion will be softened by his sweetness. He will learn determination and courage from her. They are married at the Abbey at Titchfield in a service that reflects the young king's quiet seriousness. I suspect that Margaret would have preferred something more showy and more grand, but there is no money for a great wedding, and anyway the king said that the wedding should be between him, his bride, and God. Disastrously, his fool of a confessor, Bishop Ayscough, performs the wedding and warns the serious young king that he should not succumb to lust. He warns him that he should go to the bride's bed only for the purpose of getting heirs to the throne, and not for their pleasure. The boy, who has been cautiously raised by men anxious to protect his innocence, takes the advice like a novice monk, and stays away from her bed for a full week. Margaret is not a young woman to deal patiently with such a husband. She summons me to her room the morning after her wedding and drags me into a window bay. "He doesn't like me," she whispers urgently. "He got up from my bed as soon as everyone had left the room and spent half the night in prayer. And then he crept in beside me like a mouse and slept all the night without so much as touching me. I am as much a maid as ever I was. The wedding was for nothing." I take her hands. "It will happen," I say. "You must be patient." "How is the marriage to be binding if it is not consummated?" she demands. "It will be consummated. He will do the act, Your Grace, and we should be glad that he is not forceful." "Is he even a man?" she hisses scornfully. "Not glad at all." "He is a man. He is your husband, and he is your king," I say. "It will happen. He will do it within the week." As long as it's not a saint's day or a holy day, I think to myself. If he can confess straight after the deed, not in the morning before Mass, never in daylight, he is indeed extremely pious. "And, Your Grace, when he approaches you, you must accept him without comment, without complaint." She tosses her head. "But I want to be loved. I've always been loved. I want my husband to love me with passion, like in a troubadour tale, like a knight." "He does love you. He will love you. But he's not a lustful man." The anger goes from her as quickly as it came, and the face she turns to me is puzzled. Why would he not desire me on the first night? On our wedding night? I shrug. "Your Grace, he is a thoughtful young man, and very spiritual. He will come to you when he thinks the time is right, and then you must be kind to him." "But who will be kind to me?" she asks, pitifully. I smile and pat her cheek, as if she were my younger sister, and not my queen. "We will all be kind to you, I promise, and you will be happy." London, summer 1445 to 1448. Margaret is lucky in that she is young and beautiful, and the Londoners take to her on sight and cheer her coronation. She is lucky in that she is endearing. I'm not the only one who comes to love her and watch for her safety. Around her little court, she gathers a collection of people who adore her. Me she keeps close, her dearest friend and confidant. She loves Alice, William de la Pole's wife, too, and the three of us are inseparable in these early years of her marriage, except for when I go to Grafton for my confinements, a new baby, John, and one who comes early, and is especially small and precious on that account, Richard. But she makes some mistakes, and they are grave ones. Her liking for William de la Pole leads her to insist that he be consulted in the king's councils, and he, already a great man, rises to even higher importance through her favour. The two of them speak against the king's uncle, Duke Humphrey of Gloucester, and they whip up suspicion against him so powerfully that he is accused of trying for the throne on his own account, treason against his own nephew. The shock is too great for the Duke, and he dies before they can bring him to trial. At once there is a storm of gossip which declares that the good Duke was murdered, and people point the finger of blame at William de la Pole. After the loss of this, his last uncle, the king leans yet more on his other advisers, and consults the opinion of his young wife. This is a terrible choice. She is little more than a girl. She knows nothing about England, and in truth she knows nothing about anything. The king's other favourite is Edmund Beaufort, the Duke of Somerset, and Margaret is dazzled by the dashing, penniless Duke who calls her cousin and kisses her on the mouth in greeting. He is the most handsome man at court, always beautifully dressed in velvet studded with jewels, always riding a big black horse, though they say he has not a penny in the world, and is sworn up and down from his handsome dark head to his best leather soles, to the moneylenders of London and Antwerp. He brings the Queen little gifts, fairings that he picks up in the market, and they delight her, as he pins a little brooch to the hem of her dress, or offers her a piece of candied peel, popping it in her mouth, as if she were a child. He speaks to her in rapid, intimate French, and tucks a blossom behind her ear. He teases her as if she were a pretty maid, and not a queen. He brings musicians in, and dancers. The court is always merry when Edmund Beaufort is in attendance, and the king and queen command him to stay at court all the time. Perhaps it would have been better if they had not done so, but the handsome young Duke is ambitious, and he asks and gets the command of the English forces in Normandy, as if they were toy soldiers for his amusement. The young king and queen can refuse him nothing. They load all their favourites with offices and money, and the court becomes a hen-house of strutting jealousy. We all do well out of this. They are prodigal with titles and posts. They give away their own lands, the places at court for free, the opportunities for trade and bribery, licenses to import, licenses to export. Crown lands, which are supposed to pay for the king's living throughout his reign, get thrust into greedy hands, in a helter-skelter of generosity. William de la Pole finds himself ennobled beyond his dreams, made into a duke, the first man without royal blood ever to take such a title. Edmund Beaufort gets a dukedom too. It is a hiring fair of honours. The king and queen take it into their heads that Edmund Beaufort should be given a fortune to match his title. He should be given a fortune to match the famously wealthy Richard, Duke of York, a royal kinsman. No, better still, he should overmatch the great Duke of York, and the young king and queen say they will give him whatever it takes to do so. Even Richard and I are swept along on this torrent of gifts. They give us a great London house. And then my husband comes to me and says, smiling, "Tell me, my darling, what name do you think I should have?" "Name?" I ask. "Oh, Richard, is the king to give you a title as well?" "I think it is more the favour of the Queen to you, he says, "but at any rate, I am to be a baron. I am to be awarded an order of nobility for great service to my country. Or at least because the Queen likes my wife. What do you think of that?" I gasp. "Oh, I'm so pleased. I'm so very pleased for you. And for our children, too. We will be so very grand." I pause uncertainly. Can the king just make up titles like this?
The two of them think they can. And what is more dangerous, they do. Never was a young couple with so little power and money in more of a hurry to give it all away, and they will drive the rest of the court mad. Anyone whom she likes, or whom he trusts, gets loaded with favours. But good men are excluded. Richard, Duke of York, gets nothing, not even a civil hearing. They say they won't have him in the council now, though he is known as a good man and the best adviser they could have. But he is ignored, and worse men than he are praised to the skies. I shall be made a baron for no better reason than you keep her company."
"And what name shall we have, my lord?" "You will be Sir Richard Woodville, Baron—" "What?" He pauses for a moment.
"Baron Grafton?" he asks.
"Baron Grafton," I repeat, listening to the sounds. Even after all these years in England, I still have a strong accent. I really can't say it.
But I wondered if you would like a title which came from your family. One of your family names?
I think for a moment. I don't really want to remind everyone that I'm a daughter of Luxembourg, that I'm French, I say cautiously. The mood is more and more against the French. I was telling the Queen only the other day that she should speak English in public. I am an English Dowager Duchess, and I am a good Englishwoman now. Give me an English name, and let our children have English titles." "Water," he exclaims, "for your ancestor." I laugh. "You can't be Baron Water." "But what about Baron Rivers?"
"Rivers."
He rolls the word over in his mouth.
"That's fine. Rivers. It's a good English name. And yet it is a tribute to your family. Baron Rivers I shall be, and please God, one day I shall be an earl."
"No, really, would they ever make you an earl? Would they give away so much?"
"My dear, I'm afraid they would give away the kingdom itself. They are not careful monarchs, and they are advised by rogues."
I mention my husband's anxiety about their extravagance as tactfully as I can to the Queen, but she tosses her head. "We have to keep our friends satisfied," she says to me. "We cannot rule the country without William de la Pole. He's the greatest man in the land. And Edmund Beaufort is in such debt. We have to help him." "Richard, Duke of York," I suggest, as a man they should reward. "We cannot hold France without Edmund Beaufort. He is the only man we could trust to hold our French lands, and to restore those lands that we should return to their true owner." "Your Grace?" I'm dumbfounded at the suggestion that we should restore our lands to the French, and she flushes, as guilty as a child. "To hold our lands," she corrects herself. "Edmund Beaufort is the only man we can trust." I think that Richard, Duke of York, is the only man to successfully hold French lands since my first husband, the Duke of Bedford, I observe. She throws her hands in the air. "Perhaps, but I can trust no one but Edmund Beaufort and William de la Pole. The king himself can neither take decisions nor lead an army. These men are everything to me. They are the father and—" She breaks off and blushes, friend that I need. They both deserve the highest of honours, and we will give honours where they are due. Westminster Palace, London, summer 1449. I can tell at once that something terrible has happened. Richard comes into our private rooms and takes my hands, his face grim.
Jacquetta, you must be brave.
Is it the children? My first thought is always for them, and my hand goes to my belly, where another life is growing.
No, thank God. It is my lord's legacy, the lands of Normandy.
I don't really have to ask him. I guess at once. Have they been lost?
He grimaces. All but. Edmund Beaufort has offered the French almost all of Normandy, including Rouen, in return for his safety at Caen.
Rouen, I say quietly.
The grave of my first husband, John, Duke of Bedford, is there. This is a bitter blow, Richard says. And all of us who fought to keep the English lands in France, nearly 100 years of long warfare, and so many lives lost, good comrades, and brothers.
He breaks off.
Well, we will find it hard to forgive the loss.
Westminster Palace, London, spring 1450. Richard was right. Nobody can forgive the loss. The Parliament turns on William de la Pole, and his new titles and his new honours cannot save him from the rage of the English, as the men who had farmed and the soldiers who had fought in Normandy come home defeated and homeless, and complain bitterly, bitterly, at every market cross and crossroads, that they have been betrayed by their commanders who should have stood by them, as they had stood to arms for more than 100 years. In the streets the London traders call out to me as I ride by. "What would Lord John have thought of it, eh? What would your lord have said?" And I can do nothing more but shake my head. I feel with them. What did we fight for? What did we die for, if the lands we won are to be handed back as part of a treaty, as part of a marriage, on the whim of a king who never fought for them as we fought for them? They blame it all on William de la Pole, since it is treason to speak against the king. And they call him to Parliament and accuse him of treason, extortion, and murder. They say that he has been planning to seize the throne and set up his little son John and his ward Margaret Beaufort as king and queen, claiming the throne in her right. What is going to happen? I ask the Queen, who is striding back and forth in her rooms, the long train of her gown swishing like the tail of an angry cat. I will not allow him to face the charges. He will not be demeaned by such charges. His Grace the King has saved him. He has ruled that he, the King, shall be judge and jury of his friend William. I hesitate. After all, this is not my country, but I really don't think the King can just step in like this. Your Grace, I think he cannot. A nobleman has to be tried by his peers. The House of Lords will have to examine him. The King may not intervene. I say that no good friend of mine will be questioned in public like that. It is an insult to him. It is an insult to me. I have demanded that we protect our friends, and the King agrees with me. William will not go before Parliament. He is coming to my rooms tonight, in secret. Your Grace, this is not the English way. You should not meet any man alone, and certainly not in secret. You will be there, she says, so they can say nothing vile about our meeting, though God knows they say enough vile things already. But we have to meet in secret. The Parliament has become mad with jealousy, and now they are calling for his death. I cannot rule this kingdom without William de la Pole. I have to see him and decide what we should do. The king cannot rule without him. The king cannot choose a course and hold to it on his own. You know what the king is like. I have to have William de la Pole at the side of the king. He cannot be steady without William to hold him to a course. We have to have William at our side. We have to have his advice. At midnight, the Queen orders me to let William de la Pole in through the little door that connects the two royal apartments. The Duke strides through, ducking his head under the stone lintel, and then, to my amazement, the King comes in quietly behind him, like his page boy. "Your Grace," I whisper, and sink down. He doesn't even see me, for he is shaking with distress. "I am forced. I am abused," he says at once to Margaret. "They dare to insult me. They want to rule me. William, tell her." She looks at once to de la Pole, as if only he can explain. "The Lords are refusing to accept that the King can examine me alone, as you wanted," he explains. "They are demanding that I'm tried by my peers for treason. They deny the King's right to judge on his own. I am accused of betraying our interests in France. Of course, I have only ever done what you commanded. And the peace treaty demanded the return of Maine and Anjou. This is an attack on you, Your Grace, on you and on me and on the King's authority." "You will never stand trial," she promises him. "I swear it. They shall withdraw." "Your Grace," I whisper, taking hold of her sleeve, "you cannot promise this." "I have found him innocent of all charges," the King says. "But still, they are calling for him to be tried and executed. They have to obey me. They must be made to listen to me." "If they want you, they will have to come and get you," she swears passionately to William de la Pole. "They will have to get past me, if they want to get you. They will have to take you from my chambers, if they dare." I slide my hand into hers and give her a little tug. But the King looks at her with admiration. He is fired up by her anger. "We will defy them. I will be king. I will rule how I choose, with you as my wife, and William as my adviser. Does anyone dare say I cannot do this? Am I king or not?" Of the three of them, only the newly minted Duke does not bluster. "Yes, but we can't resist them," he says quietly. "What if they come for me? What if the Lords turn out their forces, despite all you've said? You have allowed every lord in London to keep his own small army. Every enemy of mine can command hundreds of men. What if their armies come for me?" "Could you go to France?" I ask him very softly. "To Flanders? You have friends there. Till it all blows over." The King looks up, suddenly flushed. "Yes, yes, go now," he commands. "While they are planning their next move, go now. They will come for you and find the bird flown. I will give you gold." "My jewels," the Queen commands me. "Fetch them for him." I go as she orders and pick out a few of her smallest pieces. Marguerites made of pearls, some inferior emeralds. I put them in a purse, and when I come back to the shadowy room, the Queen is weeping in the Duke's arms, and he has the King's own cloak around his shoulders, and is slipping a fat purse into his pocket. Begrudgingly, I give him the Queen's pearls, and he takes them without a word of thanks. "I will write to you," he says to them both. "I will not be far, just Flanders, and I will come home as soon as my name is cleared. We will not be parted for long." "We will visit you," she promises. "This is not goodbye. And we will send for you, and write. You shall send messages with your advice, and you will come home soon." He kisses her hand and pulls his hood over his head. He bows to the king and nods to me, and slides through the little door and is gone. We hear his footsteps going quietly down the stair, and then the muffled closing of the outer door as the king's chief adviser goes out into the night like a thief. The king and queen are cock-a-hoop like children who have defied a stern governor. They don't go to bed at all that night, but stay up by the fireside in her rooms, whispering and giggling, celebrating their victory over the Parliament of their own country, praising themselves for defending a man named as a traitor. At dawn the king goes to mass and orders the priest to say a prayer of thankfulness for danger past. While he's on his knees, praising the mercy of Jesus and exulting in his own cleverness, the city of London wakes to the astounding news that the man it blamed for the loss of France and the arrival of a penniless French princess, for rewarding himself from the royal treasury for the destruction of the peace of England, has been released by the king and is sailing away, merrily away, for a brief exile, gold in his pocket, the Queen's jewels in his hat, and will return as soon as he can be certain that his head is safe on his shoulders. The Queen cannot hide her delight, nor her contempt for those who say she is utterly misguided. She will heed no warning, neither from my husband nor the other men who serve the king, who say the people are whispering that the king has forgotten his loyalty to his own lords and commons, that a friend of a traitor is a traitor himself. And what can be done with a treacherous king? She remains stubbornly delighted, thrilled with their defiance of Parliament, and nothing I can say warns her to take care not to blazon her triumph in the face of people who were, after all, only calling for good government of a country that is flung about like a toy of spoiled children. I think that nothing will dampen their joyous high spirits. The news comes that William de la Pole has had to flee from the mob out of London, that he's hiding for as long as he dares at his own house in the country, and then finally that he has set sail. All over the country there are uprisings against men who are blamed for giving the king bad advice, who are blamed for associating with William de la Pole. Then, a few days later, one of the Queen's maids-in-waiting comes running to find me and says I must go at once to the Queen, who is gravely ill. I don't even stop to find Richard. I run to the royal apartments, bustling past the guards on the door, shooing pages out of my way, and find the rooms in an uproar, and the Queen nowhere to be seen. "Where is she?" I demand, and someone points to the bedroom door. "She swore we could not go in." "Why?" I ask. They shake their heads. "Is she alone?" "The Duchess of Suffolk, William de la Pole's wife, is in with her." At that name, my heart sinks. What has he done now? Slowly, I go to the door, tap on the panel, and then try the handle. It opens, and I step inside. At once, I remember what a young woman she is, just 20 years old. She looks very small in the big royal bed, lying hunched up as if wounded in the belly, her back to the room, her face to the wall. Alice de la Pole is seated on a stool by the fire, her face buried in her hands. "C'est moi," I whisper. "It's me. What's wrong?" The little Queen shakes her head. Her headdress has fallen off, her hair tumbled all around her, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. "He's dead," is all she says, as if her world has ended. "Dead. What will I do?" I stagger and put my hand out to steady myself. "My God, the king?" Violently she bangs her head into her pillow. "No, no!" Your father."
"William! William! My God! William!"
I look at Alice, his widow. "I'm sorry for your loss, my lady." She nods. But how? Margaret raises herself on her elbow and looks over her shoulder at me. Her hair is a mass of gold, her eyes red. "Murdered," she spits. At once I glance at the door behind me, as if a killer might come in for us. "By who, Your Grace?"
"I don't know. That wicked Duke of York? Other lords? Anyone who is cowardly and vile and wants to pull us down and destroy us? Anyone who denies our right to govern as we wish, with the help of whomever we choose? Anyone who sails in secret and attacks an innocent man?"
"They caught him at sea?"
"They took him on board their ship and beheaded him on the deck," she says, her voice nearly muffled by sobs. "God damn them to hell for cowards! They left his body on the beach at Dover. Jacquetta!"
Blindly, she reaches out to me and clings to me as she wails.
"They put his head on a pole. They left his head like a traitor's head. How shall I bear this? How shall Alice bear this?"
I hardly dare to glance over to William de la Pole's widow, who sits in silence, while William de la Pole's queen is breaking her heart over him. "Do we know who?" I repeat. My first fear is if someone dares to attack the king's favourite adviser, who will they come for next? The Queen? Me? She is crying so hard she cannot speak, her slender body shaking in my arms. "I must go to the king," she says finally, pulling herself up and wiping her eyes. "This will have broken his heart. How will we manage without him? Who will advise us?" Dumbly, I shake my head. I don't know how they will manage without William de la Pole, nor what sort of world is opening before us, when a noble lord on his own ship can be kidnapped and beheaded with a rusty sword on a rocking boat, and his head left on a pike on the beach. Grafton, Northamptonshire, summer 1450. As the warmer months come, the King and Queen agree to travel north. They give out that they want to be away from London during the hot weather when plague often comes to the city. They say that they want to see the good people of Leicester. But those of us who live in the palace know that the guards have been doubled at the gates, and that they are employing tasters for their food. They are afraid of the people of London. They are afraid of the men of Kent. They are afraid that whoever murdered William de la Pole blames them for the loss of France, for the continual stream of defeated soldiers and settlers who come every day into every English port. There is no money to pay the London suppliers. The Queen mistrusts the people of the city. The court is going to Leicester. In truth, it is running away to hide in Leicester. Richard and I are granted leave to go and see our children at Grafton, as the court goes north, and we ride quickly out of London, which has become a surly city of secretive people whispering on street corners. There is a rumour that the King and Queen will take a great revenge on the county of Kent. They blame the very seashore where William de la Pole's dishonoured body was dumped. Lord Say of Knowle and his heavy-handed son-in-law, who is Sheriff of Kent, say that together they will hunt down the guilty men and execute them and every one of their family. They say they will empty Kent of people, will make it a wasteland. Once we are out of the city, away from city walls, Richard and I ride side by side, holding hands like young lovers, while our small armed guard falls back and rides behind us. The roads are clear and dry, the grass verges dotted with flowers, the birds singing in the greening hedgerows, ducklings on the village ponds, and roses in blossom. "What if we never went back to court?" I ask him. "What if we were just to be the squire of Grafton and his lady?"
"And our nursery of children?"
He smiles. "Many, many children," I say. "I'm not satisfied with 8, and 1 on the way. I was hoping for a round dozen." He smiles at me. "I should still be summoned," he says. "Even if I were the smallest, quietest squire of Grafton, with the largest family in England, I should still be mustered and sent to war." "But you would come home again," I pursue the thought, "and we could make a living from our fields and farms." He smiles.
"Not much of a living, my lady. Not the sort of living you want. And your children would marry tenant farmers, and their children would run wild. Do you want a dirty-faced little peasant for a grandchild?"
I make a face at him. He knows how much I prize our books and our musical instruments, and how determined I am that all my children shall read and write in 3 languages, and master all the courtly skills. My children have to take their place in the world.
"You are ambitious," he says.
"I am not. I was the first lady in France. I have been as high as any woman could dream. And I gave it up for love."
"You're ambitious for your family, and for your children, and you're ambitious for me. You like my being a baron."
"Oh, well, a baron," I say, laughing. "Anyone would want their husband to be a baron. I don't count that as being ambitious. That's just understandable."
"And I understand it," he says agreeably.
"But would you really want to live always in the country, and not go back to court?" I think for a moment of the nervous king and the young queen. We couldn't leave them, could we? I ask wistfully. He shakes his head.
"It's our duty to serve the House of Lancaster, and something else. I don't know how they would manage without us. I don't think we could just walk away and leave them. What would they do?"
We stay at Grafton for a week. It is the best time of the year. The orchards are rose-pink with the bobbing blossoms, and the cows are calving. The lambs are with their mothers in the higher meadows, running and frisking with their tails like woolly ribbons dancing behind them. The hay in the meadows is growing tall and starting to ripple in the wind, and the crops are green and rich, ankle-deep. My older children, Elizabeth, Louis, Anne, and Anthony, have been staying with our cousins to learn their manners and how to behave in a great household. But they come home to be with us for the summer. The 4 little ones, Mary, Jacquetta, John, and Richard, are beside themselves with excitement at having their big sisters and brothers home. Mary, the 7-year-old, is the leader of the little battalion, the others her sworn liegemen. I am weary with this new pregnancy, and in the warm afternoons I take the 4-year-old little Dickon in my arms for his afternoon nap. We lie down together, drowsy in the warmth of the day. When he's asleep and it is very quiet, I sometimes take the painted cards and turn them over, one after another, and look at them. I don't shuffle them or deal them out. I don't attempt to read them. I just look at the familiar pictures and wonder what life will bring me, and these my beloved children. In the day, Richard listens to the unending complaints of the people around us, the moving of a fence line, of cattle being allowed to stray and spoiling a crop. As lord of the manor, it is his job to ensure that the rule of law and justice runs throughout our lands, whether or not our neighbours take bribes and order jurors what sentence they should bring in. Richard visits the local gentry to remind them of their duty, to turn out for him in case of need, and tries to reassure them that the king is a strong lord, that the court is trustworthy, that the treasury is secure, and that we will keep the remaining lands in France. I work in my still-room, Elizabeth my earnest apprentice, steeping herbs in oil, checking the cut and dried herbs, pounding them down into powder, and conserving them in jars. I do this by the order of the stars, and I consult my lord's books for how it should be done. Now and then I find a book I had overlooked that talks much of the aqua vitae, the water of life itself, or of burning off impurities by the touch of distilled waters, that I remember Eleanor Cobham behind the cold walls of Peel Castle, and I take the book from Elizabeth, and I put it on a high shelf. I never grow or dry any but the herbs that would be known to a good cook. Knowledge is just another thing to conceal these days. I'm hoping that we will stay at home for another month. I'm tired by this pregnancy, and daring to hope that I might spend the whole summer in the country, that the King and Queen will prolong their travels and leave us in peace. We've been riding out to visit some neighbours, and come home in the sunset to see a royal messenger waiting by the water-pump. He gets to his feet when he sees us, and hands Richard a letter sealed with the royal crest. Richard tears it open and scans it. "I have to go," he says. "This is urgent. I shall have to muster a troop as I ride." "What has happened?" I ask as I slip down from my saddle. "There's a rising in Kent, as any fool could have foreseen. The king commands me to ride at his side and carry the royal standard." "The king?" I can hardly believe that our king is going to ride out at the head of his men. His father was a remarkable commander of men at a far younger age, but our king has never worn his armour except for jousting. "The king is going himself?" "He was very angry about de la Pole, God rest his soul," he reminds me. "He swore vengeance, and the Queen swore she would see the murderers dead. Now he has his chance." "You will be careful." I take his arm to look up into his face. Between us is the unspoken thought that this commander will be a young man who has never seen any sort of warfare, not even a distant siege. You will have to advise him. "I'll keep safe," my husband says wryly. "And I'll keep him safe too, if I can. They've ordered the Sheriff of Kent to turn the county into a deer park, to drive out every man, woman, and child. There will be hell to pay. I have to go back and see if I can advise them into some sense. I have to find a way to persuade them to rule the country with some sort of harmony. They make enemies every time they address Parliament. The Queen rides through the streets of London as if she hates the very cobbles. We have to serve them, Jacquetta. We have to guide them to follow their best interests. We have to get this royal couple back into the hearts of their people. It is our duty. It is our task. It is what our lord, the Duke of Bedford, would have wanted us to do." I hold him in my arms in bed that night, and in the cool morning I find I am filled with unease. "You will just ride out with the king to show his standard. You won't go into Kent, Richard." "I hope that nobody will be going into Kent," he says grimly. He finishes his breakfast, and I trail out into the stable yard after him, pursuing my fears. "But if there is some kind of guard put together to punish the people of Kent, you won't join it?" "Burning thatch? Spit-roasting a poor man's cow?" he asks. "I've seen it done in France, and I never thought it a way to win loyalty.
The Duke of Bedford himself said to me that the way to win a man's heart was to treat him fairly and make him safe. That will be my advice, if anyone asks me. But if anyone orders me out in the king's name, I will have to go. I will follow you as soon as you send for me. I try to sound confident, but my voice is thin and anxious. I will be waiting for you, he vows, suddenly warm as he realizes I'm afraid. You take care of yourself and the baby that you're carrying. I will be waiting for you. I will always be there waiting for you. Remember, I have promised you. You will never look for me in vain. I tidy the house and command the servants to prepare them for my departure. I hear gossip that the King and Queen have gone back to London and that the King himself has ridden out against the people of Kent. Then a message comes from Richard, written in his own hand. Beloved, I am sorry to trouble you. The King has been persuaded by the Queen not to march into Kent himself, but he has ordered me to pursue the outlaws at the head of his guard, and I am doing so. Trust me that I will be safe and come home to you when this is over. Your Richard. I put the scrap of paper inside my gown, against my heart, and I go to the stable. Saddle up, I say to the household guard, and tell them to get my mare ready for a journey. We're going back to London. London, summer 1450. All the way I ride with a heavy heart. I have such a strong sense that Richard is in danger, that he's outnumbered, that the thickly forested county of Kent will hide ambushes, traps, armies of the people who will take him, as they took William de la Pole, and behead him without clergy, with a rusty sword. We take the London road in silence, but as we pass through the vegetable gardens and the little dairy farms, the captain of my guard orders the men to close up, and starts to look around him, as if he fears we are unsafe. What is it? I ask. He shakes his head. I don't know, my lady. Something... He pauses. Too quiet, he says, speaking to himself. Hens shut up before sunset. Shutters closed on the cottages. Something's not right. I don't need to be told twice. Something is wrong. My first husband, the Duke, used to say that if you ride into a town and feel that something is wrong, it is usually because something is wrong. Close up, I say. We'll get inside the city before the gates close, and we'll go to our London house. Tell your men to be alert and look about them. We'll go on at a canter. He beckons the men to close up, and we ride towards the city gates. But almost as soon as we are through Moorgate and in the narrow streets, I can hear the swell of noise, people cheering, people laughing, trumpets tooting, and the banging of a drum. It sounds like a May Day procession, like joy unleashed. But there must be hundreds of people on the streets. I glance at my men, who draw their horses closer to mine in a defensive square. This way, the captain says, and leads us at a swift trot through the winding streets, till we find our way to the great wall that runs around my London house. The torches, which are always kept burning either side of the gateway, are missing from the sconces. The gates themselves, which should be either barred for night or flung hospitably wide, are half open. The sweep of the cobbles approaching the house is empty, but there's a scattering of litter, and the front door is ajar. I glance at George Cutler, the captain, and see my unease in his eyes. Your ladyship, he says uncertainly, better that I go in and see what's amiss here. Something has gone wrong, perhaps. As he speaks, a drunken man, no servant of mine, weaves out through the half-open gates
and shambles past us, disappearing down the lane. Cutler and I exchange glances again. I kick my feet out of the stirrups and swing down from my horse and throw her reins to one of the guard. "We'll go in," I say to Cutler. "Draw your sword and have 2 men behind us." They follow me as I walk across the cobbles to the house, my London home, that I was so proud to receive and so pleased to furnish. One of the front doors is thrown off the hinges. There is the smell of smoke. As I push the other door open and go inside, I can see that a mob of people has run through the rooms and taken whatever they thought was of value. There are pale squares on the walls where my tapestries, the Duke of Bedford's tapestries, once hung. A huge wooden sideboard, too heavy to carry off, has been stripped of the pewterware that it held, carved doors left banging. I go to the great hall. All the trenchers and wine jugs and drinking vessels are gone, but absurdly, the huge, beautiful tapestry that was behind the great table is still there, untouched. "My books," I say, and jump up to the dais and through the door behind the great table and up the short flight of stairs into the upstairs solar. From there it is 2 steps through a wreckage of precious broken glass into the gallery, and there I pause and look around me. They have taken the brass grills off the shelves. They have taken the brass chains that fettered the books to the reading desks. They have even taken the quills and the pots of ink. But the books are safe. The books are untouched. They have stolen everything made of metal, but damaged nothing of paper. I snatch up a slim volume and hold it to my cheek. "Get these safe," I say to Cutler. "Get your men to put them in the cellar and board it up and mount a guard. These are worth more than the brass grills, more than the tapestries. If we can salvage these, then I can meet my first husband at the last day of judgment. They were his treasures, and he trusted them to me." He nods. "I'm sorry about the rest of it." He gestures at the wrecked house, where the wooden staircase is scarred by sword cuts. Someone has hacked off the carved newel post and taken it away, as if to behead me by proxy. In the painted beams above, there is smoke blackening the ceiling. Someone tried to burn us to the ground. I shudder at the smell of the scorched plaster. "If the books are safe, and my lord is safe, then I can start again," I say. "Board the books up for me, Cutler. And take down the big tapestry, too, and anything else you find of value. Thank God we took the best stuff with us to Grafton." "What will you do?" he asks. "My lord will want you to find a safe haven. I should go with you." "I'll go to the palace," I say. "I'll go to Westminster. Meet me there." "Take 2 men with you," he advises. "I'll make all safe here, and then we'll follow you." He hesitates. "I've seen worse done," he volunteers. "It looks as if they came through on a whim, and took everything that was of great value. It wasn't an assault. You need not fear them. It wasn't directed at you. They are people driven to despair by poverty and fear of the lords. They're not bad people. It's just they cannot bear it any more." I look around the smoke-blackened hall, at the spaces where the missing tapestries used to be, and the hacked banister. "No, it was an assault," I say slowly. "They did all that they wanted to do. It was not directed at me, but it was directed at the lords, at the wealthy, at the court. They no longer think that they have to wait at the gates. They no longer think they have no choice but to beg. They no longer think that we command them by right. When I was a girl in Paris and married to the Duke of Bedford, we were hated by the people of the city, by the people of France. We knew it, and they knew it, but nobody even dreamed that they could breach the gates and come inside and destroy our things. They think this now in London. They no longer obey their masters. Who knows where they will stop? I walk out. The guard outside is holding my horse, but already a crowd has gathered and is murmuring against them. "You two, come with me," I say. "You two, go in and set it to rights." I snap my fingers, and one of the guards helps me into the saddle. "Go quickly," I urge him under my breath. "Into the saddle, and onwards." He does as I bid him, and we're away from the courtyard and some distance from my house before anyone knows we're gone. I don't look back, but I remember as I ride down the road the dark smear of the smoke stain in the hall of my house, and my realization that the people had come into my house and taken what they wanted, and done just what they wished. "To Westminster Palace," I say. I want to be with the court, behind the walls of the palace, guarded by the royal guard. London no longer feels safe for me. I've become like the Queen, a woman uneasy in the heart of her own home. We round a corner, and suddenly we are swirled into a mob of people, dancing, laughing, cheering people, a great joyous May Day crowd. Someone gets hold of my bridle, and I clench my hand on my whip, but the face that turns up towards me is beaming. "Easy," I say quickly to my guard at my side, who is spurring forwards, his hand on his sword. "God be praised, we have our champion," the woman says, sharing her happiness with me. "He's coming, God bless him. He's coming, and he will petition for our rights, and the good times will come again." "Hurrah!" shout half a dozen people in earshot, and I smile as if I know what's happening. "Good woman," I say, "I have to get through. Let me go, I have to meet my husband. Let me go." Someone laughs. "You'll get nowhere till he's come. The streets are packed with people like pilchards in a barrel. There's no going through nor going round." "But won't you come and see him? He's coming over the bridge." "Oh, come," somebody else says. "You'll never see the like of this again. This is the greatest thing to ever happen in our lifetime, in any lifetime." I look around for my 2 men, but they can't keep their place at my side. They are separated from me by a dozen merrymakers. We are totally outnumbered. I wave to one. "Go your ways," I call. "I'm safe enough. You know where we will meet." Clearly, there's no point trying to resist this crowd, and our safest way is to join with them. One of my men jumps from his horse and pushes his way through to come alongside me. "Steady on," someone says. "No shoving. Whose livery are you wearing?" "Leave me," I whisper. "Meet me later. You know where. Don't upset them." It is the safest way, but I see him struggle to obey the order. "High and mighty," someone complains. "The sort that should be brought down." "Are you a king's man?" someone demands. "Think you should have everything, and care nothing for the poor man?" At last, he takes his cue. "Not I," he says cheerfully. "I'm with you all." I nod at him, and the movement of the crowd takes him from me, almost at once. I let my horse walk with them. Familiarly, a woman rests her hand on my horse's neck. "So where are we going?" I ask her. "To the bridge, to see him come across the bridge," she says exultantly. "I see you're a lady, but you will not be ashamed of the company he keeps. He has gentry and squires with him, knights and lords. He's a man for all the people, of all degree." "And what will he do for us when he comes?" "You don't know? Where have you been?" Smiling, I shake my head. "I've been in the country. All this is a surprise to me." "Then you've come back to the city at the very hour of its joy. He will speak for us at last. He will tell the king that we cannot bear the taxation, that the fat lords will ruin us all. He will order the king to ignore the French slut, his wife, and take good advice from the good Duke."
"The good Duke?" I query. "Who do you call the good Duke now?"
"Richard, Duke of York, of course. He will tell the king to lie with his worthless wife and get us a son and heir, to take our lands in France back again, to send away the wicked men who steal the wealth of the country, and do nothing but make their own fortunes, and fight among themselves. He will make this king as great as the king before, and we will be happy again."
"Can one man do all this?" I ask.
"He's raised an army, and defeated the king's men already," she says delightedly. "They chased after him to Sevenoaks, and he struck them down. This is our champion. He has defeated the royal army, and now he takes the city."
I can feel a pain hammering in my head. He destroyed the king's army?
"Led them on, turned on them, and struck them down," she says. "Half of them ran away. Half of them joined him. He is our hero."
"And what of the lords who led the men?"
"Dead. All dead."
"Richard," I think to myself in silence. Surely the two of us did not come so far and risk so much, for Richard to be ambushed by a hedge-sparrow commander at the head of patchwork rebels, and killed outside Sevenoaks. Surely I would have heard Melusina sing, or felt the very spheres dance sorrowfully one with another, to mourn him. Surely the man whom I have loved for all my adult life, loved with a passion that I didn't even know was possible, could not, cannot, be dead in a Kentish ditch, and I not know.
"Are you ill, mistress?" she asks. "You've gone white as my washing."
"Who commanded the royal army?" I ask, though I know it was him. Who else would they send but Richard? Who has more experience, who is more reliable, who is more loyal and honourable than my husband? Who would they choose if not my beloved?
"Ah, now that I don't know," she says cheerfully. "All I know is that he's dead now, for sure. Are you taken ill?"
No, I say. My lips are numb. All I can say is one word. No. We crowd together through the narrow streets. I cannot get away now. Even if I could get the horse out of the crowd, I don't think I could ride. I am limp with fear, quite unable to take up the reins, even if the crowd would let me. And then, at last, we are at Bridgegate, and the crowd thickens and pushes. My horse becomes anxious at being so crowded. Her ears flicker, and she shifts from one leg to another. But we're hemmed in so fast that she can't move, and I can't dismount. I can see the Lord Mayor of the city, as he leaps up on a milestone, balancing with a hand on the broad shoulder of one of the city's guard, and shouts to the crowd, "I take it is your will that Captain Mortimer and his men enter the city?" "Yes," comes the roar. "Open the gates!" I can see that one of the aldermen is arguing, and the Lord Mayor gestures that he shall be roughly taken away. The guards throw open the gate, and we look out through the gateway beyond the drawbridge. On the south side there is a small army waiting, standards furled. As I watch, they see the gate flung open, hear the encouraging bellow of the crowd, see the red of the mayor's robe, and they unfurl their banners, fall into ranks, and march briskly along the road. People are throwing flowers from the upper stories of the buildings, waving flags and cheering. This is the procession of a hero. The drawbridge is dropped before them,
and the clang as it goes down is like the clash of cymbals for a conqueror. The captain at the head of the men turns, and using a great sword, slices through the ropes of the bridge so that it cannot ever be raised against him. Everyone around me is shouting a welcome. The women are blowing kisses and screaming. The captain marches before his army, his helmet under his arm, his golden spurs sparkling at his boots, a beautiful cape of deep blue velvet rippling from his shoulders, his armour shining. Before him comes his squire, holding a great sword before him, as if he's leading a king, entering into his kingdom. I cannot tell if it is Richard's sword. I don't know if this man is wearing my husband's hard-won spurs. I close my eyes and feel the coldness of the sweat under my hat. Could he be dead, without my knowing it? When I get to the palace, will the Queen herself comfort me? Another widow at court, like Alice de la Pole. The Lord Mayor steps forwards, the keys to the city on a scarlet cushion, and bows his head to the conqueror, and hands him the keys. From all around, crowds of men are spilling out of the city gate to fall in with the soldiers behind the captain, and they are greeted by his army with slaps on the back and settled into rough ranks that march past us, waving at the girls and grinning at the cheers, like an army of liberation, come at last. The crowd follows him. I swear if he marches on Westminster at the head of such a crowd, he can seat himself on the king's marble throne. This is a man with the city in his hand. But he leads the way to Candlewick Street, where the London Stone stands proudly in the street to mark the very heart of the city. He strikes the stone with his sword, and at the ringing sound the crowd bellows in exultation. "Now is Mortimer the lord of this city," he shouts, and stands by the stone, holding his shield in one hand and his sword over his head, while the men cheer him. "To dine," he declares, and they all move with him to Guildhall, where the Lord Mayor will spread a dinner for him and his officers. As the crowd goes with him, eager for the offcuts of beef and the broken baskets of bread, I slip from my horse, take hold of her reins, and lead her carefully out of the crowd, hoping to creep away unnoticed. I edge down a side road and then into a smaller alley. I am almost lost, but I climb on a step and struggle up into the saddle and turn east, letting the slope of the street take me towards the river. I remember when I was a girl on my way to England, I was lost in the forest, and Richard found me. I cannot believe that he will not come looking for me again. It doesn't seem possible that I should have touched him for the last time, kissed him for the last time, and now I cannot remember the last words I said to him. At least we parted lovingly, I know that. I cannot remember the words that we said, nor how we looked, but I know that we parted tenderly, because we always parted tenderly. We used to kiss each other good night. We would kiss each other at breakfast. He was always loving to me, even when he shouldn't have thought of me as anything but his lady. Even when I trapped him into giving me our child, and insisted on a secret marriage. For 14 years he has been lover and husband, and now I am afraid that he is lost to me. I give my horse her head and let her pick her way through the maze of dirty streets. She knows well enough where the Westminster stables are, and I don't care. When I think of Richard dead in a ditch in Kent, I want to lie down in the gutter and die myself. I put my hand on my belly and think of the child who will never know her father. How can it be that I shall not show Richard his new baby? It is growing dark as we come to one of the many back gates to the rambling palace. I am surprised to find no one on sentry duty. I would have expected the gates to be closed and manned with a double guard, but it is like the king to be careless, and without my husband who would command the guard? "Hi!" I shout as I come close. "Hola! Open the gate!" Silence. Silence. where there are usually scores of people coming and going. Silence, where I would have expected a shouted challenge. I rein the horse in, remembering that when you feel that something is wrong, it is because something is wrong. "Open the lantern gate," I shout, readying myself to turn the horse and spur her away if we are attacked. "Open the lantern gate for the Duchess of Bedford." Slowly, the small door in the great gate creaks open, and a stable lad peers nervously out. "The Duchess of Bedford?" I pull down my hood so he can see my face. "Myself. Where is everybody?" His pinched white face looks up at me. "Run away," he says. "Everyone but me, and I couldn't go because my dog is sick, and I didn't want to leave him. Had I better come with you?" "Run where?" He shrugs. "Run away from Captain Mortimer and his army. Some of them ran to join him, some of them ran away." I shake my head. I cannot understand this. "Where is the king and the queen?" "Run away too," he says. "God's sake, where are they, boy?" "Run away to Kenilworth," he whispers. "But I was told to tell no one." I grip onto my horse's mane with cold hands as my heart thuds. What? They've abandoned the city? They sent out an army to chase Mortimer back to Kent, but Mortimer turned on them and beat them good. The royal commanders were all killed. The army ran back to London, except for those that joined Mortimer. Half of them joined Mortimer. I wish I had gone. "Who were the commanders that were killed?" I ask quietly. My voice is steady, and I'm pleased at that. "All the king's lords. I don't know, Lord Northumberland, Baron Rivers." "They are dead? All of them?" "They didn't come back, at any rate." "The king?" "The king wouldn't go to war," he says contemptuously. "He went out with his standard, but he wouldn't go to war. He kept half his army back and sent out the lords with the other half, and when what was left of them came running back and said they'd lost, he and the Queen ran off to Kenilworth, the Duke of Somerset, Edmund Beaufort with them, and Lord Scales went to the Tower." "Is Scales there now? Has he fortified the Tower?" He shrugs. "I don't know. What's going to happen to me?" he asks. I look at him, my face as blank as his own. "I don't know. You'd better look out for yourself." I turn my horse from the stable gate of Westminster, since there's no safety there for either of us. I think I'd better get to the Tower before nightfall. She steps out bravely enough, but we're both weary. On every street corner there is a brazier and someone roasting meat, and men drinking ale and swearing that the good times have come, and that Mortimer will advise the king, and there will be no more taxation, and no more cheating of the poor, and the bad advisers will be driven away. They call me to join them, and they curse me when I shake my head. In the end I have to throw a coin and wish them well, and for the last few streets I pull my hood over my face, and sit low in the saddle, and hope to sidle by, like a thief in my own city. I get to the gate of the Tower at last. There are sentries on every wall, and they shout down at me as soon as they see me. "Halt! Who's there? Stand where you are!" "The Duchess of Bedford," I call back, showing them my face. "Let me in." "Your husband, the Baron, has been searching for you all evening," the young guardsman says as he throws open the gate, comes out to take my bridle, and helps me down from the horse. "Your men came in and said they'd lost you. He was afraid you'd been captured by the mob. He said he would see them swing for treason if so much of a hair of your head was hurt. He told them. I've never heard such language." "My husband?" I ask, suddenly dizzy with hope. "Did you say my husband was looking for me?" "Like a madman," He starts, then he turns to listen, and we both hear the clatter of hooves on the cobbles. He shouts, "Horses! Close the gate!" And we rush inside as the gates creak behind us. Then I hear Richard shout, "Rivers! Open up!" And they fling open the double gates, and his little band of men rides in like thunder, and he sees me in a moment and jumps down from his horse and catches me up in his arms and kisses me as if we were a squire and his lady once more, and couldn't bear to part. "Dear God, I have ridden all round London looking for you," he gasps. "I was so afraid they'd taken you. Cutler of the house said you were going to Westminster, and the boy at Westminster knew nothing." I shake my head, tears running down my face, laughing at the sight of him. "I'm safe, I'm safe. I got caught up in the crowd and separated from our men. Richard, I thought you were dead. I thought you'd been killed in an ambush in Kent." "Not I. Poor Stafford was killed, and his brother, but not I. Are you safe? Do you feel well? How did you get here?" "I got swept up in the crowd. I saw him enter London."
"Jack Cade?"
"The captain? He's John Mortimer."
"Jack Cade is his name, but he's calling himself Mortimer, and John Amend All, and all sorts of names. The name Mortimer brings out the supporters of Richard of York for him. It's York's family name. Cade is borrowing it, or worse, the Duke is lending it. Either way, it means more trouble. Where did you see him?"
"Crossing the bridge, and getting the keys of the city."
"Getting the keys?"
my husband demands, dumbfounded. They greeted him as a hero, all the common people, and the mayor and the aldermen too. He was dressed like a nobleman coming to rule. He lets out a whistle.
"God save the king. You'd better tell Lord Scales. He's in command here."
He tucks his hand under my elbow and leads me to the White Tower.
"Are you tired, beloved?"
"A little."
"And you feel well? The baby?"
"All right, I think. All well."
"Were you frightened?"
"A little. My love, I thought you were dead."
"Not I."
I hesitate. "Have you seen our house?"
"Nothing that we can't repair when this is over."
I glance at him. "They walked in through the door and took what they wanted. It will be hard to repair that." He nods.
"I know, but we will do it. Now, I'll get you some wine and some meat as soon as we find Scales. He'll need to know where Cade is tonight."
"Dining with the Lord Mayor, I think." Richard pauses and looks at me.
"A man who has brought an army out of Kent and defeated the king's men has the keys to the city of London and is dining with the Lord Mayor?"
I nod. "They greeted him like he was freeing them from a tyrant. The Lord Mayor and all the aldermen welcomed him to the city like a hero."
Richard scowls. "You'd better tell Scales," is all he says.
Lord Scales is in a state of ill-concealed terror. He is using the constable of the Tower's house, and he has double guards on the front and back doors and at the windows. Clearly, he fears that his king has abandoned him and the city together to the men from Kent. His men may be of royal guard and have taken the king's shilling, but what is to say they are not Kentish men, or that they don't have a family making a poor living at Dover? Half of them have come from Normandy and feel betrayed. Why should they defend us now, who let them be driven from their own homes? When I tell him that Cade was welcomed as a hero, he tells me that I must have been mistaken.
"He's a scoundrel and a villain," he rules.
"There were many in his train who were gentlemen," I say. "I could see they had good horses and good saddles. Cade himself rode like a man accustomed to command. and there was only one alderman in the whole of the city who didn't welcome him. "He's a villain," he says rudely. I raise an eyebrow at Richard. He shrugs as if to say that I have done my best to give this most nervous commander an idea of the enemy, and if he is too afraid to listen, then I need do no more. "I'll take my wife to my rooms and get her something to eat," he says to Lord Scales. "Then shall I come back and we can plan an attack? Perhaps tonight when they've wined and dined, while they're celebrating, or as they march back to Southwark. We could catch them in the narrow streets before the bridge and push them over." "Not tonight. Not tonight," Scales says quickly. "Besides, I'm expecting reinforcements from the king. He will send us men from the Midlands." "They can't come for days, if they come at all," my husband says. "Surely we should attack them now, before they expect it, while they're drinking." "Not tonight," Scales repeats. "These are not Frenchmen, Rivers. Our experience is no use here. These are treasonous peasants. They fight around back streets and in hiding. We should wait till we have a great force to overwhelm them. I will send another message to the king and ask for his command." I see my husband hesitate, and then he decides not to argue. He throws his cape around my shoulders and takes me to his lodgings. We have our usual rooms near the royal apartments in the tower, but it feels strange, with the king and queen so far away, and the drawbridge up, and the portcullis down, and us besieged among the people who are our countrymen. "It's damnable," my husband says shortly, snapping his fingers for the serving man to leave the tray of food. "Damnable. And the very men who should be putting down this unrest are either too half-hearted or too afraid to act. Get you to bed, sweetheart, and I will join you after I've posted a watch. That we should be all but besieged, in the Tower of London, at war, in England, with Englishmen, it beggars belief." We live under siege in the Tower, at war in our own country, besieged in our own capital city. Every day my husband sends out men, and even the kitchen girls, to get news in the marketplace and at the city gates. They come back saying that Cade's army is camped south of the river, with more joining them every day. Richard's great fear is that the uprising will spread, and the men of Hampshire and Sussex will join the men of Kent. "What about our home?" I ask him, thinking of the children in their nursery. "Should I go back to them?" "The roads aren't safe," he says, scowling with worry. "I'll send you with a guard as soon as I know what's happening. But I don't even know if the king is safely at Kenilworth. We have sent messages, but have heard nothing back yet. If he's besieged—" He breaks off. It feels like the end of the world. If the common people rise against the king, if they are armed with weapons they have won from us, if they are commanded by a man who has been trained by us, and embittered by losses in France, then there is no hope that the world we know can continue. Only a heroic king who could capture the love of the people could save us, and we have only King Henry, hiding at Kenilworth, his beautiful armour laid aside after its one and only outing. A message comes from the rebel army. They want Lord Say, the man who was Lord of Kent, sent out for trial. "We cannot release him to them," my husband says to the commander, Lord Scales. "They will kill him." "We're holding him here under arrest for treason," the Lord says reasonably enough. "He could well have been tried and found guilty, and then he would have been executed anyway." "The king sent him here for his safety, not to charge him with treason, as we both know, my lord. The king would have released him. You know the king would have forgiven him anything he has done." "I shall release him to them, and if he's innocent of all they say, then he can tell them so," Lord Scales says. My husband swears under his breath, and then speaks clearly. "My lord, If we send Lord Say out to them, guilty or innocent, they will kill him. This is not a release. It is to push him out of safety to his death. If this doesn't matter to you now, then I ask what you will do if the rebels ask for me to be sent out to them. What would you like us to do when they ask for you?" His lordship glowers. "I wasn't the man who said I would make a deer park out of Kent. I didn't say they were too good for hanging and should be pushed into the sea. You are adviser to the king, as are we all. They could name any one of us and ask for us to be sent out. Are we going to obey the servants? Are they our new masters?" Lord Scales rises from his seat behind the great dark wooden table and goes to the arrow-slit window that looks towards the city. "Woodville, my old friend, I know you are right, but if they attack us with the numbers they have now, they are likely to take the tower, and then we will all be at their mercy, your wife as well as us." "We can hold out," my husband says. "They have a full-size army at Southwark, and every day more men come from Essex and camp out there. There are hundreds now. Who knows how strong they may become? If they come from Essex, what's to stop them coming from Hertfordshire, from Nottinghamshire? What if they can raise the whole country against us?" "Better strike now, before they grow any stronger." "What if they have the king and we don't yet know it?" "Then we will have to fight them." "But if we negotiate with them, promise them a pardon, say that their grievances will be resolved, promise them an inquiry, they will go back to their little farms and get the hay in." "If we pardon them, we will have taught them that they can take up arms against the King of England." My husband objects. "And that is a lesson we may regret one day." "I cannot risk the safety of the tower," Lord Scales says firmly. "We cannot attack. We must prepare to defend. At the worst, Lord Say buys us time." There is a silence as my husband absorbs the fact that they are going to send one of the peers of England out to face a mob that wants him dead. "You are the commander," he says stiffly. "I am here under your command. But my advice is that we defy them." That afternoon, they send Lord Say out to Guildhall, where these aldermen who have the stomach for it, and the rebels who are eager for it, create a little court for the day. They persuade his lordship to confess, find him a priest, and take him to Cheapside for execution. His son-in-law, the Sheriff of Kent, William Cromer, thinks himself lucky to be released from the Fleet prison, and steps out of the stone doorway cheerfully, thinking a rescue party has come for him, only to find a scaffold waiting for him outside the gates. They don't even bother to try him, but string him up without ceremony. "God forgive them," my husband says, as we stand on the walls of the tower, hidden by the parapet, looking down into the streets below. A dancing, singing, chanting mob is weaving its unsteady way through the narrow lanes towards the tower. My husband interposes his broad shoulder before me, but I peep around his arm and see what is leading the procession. They have the head of Lord Say on a pike, bobbing along at the front of the crowd. Behind, on another pike, is the stabbed head of William Cromer, the sheriff who promised to lay waste to his county of Kent. As they come within range of the tower gates, they pause and bawl defiance, and then dance the two heads together. The dead faces bump. The pike-bearers jiggle the pikes so the mouths knock one against another. "They're kissing! They're kissing!" They howl and roar with laughter at the spectacle. "Send us out Lord Scales!" they bellow. "He can have a kiss too!" Richard draws me back into the shadow of the wall. "My God," I say quietly, "this is the end, isn't it? This is the end of the England we have known. This is the end of everything." Next night, at dinner, I see Richard put his head down over his plate and eat steadily, hardly pausing for breath, but drinking no wine at all. Throughout the meal his servants come and whisper brief messages in his ear. After dinner there is never dancing or singing, not even playing at cards, but tonight it is even more hushed and nervous. The remnants of this beleaguered court stand around in groups and exchange fearful whispers. Then Richard stands up on the steps of the dais and raises his voice. "My lords, gentlemen, a number of the gentlemen and merchants of London tell me that they are weary of Cade and his men running riot through the city. Also, matters are getting worse, and no man can be sure that his home and his goods are safe. Cade has lost control of his men, and they are looting the city. The London men tell me that they are determined to push the soldiers out of the city, back to their camp at Southwark tonight, and I have agreed that we will join with them to drive the rebels back, raise the drawbridge, and close the gate. They are not going to enter London again." He raises his hand at the buzz of noise. "Lord Scales will command," he says. "We will muster in the courtyard at 9 o'clock. Weapons will be distributed now. I expect all able-bodied men to arm and come with me." He steps down, and men crowd around him at once. I hear him explaining the plan and sending men to get their weapons. I stand a little closer and wait for him to turn to me. "I'll leave a guard on the tower. Enough to hold it. The king is sending reinforcements from the Midlands. They will be here tomorrow or the next day. You'll be safe here, until I come back." He sees the unspoken question in my face. "If I don't come back, you should put on your plainest clothes and make your way on foot out of the city," he says. "Cutler will go with you, or any of our men. Once you're out of the city, you can buy or borrow horses to get home. I can't tell what will happen then, but if you can get home to the children, you can live off our lands, and you should be safe there until it all comes right again. Our tenants would stand by you. Jacquetta, I'm sorry. I never thought it would come to this. I didn't mean to bring you out of France to danger in England." "Because if the rebels take London, then nowhere is safe?" I ask him. "If you cannot drive them out of the city, then they will take England in time?" "I don't know how this will end," he says. "A king who leaves London to the peasants and a half-paid captain? A penniless crowd who say that they own the city? I don't know what might happen next." "Come back," is all I can manage. "It is my intention," he says tightly. "You are the love of my life. I will come back to you if I possibly can. I have sworn it. I'm going to be there, at the baptism of our new baby, my love, and, God willing, make another." A vision of the dancing head of Lord Say comes to my mind, and I blink to try to rid myself of it. "Richard, God send you back safely to me," I whisper. I watch them muster in the great central yard of the tower, and then leave quietly by the sally port into the silent streets. I climb to the walkway at the top of the walls that run around the tower, and stand by a soldier on guard to watch them make their way quietly to the city. Richard has them in squares, 4 men by 4 men, all of them with pikes, many with swords, most of them with muffled feet. I see all this, but I'm trying to see more. I'm trying to see if there's a shadow over them, if they are marching out to their death. Especially, I am looking for the tall figure of my husband, at the head of his division, his sword drawn, his hooded head looking this way and the other, every sense alert, vibrantly alive, angry to have been brought to this. I glimpse him only briefly before they slip between the crowded buildings, but I have no sense of premonition. Richard seems, as he always has been, so passionately alive, so vital, that there could never be a shadow over him. For a moment I think that perhaps this proves that he will come home in the morning in triumph. And then I think that if he were going out to certain death, he would still go out to it with his head up, his shoulders squared, and his footstep light. Then we wait. We can hear some shouting from the street, and we have the cannon trained on the raggle-taggle army camped in the marshes below the tower, and pointed north to the streets. But no one comes within range. The fighting is going on hand to hand, in one street after another, as the rebels surge forwards, and the apprentices and merchants, well armed and defending their homes, push them back. My husband, commanding one wing of our forces, and Lord Scales commanding another, fight their way through the treacherous streets, always heading for the river. The rebels make a stand before Bridgegate, where the lanes grow close and narrow, but the soldiers from the tower push forwards and push on, and gradually they yield, falling back over the bridge, a yard at a time. This time the doors of the houses on the bridge are barred, and the shutters are over the windows. The tradesmen and merchants on the bridge are battened inside their homes, sick of the disorder and fearing worse, as the slow battle grinds across the river, a yard at a time. The grinning heads of Lord Say and William Cromer look down from the spikes of the bridge as their murderers are pressed back, one slow pace after another, and the royal army doggedly pushes on. Forewarned by me, my husband has thick coils of rope and craftsmen in the vanguard of the men, and as soon as they force their way past the anchor points, he has the workmen ringed with a guard as they feverishly replace the ropes that I saw Jack Cade slash with his stolen sword. Desperately the men work, fearing arrows and missiles from the rebel army, as my husband at the head of his men fights with his sword in one hand and an axe in the other, going forwards and forwards until Cade's army is thrust to the far side of the bridge. Then, at a shouted command from my husband, and a blast of trumpets loud above the noise, the royal army breaks off, runs back to its own side, and with a rumble and a roar the drawbridge is raised, and my husband leans on his bloody sword, grins at Lord Scales, and then looks back along the long 20-span bridge at the English dead who are being rolled carelessly into the river, and the wounded who are groaning and calling for help. That night he sits in a deep hot bath in our rooms, and I soap the nape of his neck and his strong muscled back, as if we were a peasant and his doxy taking their annual bath on Shrove Tuesday. "Good," he says. "Pray God the worst of this is over." "Will they beg for forgiveness?" "The king has sent pardons already," he says, his eyes closed as I pour a jug of hot water over his head. "Hundreds of them, blank forms of pardons, hundreds of them without a thought, and a bishop to fill in the names. They are all to be forgiven and told to go home." "Just like that?" I ask. "Just like that," he says. "Do you think they will each take a pardon and go home and forget all about it?" "No," he says. "But the king hopes that they were misled and mistaken, and that they've learnt their lesson and will accept his rule. He wants to think that this is all the fault of a bad leader, and the rest of them were just mistaken." "Queen Margaret won't think that," I predict, knowing the power of her temper, and that she learned how to rule over a peasantry who were held down by force and deference. "No, she won't. But the king has decided on pardons, whatever she thinks." Jack Cade's army, which was so brave and so filled with hope for a better world, lines up to take the pardons, and seems to be glad to do so. Each man says his name, and Bishop William Wainfleet's clerk in the rebel camp with a little writing desk writes each name down and tells each man to go home, that the king has forgiven his offence. The bishop blesses them, signing the cross over each bowed head, and tells them to go in peace. Jack Cade himself lines up for his piece of paper, and is publicly forgiven for leading an army against the king, killing a noble lord, and invading London. Some men see this as the king's weakness, but the greatest number of them think themselves lucky to get off scot-free, and they go back to their poor homes, where they cannot pay their taxes, where they cannot get justice, where the great lords ride roughshod over them, and hope for better times. They are just as they were before, but more bitter, and still the good times have not come. But not Cade. I find my husband in the stables, his face dark with temper, ordering our horses in a bellowing voice. It seems that we are going back to Grafton. We are going back to Grafton at once. The roads are safe enough if we take a good guard. "What's the matter?" I ask. "Why are we going now? Isn't the king coming? Should we not stay in London?"
"I can't stand to see him, nor her," he says flatly. "I want to go home for a while. We'll come back, of course we will. We'll come back the moment they send for us. But before God, Jacquetta, I cannot stomach the court a moment longer."
"Why? What has happened?" He is tying his travelling cape on the back of his saddle, and his back is to me. I go behind him and put my hand on his shoulder. Slowly he turns to face me. "I see you're angry," I say. "But speak to me. Tell me what has happened."
"The pardons," he says through his clenched teeth. "Those damned pardons. Those hundreds of pardons."
"Yes?"
"Jack Cade took his pardon in the name of John Mortimer, the name he used in battle."
"So?"
"So they chased after him, despite his pardon, and they have captured him, despite his pardon. They showed them his pardon, signed by the king, blessed by the bishop, written fair in the name of John Mortimer. But they are going to hang him in the name of Jack Cade."
I pause, struggling to understand. The king gave him a pardon. He can't be hanged. He just has to show his pardon. They cannot hang him.
"The king's pardon is in one name, which they know him by. They will hang him under another."
I hesitate. "Richard, he should never have been pardoned in the first place."
"No. But here we show everyone that his very cause was just. He said that there was no rule of law, but that the lords and the king do as they please. Here we prove it is so. We make a peace on the battlefield while he is in arms, while he is strong and we are weak, when he is near to victory and we are trapped in the tower. We give him a pardon. That is our word of honour. But we break it as soon as he's a fugitive. The king's name is on the pardon. The king gave his word. Turns out that means nothing. The pardon is worth no more than the paper, the king's own signature, nothing more than ink. There is no agreement. There is no justice. We betray our own cause. We are forsworn."
"Richard, he is still our king. Right or wrong, he is still the king."
"I know. And that is why I say that we will come back to court and serve him again. He is our king. We are his people. He gave us our name and our fortune. We will come back to court in the autumn. But I swear to you, Jacquetta, I just can't stomach it this summer."
Grafton, Northamptonshire, summer 1450. We arrive at our home at the height of the year, with the harvest coming in and the calves weaned from the cows. In the loft, the apples are laid in rows, strict as soldiers, and one of the tasks for Louis, now 12, is to go up every day with a basket and bring down 8 apples for the children to eat after their dinners. I'm feeling weary with this baby, and as the evenings are cool and quiet, I'm happy to sit by the fire in my small chamber and listen while Richard's cousin Louise, who serves as governess to the older ones and nurse to the babies, hears them read from the family Bible. Anthony, at 8, has a passion for books, and will come to me to look at the pictures in the volumes of Latin and Old French that I inherited from my husband, and puzzle out the words in the difficult script. I know that this autumn he and his brothers and sisters can no longer be taught by the priest, and I must find a scholar to come and teach them. Louis especially must learn to read and write in Latin and Greek, if he is to attend the King's College. The baby comes in the middle of August, and we fetch down the family crib, polish it up, launder the little sheets, and I go into my confinement. She is born easily, she comes early, without great trouble, and I call her Martha. Within a few weeks Richard has taken her into the small chapel where we were married, and she is christened, and soon I am churched and up and about again. It is her, the new baby, whom I think of when I start up out of bed one night, as alert as if I'd heard someone suddenly call my name. "What is it?" I demand into the darkness. Richard, groggy from sleep, sits up in the bed. "Beloved?" "Someone called my name. There's something wrong."
"Did you have a bad dream?"
"I thought—" Our lovely old house is silent in the darkness. A beam creaks as the old timbers settle. Richard gets out of bed and lights a taper at the dying fire, and then lights a candle so that he can see me.
"Jacquetta, you are as white as a ghost."
"I thought someone woke me."
"I'll take a look around,"
he decides, and pulls on his boots and drags his sword out from under the bed. "I'll go to the nursery," I say. He lights me a candle, and the two of us go out together into the dark gallery above the hall. And then I hear it, the strong, sweet singing of Melusina, so high and so pure that you would think it was the sound of the stars moving in their spheres. I put my hand on Richard's arm. "Do you hear that?"
"No. What?"
"Music," I say. I don't want to say her name. I thought I heard music. It is so clear and so powerful that I can't believe he can't hear it. Like silver church bells, like the truest choir.
"Who would be playing music at this time of night?"
he starts to ask. But already I've turned to run down the corridor to the nursery. I stop at the door and make myself open it quietly. Martha, the new baby, is asleep in her crib, the nursemaid in the truckle bed nearest to the fire. I put my hand on the child's rosy cheek. She is warm, but not in fever. Her breath comes slowly and steadily, like a little bird breathing in a safe nest. In the high-sided bed beside her sleeps Dickon, humped up with his face buried in the down mattress. Gently, I lift him and turn him on his back, so I can see the curve of his sleeping eyelids and his rosebud mouth. He stirs a little at my touch, but he doesn't wake. The music grows louder, stronger. I turn to the next bed. John, the 5-year-old, is sprawled out in sleep as if he's too hot. The covers kicked sideways, and at once I fear that he is ill. But when I touch his forehead, he is cool. Jacquetta, next to him, sleeps quietly, like the neat little 6-year-old girl she is. Mary, in bed beside her, stirs at the light from my candle, but still sleeps. Their 11-year-old sister Anne is in a truckle bed beside them, fast asleep. Anthony, 8 years old, in the bigger bed, sits up. "What is it, Mamma?"
"Nothing.
"Nothing," I say. "Go to sleep." "I heard singing," he says. "There is no singing," I say firmly. "Lie down and close your eyes." "Lewis is really hot," he remarks, but does as he's told. I go quickly to their bed. The two boys sleep together, and as Anthony turns on his side, I see that Lewis, my darling son, is flushed and burning up. It is his fever that has made their shared bed so hot. As I see him and hear the insistent ringing music, I know that it is Lewis, my darling 12-year-old son, who is dying. The door behind me opens, and Richard, my husband, says quietly, "It's all secure in the house. Are the children well?" "Lewis," is all I can say. I bend to the bed and I lift him. He is limp in my arms. It is like lifting a dead body. Richard takes him from me and leads the way to our bedroom. "What is it?" he asks, laying the boy on our bed. "What's wrong with him? He was well during the day." "A fever, I don't know," I say helplessly. "Watch him while I get something for him." "I'll sponge him," he suggests. "He's burning up. I'll try to cool him down." I nod and go quickly to my still room. I have a jar of dried yarrow leaves, and a bunch of the white blossom hangs from one of the beams. I set a pot on to boil and make a tea from the blossom, and then steep the leaves in a bowl of the boiled water. I'm fumbling in my haste, and all the time the music is ringing in my head, as if to tell me that there's no time, that this is the song of morning, that all this brewing of tea that smells of summer harvests is too late for Lewis. All I need for him is rosemary. I take the drink in a cup and the soaking leaves in the jar and run back up to the bedroom. On the way I tap on the door of my lady-in-waiting and call, "Anne, get up. Lewis is sick," and hear her scramble inside. Then I go into our bedroom. Richard has stirred the fire and lit more candles, but he has drawn the bed curtains so Lewis's face is shaded from the light. Lewis has turned away. I can see the rapid breaths as his thin little chest rises and falls. I put the mug and the jar on the table and go to the bedside. "Lewis," I whisper. His eyelids flutter open at the sound of my voice. "I want to go in the water," he says, quite clearly. "No, stay with me." I hardly know what I'm saying. I raise him so his head is against my shoulder, and Richard presses the mug of yarrow tea into my hand. "Take a little sip," I say gently. "Come along. Take a little sip." He turns his head away. "I want to go in the water," he repeats. Richard looks desperately at me. "What does he mean?" "It's a vision from the fever," I say. "It means nothing." I'm afraid of what it means. Lewis smiles, and his eyelids flicker open, and he sees his father. He smiles at him. "I shall swim, father," he says firmly. "I shall swim." And he turns his head and takes a little breath like someone preparing to dive in deep, cool waters, and I feel his body quiver as if with joy, and then go still and quiet, and I realize that my son has gone from me. "Open the window," I say to Richard. Without a word, he turns and opens the window, as if to let the little soul out and up to heaven. Then he comes back and puts the sign of the cross on Lewis's forehead. He's still warm, but he is slowly cooling. I think the sweet waters of his dream are washing him down. Anne taps on the door, opens it, and sees me lay Lewis gently down on the bed. "He's gone," I say to her. "Lewis has gone from us." Hardly knowing what I am doing, I step towards Richard, and he puts his arm around me and holds me close to him. "God bless him," he says quietly. Amen, I say. Oh, Richard, I could do nothing. I could do nothing. I know, he says. I'll go and see the other children, Anne says into the silence. And then I'll get Mrs. Westbury to come and wash the body. I'll wash him, I say at once. And I'll dress him. I don't want anyone else to touch him. I'll put him... I find I can't say the word coffin. I'll help you, Richard says quietly. And we'll bury him in the churchyard, and know that he's just gone ahead of us, Jacquetta, and that one day we will swim in the water too, and find him on the other side. We bury my son in the churchyard near to his grandfather, and Richard orders a grand stone monument with room for our names too. The rest of the children don't take the fever. Even the new baby, Martha, is well and strong. I watch them, filled with a terror, for a week after we bury Lewis, but none of them so much as sneezes. I think that I will dream of Lewis, but I sleep deeply every night and dream of nothing at all. Until one night, a month after his death, I dream of a river, a deep, cool river, studded with yellow water lilies, flowing over a bed of gold and bronze stones, and golden kingcups growing on the green, reedy banks. I see my boy, Lewis, on the far side of the river, pulling on his linen shirt and his breeches, and he's smiling at me and waving to show that he's going to run on ahead, just a little way ahead. And in my dream, though I want to hold him back, I wave at him and call to him that I will see him later, that I will see him soon, that I will see him in the morning. Our retreat to Grafton lasts only for a little while. In September the King's messenger rides down the green lanes and up to our front gates. The wide wooden doors swing open, and he comes across the courtyard, the royal standard before him, a guard of 6 riding with him. I am walking back from chapel in the morning, and I pause as I see the gate admit him. And I wait, my back to the door of our house, with a sense of danger coming our way. Behind my back I cross my fingers, as if a childish sign can prevent trouble. "A message for Baron Rivers," he says, dismounting and bowing. "I am the Dowager Duchess, Lady Rivers," I say, holding out my hand. "You can give it to me." He hesitates. "My husband is hunting," I continue. "He will be back tomorrow. In his absence I rule here. You'd better give the message to me." "I beg your pardon, Your Grace," he says, and hands it over. The royal seal is shiny and hard. I break it and look up to nod to him. "You will find ale and bread and meat for you and your men in the hall," I tell him, "and someone will show you where to wash. I will read this and send a reply when you've eaten and rested." He bows again, and the guards give their horses to the stable boys and go into the house. I wait, and then walk slowly to a stone bench let into the wall at the side of the garden, and sit in the warm sunshine to read the letter. It is a letter of appointment, another great honour for us. It is an acknowledgment of Richard's service in the late troubles. It shows that the Lord of the Privy Council were watching to see who was quick of mind and brave of heart and ready to serve them, even if the King and Queen had run away to Kenilworth and saw nothing. It says that Richard is appointed as Seneschal of Gascony, the rich land around Bordeaux that the English have held for 300 years and hope to hold forever. Once again, Richard and I are to be an occupying force in France. Reading through the lines, I guess that the King, shocked by the loss of English lands in Normandy by Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, is inspired to fortify the lands in Gascony with a more experienced commander. This appointment is an honour, It will bring with it the danger and difficulty of strengthening the forces around Bordeaux, holding the lands against French incursions, keeping the people loyal to England, and reversing their sense that they are all but abandoned by a homeland that cannot rule itself, let alone maintain lands overseas. I look up from the letter. It is grief which makes me feel that nothing matters. I know this is a great honour. To rule Gascony is a great command. The rivers are rising, even if one of us is missing, and there is no point in letting my heart ache for the one who is missing. I look at the letter again. In the margin, like a monk illustrating a manuscript, the king has written in his own clerkish hand. Dear Rivers, oblige me by going at once to Plymouth, and mustering and organising a force to take to Gascony, and a fleet to carry them. You should set sail on September 21st, no later. Below this, the Queen has written to me, Jacquetta, lucky you, going back to France. Lucky is not how I feel. I look around the yard, at the warm red brick walls capped with white coping stones that lean against the old chapel, the apple tree bowing low with the weight of the last of the fat fruit ready for picking, the barn which abuts the granary, and our house set plumb in the middle of it all, warm in the sunshine, peaceful this morning, my children at their lessons. I think that the king is setting my husband a task that will likely be impossible, and that once again I have to go to a new country, a new city, and hope to survive among the people who begrudge our very presence. I try to encourage myself by thinking that Gascony will be beautiful in autumn, that perhaps I will be able to see my brothers and sisters, that winter in Bordeaux will be crisp and bright and clear, and that spring will be glorious. But I know that the people of the country will be surly and resentful, the French a constant threat, and we will wait for money from England to pay the soldiers, and end up paying out of our own pocket, while at home there will be endless accusations of failure, and even treason. I will have to leave my children behind in England. I don't want to go, and I don't want Richard to go either. I wait for a long time until the royal messenger comes out into the yard, wiping his mouth on his sleeve, then sees me, sketches a bow, and waits. You can tell his grace that my husband and I will leave for Plymouth at once, I say. Tell him that we are honoured to serve. He smiles ruefully, as if he knows that the service of this king may be an honour, that it is only a sinecure for the very few favourites who can get away with doing nothing or even fail outright, like Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, who is now Constable of all England, as a reward for running to Kenilworth when there was dangerous work to do in Kent. God save the king, he says, and goes off to the stable to find his horses. Amen, I respond, thinking that perhaps we should pray that the king is saved from himself. Plymouth, Autumn 1450 to 1451. One long year, while we struggle with the burghers of Plymouth, trying to persuade them to house and equip an invasion fleet. One whole year, while my husband assembles a fleet from the privately owned ships of merchants, traders, and the few great lords who keep their own vessels. By midwinter, months after we were supposed to sail, he has more than 80 boats tied up at the quaysides of Plymouth, Dartmouth, and Kingsbridge, and more than 3,000 men, housed in inns and rooms, cottages and farms, all round Devon and Cornwall, waiting. That's all we do. From autumn through winter to spring, we wait. First we wait for the men who have been promised by their lords to march to Plymouth, ready to embark. Richard rides out to meet them and bring them in, finds them quarters, finds them food, promises them wages. Then we wait for the ships that have been requisitioned to come in. Richard rides all around the West Country, buying up little sailing ships in their home ports, demanding that the greater merchants make their contribution. Then we wait for the stores to arrive. Richard rides to Somerset, even into Dorset, to get grain. Then we wait for the lords who will sail with the invasion to finish the merry days of Christmas and come to Plymouth. Then we wait for the king's command that we should finally set sail. Then we wait for the spring northerlies to die down. And always, 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 we wait for the ship that will bring the money from London so that we can pay the harbour-side merchants, the ship owners, the sailors, the men themselves. Always we wait, and the money never comes when it should. Sometimes it comes late, and Richard and I have to send to Grafton and our friends at court to lend us money, so that we can at least feed the army before they march out to the farms around the port and steal to feed themselves. Sometimes it comes, but in such small amounts that we can only pay the outstanding debts and offer the men just a quarter of their pay. Sometimes it comes as tally sticks that we take to the king's custom houses, and they say regretfully, "Yes, it's good, my lord. I grant your right to be paid, but I have no money to pay you with. Come again next month." Sometimes it's promised, and never comes at all. I watch Richard, riding to the little towns of Devon, trying to appease the local landlords, who are furious at having this hungry horde quartered upon them. I watch him pursue roving bands of the men who are supposed to be his army, and are becoming brigands. I watch Richard begging the shipmasters to keep their vessels ready to sail, in case the order for the invasion comes tomorrow, the next day, or the day after. And I watch Richard when the news comes from France that the French king has advanced on Bergerac and Bazas and taken them. In spring we hear his forces are advancing on English lands on either side of the Gironde. He set siege to Fronsac on the Dordogne, and the townspeople wait behind its great walls, swearing they will not give up, certain that our army is coming to relieve them. Our army is on the quayside, where the ships are bobbing, when we hear that Fronsac has surrendered. The English settlers are appealing for help. They vow that they will fight, that they will resist, that they are Englishmen, and count themselves as Englishmen born and bred. They stake their lives on their faith in us. They swear that their countrymen will come to their aid. I watch Richard trying to hold his army together, trying to hold his fleet together, sending message after message to London, pleading with the court to send him the order to sail. Nothing comes. Richard starts to say that when he gets the order to sail, he will leave me behind. He dare not take me to Bordeaux if the place is going to come under siege. I walk along the protective wall of the harbour and look south to the lands of France that my first husband used to command, and wish that we were both safely home in Grafton. I write to the Queen myself. I tell her that we are ready to go to the rescue of Gascony, but we can do nothing without money to pay the soldiers, and that while they kick their heels in the farms and villages, they complain of their treatment by us, their masters and lords, and the working men and women of Devon see how badly the soldiers and sailors are treated, and say that this is a kingdom where a man is not rewarded for doing his duty. They mutter that the men of Kent had it right, that this is a king who cannot hold his own lands here or abroad, that he is badly advised. They whisper that Jack Cade called for Richard, Duke of York, to be admitted to the king's councils, and that Jack Cade was right, and died for his belief. They even say, though I never tell her this, that she is a French woman squandering the money that should go to the army so that her own country can seize the land of Gascony, and England will be left with nothing in France at all. I beg her to tell her husband to send the order for his fleet to set sail. Nothing comes. In July we hear that Bordeaux has fallen to the French. In September the first refugees from Bayonne start to arrive in tattered craft, and say that the whole of the Duchy of Gascony has been captured by the French, while the expedition to save them, commanded by my unhappy husband, waited in the dock at Plymouth, eating the stores and waiting for orders. We have been living in a little house overlooking the harbour for all of this long year. Richard uses the first-floor room as his headquarters. I go up the narrow stairs to find him at the small paned window, looking out at the blue sea, where the wind is blowing briskly towards the coast of France, good sailing weather. But all his fleet is tied up at the quayside. "It's over," he says bluntly to me as I quietly stand beside him. I put my hand on his shoulder. There's nothing I can say to comfort him in this, his moment of shame and failure. "It's all over, and I did nothing. I am seneschal of nothing. You have been the wife, firstly, of John, Duke of Bedford, a mighty lord, the regent of all of France, and secondly, to the seneschal of nothing." "You did all that you were commanded to do," I say softly. "You held the fleet and the army together, and you were ready to sail. If they had sent the money and the order, you would have gone. If they had sent the order alone, you would have gone without the money to pay them. I know that. Everyone knows that. You would have fought unpaid, and the men would have followed you. I don't doubt that you would have saved Gascony. You had to wait for your orders. That was all. It was not your fault." "Oh," he laughs bitterly, "but I have my orders now." I wait, my heart sinking. "I am to take a force to defend Calais." "Calais?" I stumble. "But surely the King of France is at Bordeaux." "They think the Duke of Burgundy is massing to attack Calais." "My kinsman." "I know. I'm sorry, Jacquetta." "Who will go with you?" "The King has appointed Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, as captain of Calais. I am to go and support him as soon as I've dismissed the ships and sailors and the army from here." "Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset," I repeat disbelievingly. This is the man who lost us Normandy. Why would he be trusted with Calais, but for the King's unswerving belief in his kinsman and the Queen's misplaced affection? "Please God, he has learned how to soldier through defeat," my husband says grimly. I lean my cheek against his arm. "At least you can save Calais for the English," I say. "They will call you a hero if you can hold the castle and the town." "I will be commanded by the man who gave away Normandy," he says gloomily. "I will be in service to a man that Richard, Duke of York, has named as a traitor. If they don't send us men and money there either, then I don't know that we can hold it." Grafton, Northamptonshire, autumn 1451. Richard's mood does not lift as he prepares to leave for Calais. I send for Elizabeth, my oldest girl, to come home to see her father before he leaves. I have placed her at the house of the Grey family at Groby Hall, near Leicester, just 50 miles away. They are a wealthy family, with kinsmen all around the country, ruling thousands of acres. She is supervised by the lady of the house, Lady Elizabeth, heiress to the wealthy Ferrers family. I couldn't have chosen anyone better to teach my girl how a great woman runs her household. There is a son and heir at home, young John Grey, who rode out against Jack Cade, a handsome young man. He will inherit the estate, which is substantial, and the title, which is noble. It takes her a day to ride home, and she comes with an armed escort. The roads are so dangerous with wandering bands of men thrown out of France without a home to go to, or wages. Elizabeth is 14 now, nearly as tall as me. I watch her, and have to stop myself smiling. She is such a beauty, and she has such grace. At her age I was probably her match for looks, but she has a calmness and a sweetness that I never had. She has my clear, pale skin and my fair hair. She has grey eyes, and a perfectly regular face, like the sculpted marble face of a beautiful statue. When she laughs, she is a child. But sometimes she looks at me and I think, dear God, what a girl this is. She has the sight from Melusina. She is a woman of my line, and she has a future before her that I can neither imagine nor foresee. Elizabeth's sister, Anne, is her little shadow. At just 12, she copies every gesture of Elizabeth's, and follows her around like a devoted puppy. Richard laughs at me for my adoration of my children, and my favourite of them all is Elizabeth's brother, Anthony. He is 9, and a brighter scholar never lost count of the hours in a library. But he is not just a boy for his books. He plays with the village lads and can run as fast and fight as hard as they, with fists or in wrestling. His father is teaching him to joust, and he sits on a horse as if he were born in the saddle. They move together. You never see him shift to the leap of the horse. They are as one. He plays tennis with his sisters, and is kind enough to let them win. He plays chess with me, and makes me pause and puzzle over his moves. And sweetest and warmest of all, he goes down on his knee for his mother's blessing night and morning. And when I have put my hand on his head, he jumps up for a hug, and will stand at my side, leaning lightly against me, like a foal at foot. Mary is 8 this year, growing out of her dresses every season, and devoted to her father. She follows him everywhere, riding all day on her fat little pony so she can be at his side, learning the names of the fields and the tracks to the villages so she can go out to meet him. He calls her his princess, and swears he will make a marriage for her to a king who will have no kingdom, but will come and live with us, so no one will ever take her away. Our next child, just a year younger, Jacquetta, is named for me, but she couldn't be less like me. She is Richard's daughter through and through. She has his quiet humour and his calmness. She keeps a distance from her brothers and sisters' tumblings and quarrels, and she laughs when they appeal to her to serve as judge and jury from the pinnacle of the wisdom of a 7-year-old. In the nursery, unruly as puppies, are my 2 boys, John and Richard, 6 and 5 years old. And in the well-polished cradle is the new baby, the sweetest, best-tempered baby of them all, Martha. As Richard assembles the men he will take to Calais, and starts to teach them how to use the lances, how to stand against a charge, how to march in an attack, I have to keep telling myself that this is the right thing to do, to send him off with the blessings of all his children. But there is something about gathering them together to say goodbye that fills me with dread.
"Jacquetta, are you fearful for me?" he asks me one evening.
I nod, almost ashamed to say yes.
"Have you seen anything?" he asks.
"Oh, no, thank God, no, it's not that. I don't know anything at all, nothing more than that I fear for you," I assure him. "I have not tried to scry or foretell, since you told me to put it aside, after the trial of Eleanor Cobham." He takes my hands and kisses them, first one and then the other.
"My love, you must not fear for me. Do I not always tell you I will come home to you?"
"Yes."
"Have I ever failed you?"
"Never."
"I lost you once, and I swore I would never lose you again," he says.
"You found me by moonlight."
I am smiling. "By luck," he says, "a man of earth, as always. But I swore then that I would never lose you again. You have nothing to fear."
"Nothing," I repeat. "But I should tell you, I'm with child again, and you will have a new baby next summer."
"Dear God, I can't leave you," he says at once. "This changes everything. I can't leave you here, not alone with the children, to face another childbed."
I had hoped he would be pleased. I am determined to hide my own fears. Beloved, I have been brought to bed 9 times. I think I know how to do it by now. His face is creased with worry. The danger is always the same, he says. The danger of childbirth is the same the first time as the last. And you've lost one child, and I thought then your heart would break. Besides, the news from London is bad. The Queen is certain to want you at her side, and I will be stuck in Calais with Edmund Beaufort. If you even get there. He falls silent, and I know he's thinking of the idle ships and the army that wore out their time with a year of waiting, while their countrymen died outside Bordeaux. Don't look like that. I shouldn't have said it. I'm sure you will get there, and then you will hold Calais for us, I say quickly. Yes, but I don't like to leave you here while the King is clinging to Somerset, and York is building an affinity of more and more men, who think as he does, that the King is badly advised. I shrug. There's no way out, my love. The baby is coming, and I'd better have her here, rather than come with you to Calais and give birth in a garrison. You think it will be another girl? He asks. The girls will be the making of this family, I predict. You wait and see. Queen's militant. One of these girls is going to make a marriage that will make our fortunes, I say. Why else would God make them so beautiful? I speak bravely enough to Richard, but when he musters his men and marches out of the courtyard and down the road to London, where they will take ship to Calais, I'm very low. My daughter Elizabeth finds me walking with my thick cape around my shoulders, my hands in a fur muff beside the river, as the frosty banks and the icy reeds match my mood. She comes forward and links her arm in mine and matches her steps to mine. I'm only a head taller than her now. She keeps pace with me easily. Are you missing father already? She asks gently. Yes, I say. I know I am a soldier's wife, and I should be ready to let him go. But each time it is hard, and I think it gets harder, not easier. Can you foretell his future? She asks quietly. Can't you see that he will come home safely? I am certain this time he will be safe. I just know it. I turn and look at her. Elizabeth, can you foresee things at will? She gives a little shrug of the shoulders. I'm not sure, she says. I don't know. For a moment, I am back in that hot summer, in the chamber of my great-aunt Jehan, as she showed me the cards, and gave me the bracelet of charms, and told me the story of the women of our family. It's not something that I would press on you, I say. It is a burden, as well as a gift, and these are not the times for it. I don't think you can press it on me, she replies thoughtfully. I don't think it is a gift you can give, is it? I just sometimes have a sense of things. At Groby, there is a corner, a cloister by the chapel, and when I walk there, I can see someone. A woman, almost a ghost of a woman. She stands there, and she has her head on one side as if she's listening for me. She waits, almost as if she's looking for me. But there's no one there, really. You know the stories of our family, I say. She gives a gurgle of laughter. It is me who tells the story of Melusina every night to the little ones, she reminds me. They love it, and I love it. You know that some of the women of our family have inherited gifts from Melusina. Gifts of the sight. She nods. My great-aunt, Jehan, taught me some ways to use the gift, and then my lord the Duke of Bedford had me work with his alchemists, and sent a woman to teach me about herbs. What did you do with alchemists? Like any child, she is fascinated by forbidden magic. The skill with herbs is too ordinary for her. She has learned it in my still-room. She wants to know about dark arts. I read the books with them. Sometimes I stirred a mixture, or poured it out to cool. I am remembering the forge in the inner courtyard, and the great room like a vast kitchen in the wing of the house, where they heated and cooled the liquor and stones. And my lord had a great mirror where he wanted me to scry, to see the future. He wanted to see the future of the English lands in France. I make a little gesture. I'm glad now that I couldn't see clearly. It would have broken his heart, I think. I thought I failed him at the time, but now I think I served him best by not seeing. But you could see. Sometimes, I say. And sometimes, like with the cards, or with the charms, you get a glimpse of what might be. And sometimes you show yourself only your own desires. And sometimes, though very rarely, you can put your heart in your own desires and bring them about. Take the dream and make it come into being. By magic? She breathes. She's quite entranced at the thought of it. I don't know, I tell her honestly. When I knew that your father was in love with me, and I was in love with him, I wanted him to marry me and make me his wife and bring me to England. But I knew that he wouldn't dare. He thought I was too far above him, and he would not be my ruin. Did you make a spell? I smile, thinking back to the night when I brought out the charms, but realized that I needed nothing but my own determination. A spell, and a prayer, and knowing your desire are all the same thing, I say. When you lose something precious, and you go to the chapel, and you kneel before the little glass window of St. Anthony and pray to him to find the thing you need, what are you doing but reminding yourself that you have lost something, and you want it back? What are you doing but showing yourself that you want it? And what is that but calling it back to you? And so often, when I pray, I remember then where I left it, and go back to find it. Is that an answer to prayer? Or is it magic? Or is it simply letting myself know what I want, and seeking it? The prayer is just the same as a spell, which is just the same as knowing your desire, that calls the thing back to your mind, and so back to your hand. Isn't it? A spell would bring it back to you. You wouldn't just find it. I believe that a desire and a prayer and a spell are all the same thing, I say. When you pray, you know that you want something. That's always the first step. To let yourself know that you want something, that you yearn for it. Sometimes that's the hardest thing to do, because you have to have courage to know what you desire. You have to have courage to acknowledge that you are unhappy without it. And sometimes you have to find courage to know that it was your folly or your wrongdoing which lost it. Before you make a spell to bring it back, you have to change yourself. That's one of the deepest transformations that can be. How? Say one day, when you are married, you want a baby, a child. She nods. First you have to know the emptiness of your womb, of your arms, of your heart. That can hurt. You have to have the courage to look at yourself and know the loss that you feel. Then you have to change your life, to make a space for the child who will not come. You have to open your heart. You have to make a safe place for the baby. And then you have to sit with your longing and your desire. And that can be the most painful. You have to sit with your longing and know that you may not get what you want. You have to encounter the danger of longing for something without the expectation of getting your desire. But this never happened to you, she suggests. In my first marriage, I say quietly, I knew that my husband would not have a child. But I had to let myself know that I was different from him. I longed for a baby, and I wanted to be loved. Did you wish for it? She asks. Did you make a spell to make him change? I didn't try to change him, but I had to know the sorrow of what was missing in my life. I had to find the courage to know that I had made the mistake of marrying a man who would not love me for myself, and who would not give me a child. And once I knew that, truly knew that I was an unloved maid, though a married woman, then I could wish that someone loved me. And you wished for father? I smile at her. And for you. She blushes in pleasure. Is this magic? In a way. Magic is the act of making a wish come about. Like praying, like plotting, like herbs, like exerting your will on the world, making something happen. Will you teach me? She asks. I look at her consideringly. She is the daughter of our house, and perhaps the most beautiful girl we've ever had. She has the inheritance of Melusina, and the gift of sight. One of my children must inherit the cards my great-aunt gave me, and the bracelet of charms. I think I always knew it would be Elizabeth, the child born of desire, of the herbs, and my wish. And as my great-aunt Johanne said, it should be the oldest girl. Yes, I say. These are not the times, and these are forbidden skills. But I will teach you, Elizabeth. Over the next few weeks, I show her the bracelet of charms and the cards, and I teach her about herbs that she will not find in Lady Elizabeth Grey's still-room. I take all the older children out on one frosty day and teach them how to find water in underground springs by holding a peeled wand in their hands and feeling it turn in their palms. They laugh with delight as we find a spring in the water meadow and a dirty old drain from the stable-yard. I show Elizabeth how to open a page of her Bible and then think and pray over the text that comes to her. I give her a freshwater pearl on a little cord and teach her how to watch it swing in answer to a question. And more importantly than anything else, I start to teach her how to clear her mind, how to know her desires, how to judge herself, putting aside favour and indulgence. The alchemists always say you have to be pure. You are the first ingredient, I tell her. You have to be clean. When the time comes for her to go back to Groby Hall, she tells me that the young man of the house, John Grey, is a most handsome young man, kind and beautifully mannered, and that she wishes he would see her for herself, and not just as a girl being educated by his mother, one of 3 or 4 young women whom Lady Grey has in her keeping. He does, I assure her. He sees you already. You just have to be patient. I like him so much, she confesses, her eyes down and her cheeks warm. And when he speaks to me, I say nothing of any sense. I speak like a fool. He must think me a fool. He doesn't. Shall I use a love potion on him? Dare I? Wait for spring, I advise her, and pick some flowers from an apple tree in his orchard. Choose the prettiest tree. She nods. Put the petals in your pocket, and when the tree fruits, take 1 apple and give him half to eat with honey, and keep the other. Will that make him love me? I smile. He will love you, and the petals and honeyed apple will give you something to do while you wait." She giggles. "You're not much of a spell-maker, Lady Mother." "When a beautiful young woman wants to enchant a man, she doesn't need much of a spell," I assure her. "A girl like you needs to do nothing much more than stand under an oak tree and wait for him to ride by. But do you remember about wishing?" "Pure in heart," she says. Together we go out to the stable yard. The guard to take her back to Groby is mounted and ready. "One last thing," I say, and take her hand before she climbs on the mounting block. She turns to listen. "Don't curse," I say to her. "No ill-wishing." She shakes her head. "I wouldn't. Not even Mary Sears. Not even when she smiles at him and curls her hair round her finger, and she's so quick to sit beside him." Ill-wishing is a curse on the woman who does it, as well as the woman who receives it. When you put such words out in the world, they can overshoot, like an arrow. That's what my great-aunt Jehan told me. A curse can go beyond your target and harm another. A wise woman curses very sparingly. I would hope that you never curse at all. Even as I speak, I feel the shadow of the future on her. I pray that you never have cause to curse, I say. She kneels for my blessing. I put my hand on the pretty velvet bonnet and her warm, fair head. Bless you, my daughter, and may you remain pure in heart and get your desires. She peeps up at me, her grey eyes bright. I think I will. I think you will, I say. London, Spring 1452. With my husband serving in Calais, I return to court in the cold weather of January, and find everyone talking about the treason of Richard, Duke of York, who is said to be preparing a complete rebellion against the king, his cousin, because of his hatred of the Duke of Somerset. The Queen is determined that the threat shall be faced and defeated. "If he's against the Duke of Somerset, he's against me," she says. "I have no better or more trustworthy friend, and this Richard of York wants him tried for treason. I know who the traitor is, but he shows his hand at last and confesses that he's against the king." "He asks only for the great lords to intercede for him with the king," I say calmly. "He wants them to put his case to the king, and in the meantime he swears his loyalty." She throws the manifesto that York has sent around the main towns of the kingdom on the table before me. "What do you think this means? York says that the king is surrounded by enemies, adversaries, and evil-willers. He is attacking the king's advisers. That's you, he means, and your husband, as well as Somerset and me." "Me?" "Jacquetta. He accuses me of being William de la Pole's lover. Do you think he would blink at calling you a witch?" I feel the room grow very still and cold. I put my hand to my belly as if to shield the new life within. The ladies in waiting in earshot look up at me, their eyes wide, but say nothing. "He has no cause for such an accusation," I say quietly, though I can hear my heart hammering. "You know yourself that I would never play with such toys. I don't use herbs except for my family's health. I don't even consult with wise women. I read nothing but permitted books. I speak to no one. He has no cause to say anything," she declares. "What cause does he have to speak against Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, against me? But remember that he is my enemy, and your enemy too, and that if he can destroy you, he will do so, just to hurt me." She takes her seat at the fireside, and I read the manifesto more carefully. The Duke of York demands that Edmund Beaufort be charged with treason and arrested. He warns against bad advisers who have gathered around the Queen, foreign-born advisers, ill wishers. In truth, he says nothing against me by name, but I cannot rid myself of the familiar pulse of fear. The king is inspired to warlike behaviour by the threat to his friend Edmund Beaufort, the Duke of Somerset. Nothing else would waken him but a threat to his beloved cousin. Suddenly he is active, courageous, determined. He declares his absolute faith in Edmund Beaufort and his other advisers. He declares that Richard, Duke of York, is a rebel, and he demands forces to be mustered from all the towns, counties, and shires. The king's army pours in from all around the kingdom. Nobody wants to support the Duke of York. Only the men of his affinity, and those who share his hatred of Edmund Beaufort for their own reasons, go to his standard and start to create an army. Henry calls up for his armour once more, again has his war-horse saddled up. The lads in the yard tease his standard-bearer that he will have another nice ride out for a day, and assure him that they will keep his dinner warm for him, for he will be back before sunset. But the Lords of Council and the commanders of the army are not laughing. The Queen and the ladies of her court go down to the frosty jousting green at Westminster to see the parade of the lords ride by on their way out to do battle with the Duke of York. "I wish your husband were here to support him," she says to me, as the king mounts his great grey war-horse, his standard before him and his crown on his helmet. He looks much younger than his 30 years, his eyes bright and eager. His smile, as he waves to Margaret, is excited. "God save him," I say, thinking of the battle-hardened 40-year-old Duke of York mustering his own men. The trumpets blow, the drummers sound the pace of the march, the cavalry go out first, their standards bright in the icy sunlight, their armour glinting, their horseshoes thunderous on the cobbles, and then after them come the archers, and after them the pikemen. This is only a small part of the royal army. Tens of thousands of men are waiting for the king's orders at Blackheath. His councillors have mustered a mighty army for him. From there he will march north to confront the rebel duke. The march does not happen. Richard, Duke of York, comes into the royal tent and kneels before his king, praying earnestly that the king dismiss the favoured Duke of Somerset, and citing old injuries, the loss of the land in France, the shameful surrender of Rouen, and finally the likely destruction of the garrison of Calais by his selfish seizing of command, which is certain to fail. He can do no more. He can say no more. "We don't care," Margaret says to me as I brush her hair before bed that evening. "We don't care what he thinks of Edmund Beaufort. We don't care what he says about Calais, or about me, or about you. He knew he was defeated when we raised an army 3 times the size of his. He knew he would have to withdraw everything he said. He knew he would have to beg our pardon. He's a broken man. His rebellion is ended. We have broken him." I say nothing. The Duke does indeed kneel to the king in public and swear never to assemble his men again. The country sees that the king is beloved, and the Duke is not. The country sees that Edmund Beaufort is unassailable, and the Duke of York is defeated. I don't doubt the Duke is outwardly penitent, but I doubt that the Duke's complaints are over. Richard writes to me from Calais. The royal couple, at any rate, are united in their joy. Margaret treats her young husband as if he'd returned victorious from a mighty war. "He rode out," she justifies herself to me, "and if there had been fighting, I believe he would have led it. He was at the head of his army, and he didn't run for Kenilworth. The king takes to riding out every day in his beautifully engraved armour, as if to be ready for anything. Edmund Beaufort comes back from Calais and rides beside him, his dark, handsome face turned attentively to the king, agreeing with everything he says. The court moves to Windsor, and in an excess of happiness, the king offers a pardon to everybody for anything. "Why does he not arrest them all and behead them?" Margaret demands. "Why pardon?" It seems to be his way. After he has issued pardons to all the rebels, his new enthusiasm for warfare spills over into a proposal for an expedition, to go to Calais and use the garrison as a base to reconquer the English lands in France. For the king, this would be to step in the footsteps of his more heroic father. For Edmund Beaufort, it would be to redeem his reputation. I expected the Queen to be thrilled at the thought of Beaufort and the king on campaign, but I find her in her room picking over some embroidery, her head down. When she sees me, she shifts up in her seat and beckons me beside her. "I cannot bear for him to take such a risk," she says to me quietly. "I cannot bear to think of him in battle." I'm surprised and pleased at her emotion. "Are you so tender to his Grace, the King?" I ask hopefully. "I know I cannot bear it when Richard goes to war." She turns her pretty head from me as if I've said something too foolish to answer. "No, not him. Edmund Beaufort. What would become of us if he were to be hurt?" I take a breath. "These are the fortunes of war," I say. "Your Grace should perhaps hold a special intercessory mass for the safety of the king." She brightens at the thought of it. "Yes, we could do that. It would be terrible if anything were to happen to him. He would leave no heir but Richard, Duke of York, and I would rather die myself than see York inherit the throne after all he's said and done. And if I were to be widowed, I would never be married again, as everyone will think I'm barren." She looks askance at my broadening body. "You don't know what it's like," she says. "To wait, and to hope, and to pray, but never to have the sign of a child coming." "There's still no sign?" I ask. I had hoped she might be with child, that the king militant might have been more of a husband than before. She shakes her head. "No, none. And if the king goes to war, he will face my uncle, the King of France, on the battlefield. If Henry withdraws or retreats, then everyone will laugh at us." "He will have good commanders in the field," I say. "Once he gets to Calais, Richard will put a strong standard-bearer beside him, to keep him safe." "Richard was beside him before, when all he had to face was Jack Cade and a rabble," she says. "A half-pay captain and a band of working men with pitchforks. You didn't see the king then, Jacquetta. He was terrified. He was frightened like a girl. I'd never seen him ride as fast as when we left London." She puts her hand over her mouth as if to stop disloyal words. "If he runs from the French king, I will be shamed to the ground," she says very quietly. "Everyone will know. All my family will know." "He will have his friends beside him," I say. "Men who are accustomed to warfare. My husband and Edmund Beaufort, the Duke of Somerset." "Edmund has sworn to save Calais," she says. "And he is absolutely a man of his word. He swore to me, he went down on his knees and swore to me that nobody would blame me for the loss of Calais, that he would keep it for England and for me. He said it would be his gift to me. He said he would have a golden key made, and I can wear it in my hair. They will sail in April." "So soon?" "The king has told the Calais garrison to send all their ships to ferry him across the narrow seas. He is taking a great army and 1,000 sailors to sail his ships. He is going in April, without fail, he says. I hesitate. You know, once he gets the fleet assembled, he must go, I say carefully. It is very hard to keep a force together, waiting. The Queen has no idea that I'm talking of a year of our lives that Richard and I wasted at the quayside at Plymouth, waiting for her husband to do what he'd promised. She has no idea of what that cost us. Of course, she says. Edmund Beaufort will get the ships without fail, and then the King will go. Edmund will keep him safe. I know it. I see that Edmund Beaufort has completely filled the place of William de la Pole in the affections of the young couple. The King has always needed a man to command him. He is afraid without someone at his side. And the Queen is lonely. It is as simple as that. My Lord Beaufort will take the King to Calais. Thank God that we can rely on him. The West of England, summer, 1452. He does not go. Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, commands my husband to muster a fleet in Calais and sail with it across the narrow seas to escort the King to France to start his campaign. Richard in Calais recruits the fleet and waits for the order to send the ships to bring the English army to Calais, but spring comes and goes, and the order never comes. I enter my confinement in Grafton, glad to know that Richard is not campaigning this year. And as it happens, I'm right about the baby. I'm always right about my babies. I hold my wedding ring on a thread over my curved belly, and when it swings clockwise, it is a boy, and if it is a girl, it circles counterclockwise. This is hedge magic, superstition, and nonsense that the midwives believe, that the physicians deny. I smile and call it nonsense, but it has never been wrong. I call the new little mite Eleanor, and put her in the wooden cradle that has now rocked 9 of Richard's children, and write to tell him that he has a little girl, that she has his dark curling hair and blue eyes, that he is to take leave from Calais, come home, and see his new daughter. He does not come. The garrison is under pressure from the Duke of Burgundy, whose forces are mustered nearby. They fear he may set a siege. Although Richard is just across the narrow seas, and Calais is only a day's sail away, it feels as if we've been parted for a long time, and that he's far away. In the nursery one night, while the wet nurse is having her dinner in the hall below, I sit with my new baby and look at her sleeping in the cradle, and I take my great-aunt's cards from the hanging pocket at my belt, and shuffle them, cut them, and take the one card, and put it on the little embroidered blanket in the baby's crib. I want to know when I will see Richard again. I want to know what the future holds for me. It is the fool, a peasant man, with a stick over his shoulder, a gaping bag at the end of it, without a fortune now, but with hopes. In his other hand he carries a stick to help him stride out on the road ahead. A dog pulls at his breeches, his lowly nature which draws him back from his destiny. But he goes onwards. He keeps trying. It is a card that tells the reader to set off in hope, that great things can be achieved, that one should walk out filled with courage, even if one is a fool to hope. But what catches my eye is the white rose he wears in his cap. I sit for a long time, the card in my hand, wondering what it means to be an adventurer with a white rose in your cap. When I return to court, I ask the Queen if Richard may come home, but she and the King are distracted by news of trouble, petty uprisings, and discontents in all the counties around London. They are the old complaints, stated all over again. Jack Cade was hunted down to his death, but his questions were never answered, and his demands for justice, for the law, for fair taxation, and an end to the court favourites go on and on. The men of Kent turn out for another unnamed captain, saying that the king must dismiss his favourites who steal the royal fortune and give him bad advice. The men of Warwickshire take up arms, saying that Jacquetta is still alive and will lead them. The king, deaf to all complaints against him, sets out on a summer progress determined to try men for treason, and wherever he goes, Edmund Beaufort, the Duke of Somerset, rides alongside, a companion and confidant, and sits beside the king when they go south and west to Exeter. Together they pass the death sentence on men who have done nothing more than complain of the Duke's influence. The men here in the dock are the very ones who complained of having troops quartered on them for a year. The very ones who said that we should go to Gascony and reclaim it, who raged against the waste and the shame of the army on the quayside of Plymouth. They saw, as none of this court will ever see, the spendthrift folly of creating an army and then leaving it with nothing to do. Now they will die for saying that. They said nothing more than Richard and I said to each other when the sailors wore out their patience and the soldiers ate up all the stores. But these men said it aloud when spies were listening, and now they will die, for the king's forgiving nature spins on its axis and suddenly turns to reveal its dark side and is sour.
"It is sorry work," Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, remarks to me, as he sees me walk slowly back from chapel to the Queen's rooms at Exeter. "But you mustn't let yourself be saddened by the sins of the country people, my lady."
I glance at him. He seems genuinely concerned. "I saw the cost to them of the expedition that never sailed," I say briefly. "It was my husband who quartered the soldiers on them. We knew at the time that it was hard, and this is another price that they have to pay." He takes my hand and tucks it into his arm.
"And there was a heavy cost to you," he says sympathetically. "It was hard on you, I know, and on your husband, Lord Rivers. There's no better commander in England, and no safer man to hold Calais. There was no doubt in my mind he did everything he could to keep the army ready."
"He did," I say, "and he will do everything in Calais. But if the king sends no wages to pay the troops, then the garrison will turn against us. Just as Kent turned against us, just as Devon is turning against us now." He nods.
"I'm trying, my lady,"
he says, as if he's answerable to me.
"You can tell your husband that he's never far from my thoughts. I am captain of Calais. I never forget my duty to your husband and the garrison. There is no money in the treasury, and the court eats gold. Every time we move it is a small fortune, and the king, God bless him, will have all the money for the colleges he's building to the glory of God, and for his friends who strive for their own glory. But I am trying. I will satisfy the king, and I will not see your husband and his comrade Lord Wells left short of funds in Calais."
"I'm glad of it," I reply quietly. "I thank you for him."
"And now we are sending an expedition to Bordeaux, as we promised," he says brightly.
"Bordeaux?" I say blankly. "Bordeaux again?" He nods.
"We have to support the English in France," he says. "They're overrun by the French, but they swear they will defy them and open the gates of Bordeaux to us if we can only get an army out to them. We can recapture the lands we lost. I'm going to send John Talbot, Earl of Shrewsbury. You will remember him well, of course."
John Talbot was one of my first husband's most loyal and trusted commanders, famous for lightning raids and his utter bloody determination to win. But he's old now, and after he was captured and released by the French, he made a sacred promise never again to arm against the French king. Surely he's too old to go to war, I say. He must be 60 if he's a day.
65, the Duke smiles, and as ready and brave as he ever was.
But he was paroled by the French. He promised not to fight again. How can we send him? He is a man of such honour. Surely he won't go.
His presence alone will put the heart in them, he predicts. He will ride at the head. He will not carry his sword, but he will ride before them. It's a glorious thing he does, and I will see him supported with a good army. I'm doing my best, Lady Rivers. I am doing my very best.
He raises his arm so that he can kiss my fingers, resting in the crook of his elbow. A graceful, unusual gesture.
It is my pleasure to serve you, Lady Rivers. I would have you think of me as your friend.
I hesitate. He is a charming man, a handsome man, and there is something about his intimate whisper that would make any woman's heart beat a little faster. I cannot help but return his smile. I do, I say. We go west, through surly countryside where the people cannot earn enough to pay their taxes, and who see the coming of our spendthrift court as an added burden, and we hear that Eleanor Cobham, who was once the Duchess of Gloucester, has died in her prison at Peel Castle on the Isle of Man. She died in silence of heartbreak and loneliness. They would not let her take her own life quickly and cleanly by a plunge from the battlements, or a dagger in the veins of her wrist. They would not allow her to live any life at all, but they would not allow her death either. Now they are saying that her spirit haunts the castle in the shape of a big black dog that runs up and down the stairs, as if looking for a way out. I tell the Queen that Eleanor Cobham is dead, but I do not say that I think Eleanor was a woman like Margaret herself, a woman like me, one who expects to take a great place in the world, who can see the world and wants to make it bend to her will, who cannot walk easily in the small steps of a demure woman, nor bow her head to the authority of men. I do not say that I saw the black dog when I first met the Duchess, and smelled its fetid breath beneath her perfume. I'm sorry for the Duchess, and the black dog that followed her, and I give a little shudder when I think that they took her into imprisonment for studying as I have studied, for seeking the knowledge that I have learned, and for being a woman in her power, just like me. This summer progress is not a merry tour to celebrate a king joyously passing through his kingdom in the best days of the year. It is a sour visitation into each town, when the citizens and the clergy turn out to welcome the king, and then find he has come to hold a court in their Guildhall, and summon their friends to answer charges. A man can be accused of treason for a word spoken out of turn. An alehouse brawl is defined as rebellion. When accused and in the dock, he is invited to name others, and a spiral of spite, gossip, and then charges follows. We go into the very heartlands of Richard, Duke of York, the wild, beautiful country on the way to Wales, and put his tenants, his liegemen, and his vassals on trial. The Queen is triumphant at this gauntlet that they are throwing down before the Duke of York. Edmund, Duke of Somerset, is gleeful that though York accused him of treason, the court is now on his very doorstep, arraigning the tenants of York for the exact same crime. "He will be beside himself," he declares to the Queen, and they laugh together like children who rattle sticks against the cage of a travelling bear to make him growl. "I've found an old peasant who claims that he heard the Duke declare that Cade was only saying what most men think. That's treason. I have an alehouse keeper who says that Edward March, his son and heir, thinks the king is simple. I shall call him into court, and the king shall hear what the Duke's own boy dares to say against him. I shall forbid the king from staying at York's home, Ludlow Castle, the Queen says. I shall snub Duchess Cecily, and you must support me.
Edmund Beaufort nods. We can stay with the Carmelite friars, he says. The king always likes staying in a monastery.
She laughs, throwing back her head so that the lace from her high headdress brushes his cheek. Her face is flushed. Her eyes are bright. He does love a monastery, she agrees.
I do hope they have good singers, he says. I so love plain song. I could listen to it all day.
She gives a little scream of laughter and slaps his arm. Enough! Enough! I wait till he is left, though I think he would have stayed longer if someone had not come from the king's rooms and said that the king was asking for him. He leaves then, kissing her hand, lingering over it.
I shall see you at dinner, he whispers, though of course he will see us all at dinner.
And then he leaves, throwing a smiling wink at me, as if we are special friends. I take a seat beside her, and I glance around to see that none of her other ladies are in earshot. We're staying at Caldwell Castle, Kidderminster, and the best rooms are small. Half the Queen's ladies are sewing in another gallery. Your Grace, I begin carefully, the Duke is a handsome man, and a good companion, but you should take care that you are not seen to enjoy his company too much. Her sideways look is gleeful. Do you think he pays much attention to me?
I do, I say.
I'm a queen, she observes. It is natural that men are going to gather round me, hoping for a smile.
He doesn't have to hope, I say bluntly. He's getting your smiles.
And did you not smile on Sir Richard? She asks sharply. When he was nothing more than a knight in your husband's household?
You know I did, I say.
But I was a widow then, and I was the widow of a royal duke. I was not a married woman, and a queen. She gets to her feet so quickly that I'm afraid that I've offended her. But she takes me by the hand and pulls me with her into her bedchamber, closing the door behind her and putting her back to it, so that no one can come in. Jacquetta, you see my life, she says passionately. You see my husband, you hear what they say of him, you know what he is. You see him giving out pardons like the Pope to the Duke, but trying poor men for treason. You know he didn't come to my bedroom in the first week of our marriage because his confessor said that our marriage had to be holy. You know that he's a man of melancholic humour, cool and moist.
I nod. It is undeniable.
And Somerset is a man of fire, she breathes. He rides out with an army. He is a commander of men. He has seen battles. He is a man of passion. He hates his enemies, loves his friends, and to women— she gives a little shiver. To women, he is irresistible. They all say it.
I put my hands to my mouth. I would rather be putting them over my ears.
I wouldn't be the first woman in the world to have a handsome admirer, she says. I am queen. Half the court is in love with me. It is how the world is. I can have a handsome chevalier.
No, you cannot, I contradict her. You cannot smile on him. You cannot allow him any favours, nothing at all, not even permission to adore you from a distance.
Not until you have a son and heir by the king. And when is that going to happen? She demands. And how is it going to happen? I've been married 7 years, Jacquetta. When is he going to get me with child? I know my duty as well as any woman. Every night I go to the bed and lie in the cold sheets waiting for him to come. Some nights he doesn't come at all. Some nights he comes and spends the night kneeling in prayer at the foot of the bed, the whole night, Jacquetta. What do you expect me to do?
I didn't know it was so bad, I say. I'm sorry. I had no idea.
You must know, she says bitterly. You're lying. You know, all my ladies know. You come to wake us in the morning and we're lying side by side, as if we were dead and made of stone on our tombs. Have you ever caught us wrapped in each other's arms? Have you ever heard us call through the door, not now, come back later? You have only to look at him, and you would know. You cannot imagine that he is a lusty, passionate man who is going to father a strong son on me. We don't even rumple the sheets.
Oh, Margaret, I am so sorry, I say tenderly. Of course I didn't think he was lusty, but I did think that he came to your bed and did his duty.
She shrugs her shoulders. Sometimes he does, she says bitterly. Sometimes he rises up from his prayers, crosses himself and makes a feeble effort. Can you think how that feels? But he doesn't have his heart in it. It's almost worse than nothing at all, an act of duty. It chills my skin, it makes me shudder. I look at you, Jacquetta, and I see you with a baby in your belly every year, and I see how Richard looks at you, and how you steal away early from dinner to be together, even now. And I know it's not the same for me. It is never going to be the same for me.
I'm sorry, I say.
She turns her face away and rubs her eyes. It is not the same for me. It will never be the same for me. I will never be loved like you are loved. And I think I'm dying inside, Jacquetta. Grafton, Northamptonshire, autumn 1452. I withdraw from court in the autumn to spend some time with my children, and to make sure that my lands are in good heart at Grafton Manor, and my tenants paying their rents and not whispering behind their hands against the king and court. I'm glad to be away. Without the company of Richard, I find I am impatient with the flirtations and excitement of the ladies-in-waiting, and I cannot like the new vindictiveness that I see developing in the king. The Duke of Somerset says that the king is showing his power, growing into majesty, but I cannot admire it. They are calling his progress a harvest of heads, and saying that every summer he will work his way around the counties where men have risen against him, or even spoken against him, and judge like a modern Solomon. He seems to take equal pleasure in tenderly pardoning as in harsh sentencing, and no man can know, when he's called before this king, whether he's going to meet a saint or a tyrant. Some men are paraded before him naked, with a halter round their necks, and he sees their shame and their weakness, and forgives them with tears, letting them kiss his hands and praying with them. Another old lady defies him with a curse, refuses to confess to anything, and she's hanged. The king weeps then, too, in sorrow for a sinner. And I am glad to be away from the Queen's rooms, where I see that she grows closer and closer to Edmund Beaufort. They are thrown together all the time by the king's need of him, and it means that Margaret, still only a young woman of 22, is in the constant company of the man who commands England, who advises her husband and counsels her. Of course she admires him. Her husband holds him up as the very model of a perfect lord. He is the most handsome man at court. He is regarded as the champion of England, and he's clearly in love with her. He looks after her as she goes by. He whispers in her ear. He takes her hand on the least pretext, and places himself beside her, her partner in games, her companion in walks, His horse rides next to hers. Of course she knows that she may not feel anything for him but respect and cousinly affection. But she's a young and passionate woman, and he is a seductive man. I think that no power in the world could stop her looking for him, smiling when she sees him, and simply glowing with joy when he comes to sit beside her and whispers in her ear. And as for the king, he rests on the Duke, as if Edmund is his only comfort and his peace of mind. Ever since the rise of Jack Cade, when the king fled from London, he cannot feel safe in his own capital city, nor in any of the counties of the south. He may go through them every summer, dispensing his spiteful justice with the gallows, but he knows he is not beloved. He only feels safe in the middle lands of England, at Leicester, Kenilworth, and Coventry. He relies on Edmund Beaufort to assure him that despite all appearances everything is well. Edmund reports that he is beloved, the people faithful, the court and the men of the household honest, Calais secure, and Bordeaux certain to be restored. It is a comforting list, and Beaufort is persuasive. His warm, honeyed tongue seduces the king and the queen together. The king praises Edmund to the skies as his only reliable adviser. He lauds him as the man whose military skill and courage will save us from rebels great and small. He thinks that Edmund can manage the Parliament, that Edmund understands the Commons, and all the time the Queen smiles and says that Edmund is a very great friend to them both. And she will go riding with him the next morning, while the king prays in his chapel. She has learnt to be cautious. She knows well enough that she is watched all the time, and that people judge her harshly. But her pleasure in his company, and his hidden desire for her, is apparent to me, and this is enough to make me glad to leave a court with this dangerous secret at the very heart of it. Richard is to come home to me at last, and sends to tell me he is on his way. We are to celebrate the marriage of Elizabeth. She is 15, ready for marriage, and the boy whom I had picked out in my mind, and whose name I had whispered to the new moon, has found the courage to speak to his mother about her. Lady Grey herself wrote to me with the proposal that her son John might marry our daughter. I knew that if Elizabeth stayed in their house for any length of time, John Grey would fall in love with her, and his parents would see the benefit of the match. And she picked the apple blossom, and gave him the fruit to eat. She's more than pretty, she has real beauty, and Lady Grey cannot bear to refuse her beloved son anything. Besides, as I foresaw, Lady Grey is a woman of her own mind, a commander of her own acres, a queen in her county, and once she had the training of my daughter, she soon believed that no better-mannered girl could exist. She taught her how the linen room should be. She preached to her the value of well-trained maids. She took her into the dairy to watch as they churned the famous Groby butter and skimmed the fat cream. She taught her how to keep the account books and to write a civil letter to the Grey kinsmen all around the country. Together they climbed the little hill that they call Tower Hill, and looked over the Ferrers' acres, and Lady Grey remarked that all this had come to her on the death of her father. She had brought it to Sir Edward on their marriage, and now her beloved son John will inherit it all. Elizabeth, who knew well enough how to run a household, who knew how to prepare herbs for the still-room, and indeed knows how they should be grown and when harvested, who knows the properties of 100 plants and how to call the venom out of them, she is my daughter after all, had the good sense and the good manners never to correct the lady of the house, but simply learnt how it was done at Groby. Of course, she already knew how linen should be folded, or cream skimmed. She knew how a county lady should command her maids. Actually, she knows far more than Lady Grey will ever dream, for she has learned from me how a royal court is run, and how things were done in the courts of France and of Luxembourg. but she accepted the orders of the woman who would be her mother-in-law as a polite young woman should, and gave every appearance of a girl eager to learn the right way that things should be done, the Groby way. In short, as she picked and dried the herbs for the Groby still-room, prepared the oils, polished the silver, and watched the cutting of the strewing rushes, my daughter enchanted the hard-hearted Lady of Groby, just as she enchanted the son of the house. It is a good match for her. I had it in mind for years. She has my name and her father's position in our country, but next to no dowry. Service to this king has not brought us a fortune. It seems profitable only for those lords who take their fees and do nothing. Those courtiers who do nothing but sympathize with the king and conspire with his wife can take a great profit, as we see from the rich lands that were given to William de la Pole, and the extraordinary wealth that Edmund Beaufort now enjoys. But my husband took 60 lances and nearly 600 archers with him to Calais, all trained under his command, all wearing our livery, and all paid by us. The Treasury has promised to reimburse us, but they might as well date the tally sticks the day of judgment, for the dead will rise from their graves before we can take the sticks into the Treasury and get a full repayment. We have a new name and a beautiful house. We have influence and a reputation. We are trusted by both the king and the queen. But money? No. We never have any money. With this marriage, my Elizabeth will become Lady Grey of Groby, mistress of a good part of Leicestershire, owner of Groby Hall, and the other great properties in the Grey family, kinswoman to all the Greys. It is a good family, with good prospects for her, and they are solidly for the king and fiercely opposed to Richard, Duke of York, so we will never find her on the wrong side if the dispute between the Duke of York and his rival, the Duke of Somerset, grows worse. Elizabeth is to go to her wedding from our house with her father and me, and all the children except the 2 babies. But Richard is not yet home. "Where is father?" she asks me the day before we're due to leave. "You said he would be here yesterday." "He will come," I say steadily. "What if he's been delayed? What if he couldn't get a ship? What if the seas were too rough to sail? I cannot be married without him to give me away. What if he doesn't get here?" I put my hand on my wedding ring, as if to touch his fingers that placed it there. "He will be here," I say. "Elizabeth, in all the years that I have loved him, he has never failed me. He will be here." She frets all the day, and I send her to bed that night with a tisane of valerian, and when I peep into her room, she is fast asleep in her bed, her hair plaited under her nightcap, seeming as young as her sister Anne, who shares the bed with her. Then I hear the noise of horses in the stable yard, and look from her window, and there is the river's standard, and there is my husband, heaving himself wearily from his horse. And in a moment I am down the stairs, and out through the stable door, and in his arms. He holds me so tightly that I can hardly breathe, and then he turns my face up to his and kisses me. "I dare say I stink," is the first thing he says when he gets his breath. "You must forgive me. The tide was against us, and so I've ridden hard to get here tonight. You knew I would not fail you, didn't you?" I smile up at his handsome, well-worn, well-loved face, the man I have adored for so many years. "I knew you would not fail me." The Greys have a small chapel at their house, opposite the great hall, where the young couple exchange the vows and are solemnly witnessed by both sets of parents and the brothers and sisters. Our family fills up the chapel. I can see Lady Grey look at the ranks of my children and think that her son is marrying fertile stock. After the wedding we walk through the cloister to the hall, and there is a feast and singing and dancing, and then we prepare them for bed. Elizabeth and I are alone in the bedroom that is going to be hers. It is a beautiful room, looking north over the pleasure grounds, towards the meadows and the river. I am feeling tender-hearted. This is my girl, the first child of mine, to marry and leave her home. "What do you foresee for me, Lady Mother?" she asks. This is a question I have been dreading. "You know I don't foresee any more," I say. "That was something in my girlhood. They don't like such things in England, and I have put it aside. If it comes to me, or to you, it is without our bidding. Your father does not like it." She gives a little giggle. "Oh, Lady Mother," she says reproachfully, "that you should stoop so low, and on my wedding day." I cannot help but smile. "Stoop so low as to what?" "As to lie," she whispers. "And to me, on my wedding day. I understand now that you foresaw that John would love me, and I him. I picked the apple blossom, and I gave him the apple, just as you said. But long before that, the moment I first saw him, I knew exactly what you intended when you sent me here. I was standing before his mother when she was at her table in the rents room, and he came in the door behind her. I hadn't even known he was at home, and the moment I saw him, I knew why you'd sent me to Groby, and what you thought would happen." "And were you glad? Was I right to send you?" Her joy shines out of her bright grey eyes. "Very glad. I thought if he were to like me, I should be the happiest girl in England." "That was not foreseeing. That was nothing more than knowing that you are beautiful and lovable. I could have sent you to any handsome young man's household, and he would have fallen in love with you. There was no magic in that, but a girl and a boy in springtime." She's glowing. "I'm glad. I wasn't sure. I'm glad that he is in love but not enchanted. But surely you have looked to see my future. Did you put the charms in the river? What did you draw from the waters? Did you look for us in the cards? What will my future be?" I didn't read the cards. I lied to her, my little daughter. I lie barefaced like a hard-hearted old witch, denying the truth on her wedding night, and I lied to her with my face completely serene. I am going to tell her a lie that is utterly convincing. I will not have my foresight overshadowing her present happiness. I will deny my gift, deny what it has shown me. You are mistaken, my dear. I didn't read the cards, and I didn't look in a mirror. I didn't put any charms in the river because I didn't have to. I can predict your happiness without any craft, just as I knew he would love you. I can tell you that I know you will be happy, and I think there will be children, and the first one quite soon." "Girl or boy?" "You'll be able to tell that yourself," I smile, "now that you have your own wedding ring." "And I will be Lady Grey of Groby," she says, with quiet satisfaction. I feel a shiver, like a cold hand on the nape of my neck. I know that she will never inherit here. "Yes," I say, defying my better knowledge. "You will be Lady Grey of Groby, and the mother of many fine children." This is what she must hear as she goes into her wedding bed on her wedding night. God bless you, my darling, and give you joy. The girls tap on the door and come into the room in a flurry, with rose petals for the bed and the jug of wedding ale and a bowl of scented water for her to wash with, and her linen gown. And I help her get ready. And when the men come in, boisterous and drunk, she is lying in her bed like a chaste little angel. My husband and Lord Grey help John in beside her, and he blushes furiously like a boy, though he is 21, and I smile as if I'm wholly happy. And I wonder what it is that stops my heart in fear for the two of them. In 2 days we go back to our own house at Grafton, and I never tell Elizabeth, or anyone, that I did indeed read the cards for her, the very day that Lady Grey wrote to me to ask what dowry Elizabeth might bring to the marriage. I sat at the table, looking out over the water meadow and the dairy, certain of her happiness, and took the cards in my hand. I turned over 3, chosen at random, and all 3 were blank. The card-maker had put 3 spare cards in the pack when he first painted the pictures. 3 cards just like the others with brightly coloured backs, but nothing on the front. Spares for use in another game. And it was the 3 cards with nothing to say that came to my hand when I went to foresee Elizabeth's future with John Grey. I'd hoped to see prosperity and children, grandchildren, and a rise in the world. But the cards were empty of anything. There was no future that I could see for Elizabeth and John Grey. No future for them at all. Palace of Placentia, Greenwich, London, Christmas 1452. Richard and I attend the court at Greenwich for Christmas, and find the festivities and the hunts and the music and the dancing all under the command of Edmund Beaufort, who is such a centre of the happiness of the court that he's almost a king himself. He makes much of Richard, recommending him to the king as the man certain to hold Calais for us, and often takes him aside to discuss how an English expedition might force its way out of the Calais lands into Normandy once more. Richard follows his usual rule of fealty and loyalty to his commander, and I say nothing about the way that the Queen's eyes follow them when they talk together. But I know I have to speak to her again. I am forced to speak to her, driven to it, by a sense of duty. I almost smile to feel so bound, for I know this is the influence of my first husband, John, Duke of Bedford. He never avoided a difficult duty in his life, and I feel as if he's laid on me the obligation to serve England's Queen, even if it means challenging her behaviour and calling her to account. I choose a moment when we're preparing for a masque of Edmund Beaufort's planning. He has ordered that the Queen should have a gown of white, fastened high at the waist with a plaited gold cord, and that her hair should be loose. She is supposed to represent a goddess, but she looks like a bride. He has designed new sleeves for the white gown, cut so short and so wide that you can see her arms almost to the elbow. "You will have to wear another set of sleeves," I say frankly. "These are quite indecent." She strokes the inside of her arm. "It feels so lovely," she says. "My skin feels like silk. It feels so wonderful to be this—" "Naked?" I finish for her. And without another word, I find another pair of sleeves in her chest of clothes and start to lace them on. She lets me exchange the sleeves without a word of complaint, and then sits before her mirror. I wave away her maid and take the hairbrush to stroke out the tangles from the long red-gold ringlets that fall almost to her waist. "The noble Duke Edmund Beaufort pays you much attention," I say. "It is noticeable, Your Grace." She gleams with pleasure. "Ah, you said before, Jacquetta, this is an old song. But he looks at me as a good courtier, a chevalier." "He looks like a man in love," I say bluntly, expecting to shock her. But I am horrified to see the colour flame in her cheeks. "Oh, does he?" she asks. "Does he really?" "Your Grace, what is happening? You know you should not be speaking of real love. A little poetry, a little flirtation is one thing, but you cannot think of him with desire." "When he speaks to me, I come alive." She addresses my reflected image in the mirror, and I see her face gleaming and silvery through the looking-glass. It's as if we are in another world, the world of the scrying mirror, and such things can be said. With the king, it's as if I'm caring for a child. I have to tell him that he's in the right, that he should ride out like a man, that he should rule like a king. I have to praise him for his wisdom and coax him when he's upset. I'm more a mother to him than a lover. But Edmund... She gives a little shuddering breath, lowers her eyes, and then looks up at the mirror and shrugs, as if there's nothing she can do. You must stop seeing him, I say hastily. Or only see him when others are present. You must keep your distance. She takes the brush from my hand. Don't you like him? She asks. He says he likes and admires you. He says he's your friend. And he trusts Richard above all others. He praises him to the king. Nobody could help but like him, I say. He is handsome, charming, and one of the greatest men in England, but that doesn't mean that the Queen should feel anything for him but cousinly affection. You're too late to tell me, she says, her voice silky and warm. It's too late for me. It's not cousinly affection. It is far beyond that. Jacquetta, for the first time in my life I feel as if I'm alive. For the first time in my life I feel as if I'm a woman. I feel beautiful. I feel desired. I cannot resist this. I told you before, I remind her. I warned you. Again, she lifts her beautiful shoulders. Oh, Jacquetta, you know as well as I do what it is to be in love. Would you have stopped, if someone had warned you? I don't answer her. You will have to send him away from court, I say flatly. You will have to avoid him. Perhaps for months. This is a disaster. I can't, she says. The king would never allow him to go. He won't let him out of his sight. And I would just die if I didn't see him, Jacquetta. You don't know. He is my only companion. He is my chevalier. He is my champion. The Queen's champion. This is not Camelot, I warn her grimly. These are not the times of the troubadours. People will think badly of you if they see you so much as smile at him. They will accuse him of being your favourite, or worse. What you are saying here is enough to have you put aside and sent to a nunnery, and if anyone heard you say it, it would be the end of him. Already he is hated and envied for being the favourite of the king. If one word gets out to the people that you favour him, they will say the most terrible things. You are the Queen, and your reputation is like Venetian glass, precious and fragile and rare. You have to take care. You are not a private lady. You cannot have private feelings. I will take care, she says breathlessly. I swear. I will take care. It's as if she's bartering for the right to be with him, and that she would offer anything for that right. If I take care, if I don't smile on him or ride too close to him or dance with him too often, I can still see him. Can't I? Everyone will think he's with us all the time at the king's command. Nobody need know that he makes me so happy, that it makes my life worth living, just to be with him. I know I should tell her that she should never be alone with him at all, but her face is too imploring. She is lonely, and she is young, and it is miserable to be a young woman in a great court when nobody really cares for you. I know that. I know what it's like to have a husband who hardly sees you, but that there is one young man who can't take his eyes from you. I know what it's like to burn up in a cold bed. Just take care, I say, though I know I should tell her to send him away. You will have to be careful all the time, every day of your life, and you cannot see him alone. You must never be alone with him. This cannot go beyond the Chevalier and his honourable love for his lady. It cannot go beyond your secret joy. It has to stop here." She shakes her head. "I have to talk with him," she says. "I have to be with him." "You cannot. There can be no future for the two of you but shame and disgrace." She leaves her mirror and moves to the great bed with the rich golden hangings. She pats it invitingly, and slowly I come towards her. "Will you draw a card for him?" she asks. "Then we would know the answers. Then we would know what future there might be." I shake my head. "You know that the king doesn't like the cards," I say. "It is forbidden." "Just one card, just once, so that we might know what is to come, so that I will take care." I hesitate, and in a moment she is at the bedroom door and calling for a pack of playing cards. One of the ladies offers to bring them through, but the Queen takes them at the bedroom door and hands them to me. "Go on," she says. Slowly I take the cards and shuffle them. Of course we play cards all the time at court, but the feeling of them in my hand as I seek only one, seek to divine the future, is quite different. I hand them to her. "Shuffle them. Then cut the cards," I say very quietly, and cut them again. Her face is entranced. "We will foretell his future?" I shake my head. "We cannot foretell his future. He would have to ask for the card. He would have to choose. We can't do it without him. But we can tell how his life will touch yours. We can see which card shows his feeling for you, and yours for him." She nods. "I want to know that," she whispers longingly. "Do you think he loves me, Jacquetta? You've seen him with me. Do you think he loves me?" "Spread the cards," I say. She makes a fan of the cards, their bright faces downwards. "Now choose." Slowly, one finger moving across the painted backs, she muses on her choice, and then she points. "This one." I turn it over. It is the falling tower. The tower of a castle, perhaps struck by lightning, a jagged streak of light flaming into the roof of the tower, the walls going one way, the roof the other. Two little figures fall from the tower to the grass below. "What does it mean?" she whispers. "Will he take the tower? Does it mean he will take the kingdom?" For a moment, I cannot understand her meaning. "Take the kingdom?" I repeat in horror. "Take the kingdom?" She shakes her head, denying the very thought, hand over her mouth. "Nothing, nothing. But what does it mean? This card. What does it mean?" "It means an overturning of all things," I say. "Disruption of the times. Perhaps a fall of a castle. Of course, I think of Richard, who is sworn to hold the castle of Calais for this very commander. A fall from on high. Look, here are two people falling down from the tower, a rising of those who are low, and in the end, everything different. A new heir takes the throne. The old order is changed. Everything is new." Her eyes are shining. "Everything is new," she whispers. "Who do you think is the king's true heir?" I look at her in something close to horror. "Richard, Duke of York," I say flatly. "Like him or not, Richard, Duke of York, is the king's heir." She shakes her head. "Edmund Beaufort is the king's cousin," she whispers. He could be the true heir. Perhaps this is what the card means. It never comes out quite how I think it will be, I warn her. This is not a prediction. It is always more like a warning. Do you remember the Wheel of Fortune card? The card you drew on your wedding day that promises what rises will fall, that nothing is certain? Nothing I can say can dull her joy. Her face is shining. She thinks I've foreseen the change of everything, and she's longing for something to change. She thinks that the tower shown in the card is her prison. She wants it broken down. She thinks the people who are clearly falling are breaking free. She thinks the lightning shaft that destroys and burns will break down the old and make new. There is nothing I can say that she will hear as a warning. She makes the gesture that I showed her on her wedding day, the circling forefinger that shows the rise and fall of life. Everything new, she whispers again. In bed that night, I confide my worries to Richard, skirting over the Queen's infatuation for the Duke, but telling him only that she is lonely and that the Duke is her closest friend. Richard is sitting up beside the warmth of the fire, his gown thrown over his naked shoulders. "No harm in friendship," he says stoutly. "And she's a pretty girl, and deserves some companionship." People will talk. People always talk. I'm afraid that she may become too fond of the Duke. He narrows his eyes as if he would scrutinize my thoughts. "Are you saying she might fall in love with him?" "I wouldn't be surprised if she did. She's young, he is handsome, she has nobody else in the world who shows any sign of caring for her. The king is kind to her, and considerate, but he has no passion in him." "Can the king give her a child?" Richard asks bluntly, going to the very core of the matter. "I think he can," I say, "but he does not come often to her room." "The man's a fool," my husband says. "A woman like Margaret cannot be neglected. Do you think the Duke has eyes for her?" I nod. Richard scowls. "I think you could trust him to do nothing that would endanger her or the throne. It would be a selfish villain who would seduce her. She has everything to lose, and it would cost the throne of England as well. He's no fool. They're close. They're bound to be close. They are both in attendance on the king for most of every day. But Edmund Beaufort is running this kingdom through the king. He wouldn't jeopardize his own future, never mind hers. The most important thing is for her to get an heir." "She can hardly do it alone," I say crossly. He laughs at me. "No need to defend her to me. But while there's no child, then Richard, Duke of York, is the rightful heir. But the king keeps favouring others of his family, Humphrey, Duke of Buckingham, who takes precedence, and Edmund Beaufort. Now I hear he's bringing his half-brothers, the Tudor boys, to court as well. It makes everyone uneasy. Who does he think is his heir? Would he dare to put Richard, Duke of York, aside for one of these favourites?" "He's young," I say. "She's young. They could get a child." "Well, he's not likely to die on campaign like his father," my husband the soldier says cruelly. "He keeps himself safe enough." At the end of the 12 days of Christmas, Richard has to go back to his post at Calais. I go down to the river to see him set sail. He's wearing his thick travelling cloak against the cold wintry mist, and he wraps it around us both as we stand on the quayside. Inside the warmth, my head against his shoulder, my arms tight around his broad back, I hold him as if I cannot bear to let him go. "I'll come to Calais," I promise. "Sweetheart, there's nothing for you there at all. I will come home again at Easter, or earlier. I can't wait till Easter."
"Then I will come sooner, whenever you bid me. You know that. When you want me, I will come."
"Can't you just go and inspect the garrison and come back?"
"Perhaps, if there's no expedition into Normandy this spring. The Duke hopes to mount one. Does the Queen say anything?"
"She says whatever the Duke says."
"If we don't have an expedition by spring, there won't be one this year, and I can come home to you," he promises.
"You'd better come home in the summer," I warn him. "Whatever happens, I will have something I will want you to see." In the warm shelter of the cloak, his hand goes to my belly.
"You are a ruby, my Jacquetta, a wife of noble character, worth more than rubies. Are you with child again?"
"Yes, again," I say.
"A summer baby," he says with pleasure. "Another for the House of Rivers. We are making a nation, my love. The rivers are becoming an estuary, a lake, an inland sea." I giggle. "Will you stay at court with the Queen for now?"
"Yes, I will. I'll go down to Grafton for a few days to see the children, and then I'll come back to court. At the very least, I can guard her from slander." Concealed by his cloak, he squeezes me.
"I like the thought of you as a model of respectability, my love."
"I am a very respectable mother of 9, I remind him. Soon 10, God willing.
"Good God, that I should feel like this for a mother of 10, he remarks, taking my hand and holding it against his breeches.
"God forgive that I should feel like this for a married man and a father of 10, I say, pressing against him. There is a shout from the deck of the ship above us.
"I have to go," he says reluctantly. "We have to catch the tide. I love you, Jacquetta, and I will come home soon."
He kisses me hard and quickly, and then he steps back and runs up the gangplank to the ship. Without his cloak, without his warmth, without his smile, I feel very cold and alone. I let him go. The Tower of London, Spring 1453. I come back to court after a week at Grafton in time for the great celebration in the Tower of London, where the King's half-brothers Edmund and Jasper Tudor are made earls. I stand beside the Queen as the 2 young men kneel before the King for their investiture. They are the sons of Queen Catherine of Valois, the King's mother, who made a second marriage as imprudent as my own. After her husband Henry V died, leaving her a widow with a baby, she did not, as everyone hoped, retire to a nunnery and spend the rest of her life in respectable grief. She stooped even lower than I did, and fell in love with the keeper of her wardrobe, Owen Tudor, and married him in secret. She left an awkward situation when she died, with Tudor as her surviving widower, or abductor, depending on your judgment, and his 2 sons as half-brothers to the King of England, or 2 bastards to a madly incontinent Queen Mother, depending on your charity. King Henry has decided to acknowledge his half-brothers, deny his mother's shame, and count them as royal kinsmen. What this will do to the expectations of the several men who are in line to inherit the throne is beyond understanding. These Tudors will just add to the confusion around the throne. The King honours the Duke of Buckingham, who counts himself as the greatest Duke of England, but favours Edmund Beaufort, the Duke of Somerset, above anyone else. And all the while his true heir is the only man not here, and never welcomed at court, Richard Plantagenet, Duke of York. I glance at the Queen, who must be shamed by her failure to solve all this by producing a son and heir, but she's looking down at her folded hands, her eyelashes veiling her expression. I see Edmund Beaufort look quickly away from her. "His Grace is generous to the Tudor boys," I remark. She gives a little start at my words. Oh, yes. Well, you know what he's like. He can forgive anyone, anything. And now he's so afraid of the common people and of the York affinity that he wants to gather his family around him. He's giving the boys a fortune in lands and recognising them as his half-brothers. It is good for a man to have his family around him, I say cheerfully. Oh, he can make brothers, she says, and the unspoken words, but not a son, remain unsaid. As the winter nights become lighter, and the mornings become golden rather than grey, we receive great news from Bordeaux, where John Talbot, Earl of Shrewsbury, 4 times the age of his page boy, sweeps through the rich cities of Gascony, wins back Bordeaux, and looks set to reclaim all the English lands. This sends the court into an ecstasy of confidence. They declare that first we will win back all of Gascony, and then we will win back all of Normandy, and Calais will be secure, and Richard will be able to come home. Margaret and I are on the river walk in the gardens at Westminster, wrapped in our winter furs but feeling the spring sunshine on our faces, and looking at the first daffodils of the season. "Jacquetta, you're like a lovesick girl," she says suddenly. I jump. I had been looking at the river and thinking of Richard over the sea in Calais. Furious, I'm sure, that he's not leading the campaign in Bordeaux. "I'm sorry," I say with a little laugh. "I do miss him. And the children." "He will be home soon," she assures me. "Once Talbot has won back our lands in Gascony, we can make peace again." She takes my arm and walks beside me. "It is hard to be parted from people whom you love," she says. "I missed my mother so much when I first came to England. I feared that I would never see her again. And now she writes to me that she is ill, and I wish I could go to her. I wonder if she would have sent me away if she had known what my life would be like, if she had known that she would never see me again, not even for a visit." "She knows at least that the king is kind to you, and a gentle husband," I say. "When the Greys asked me for Elizabeth, my first thought was, would he be kind to her? I think every mother would want that for her daughter." "I so want to be able to tell her I'm with child," she says. "That would make her happy. That is the one thing she wants, that everyone wants. But maybe, this year, perhaps one will come for me this year." Her eyelids sweep down, and she smiles, almost to herself. "Oh, dear Margaret, I hope so." "I'm more contented," she says quietly. "I'm even hopeful. You need not fear for me, Jacquetta. It is true that I was very unhappy this summer, and even at Christmas time. But I'm more contented now. You were a good friend to warn me to take care. I listened to you. I thought about what you said. I know I must not be indiscreet. I've put the Duke at a distance, and I think everything's going to be all right." There is something going on here. I don't need the sight to see it. There is a secret here, and a hidden joy. But I cannot complain of her behaviour. She may smile on the Duke, but she's always at the side of the King. She doesn't linger with the Duke in the gallery, nor let him whisper in her ear any more. He comes to her rooms, as he's always done, but they talk of matters of state, and there are always companions with him and ladies with her. It is when she's alone or quiet among the crowd that I look at her and wonder what she's thinking, when she folds her hands so demurely in her lap and gazes down, her eyes veiled, smiling to herself. "And how is your little girl?" she asks a little wistfully. "Is she well and fat and pretty, like all your babies always seem to be?" "Thank God she is strong and growing well," I say. "I called her Eleanor, you know. I sent them all Christmas fairings, and we had a couple of days of such fine weather when I was down with them." I took the older ones hunting, and the younger ones sledging. I will go back to see them at Easter." That night, the Queen dresses in her new gown of darkest red, a colour no one has seen before, especially bought for her from the London merchants, and we go into the King's presence chamber with the ladies behind us. She takes her seat beside the King, and the little Beaufort heiress, Margaret, comes into the room dressed far too ornately, paraded by her shameless mother. The child is wearing a gown of angelic white trimmed with red silk roses, as if to remind everyone that she is the daughter of John Beaufort, 1st Duke of Somerset, a great name, but God forgive him, not a great man. He was Edmund Beaufort's older brother, but he made a fool of himself in France, and came home and died, so promptly and conveniently, just ahead of a charge of treason, that Richard says it was by his own hand, and was the only good thing he ever did for his family. This scrap of a girl with the great name and greater fortune is his daughter, and the niece of Edmund Beaufort. I see her staring at me, and I smile at her. At once she flushes scarlet and beams. She whispers to her mother, obviously asking who I am, and her mother very rightly gives her a pinch to make her stand straight and silent, as a girl at court should do. "I am giving your daughter in wardship to my dearly loved half-brothers, Edmund and Jasper Tudor," the King says to the girl's mother, the Dowager Duchess. "She can live with you until it is time for her to marry." Amusingly, the child looks up as if she has an opinion about this. When no one so much as glances at her, she whispers to her mother again. She's a dear little thing, and so anxious to be consulted. It seems hard to me that she will be married off to Edmund Tudor and sent away to Wales. The Queen turns to me, and I lean forwards. "What do you think?" Margaret asks. Margaret Beaufort is of the House of Lancaster. Edmund Tudor is the son of a Queen of England. Any child they conceive will have an impressive lineage. English royal blood on one side, French royal blood on the other, both of them kin to the King of England. "Is the King making his brother overmighty?" the Queen whispers. "Oh, look at her," I say gently. "She's a tiny little thing, and a long way from marriageable age. Her mother will keep her home for another 10 years, surely. You will have 6 babies in the cradle before Edmund Tudor can wed or bed her." We both look down the room at the girl whose little head is still bobbing up and down, as if she wishes someone would speak to her. The Queen laughs. "Well, I hope so. Surely a little shrimp like that will never make a royal heir." The next night, I wait for a quiet moment in the hour before dinner, when the Queen is dressed and the Duke and King have not yet come to our rooms. We are seated before the fire, listening to the musicians. I glance at her for her nod of permission, and then draw my stool a little closer. "If you are waiting for a chance to tell me that you are with child again, you need not choose your time," she says mischievously. "I can see it." I blush. "I'm certain it will be a boy. I'm eating enough to make a man, God knows. I have had to let my belt out." "Have you told Richard?" "He guessed before he left." "I shall ask the Duke to let him come home. You will want him at home with you, won't you?" I glance at her. Sometimes the almost annual evidence of my reliable fertility makes her wistful. But this time she is smiling. Her joy for me is without shadow. "Yes, I want him to come home, if the Duke can spare him." "I shall command it," she smiles. "The Duke tells me he will do anything for me. It is a little request for a man who has promised me the moon." "I will stay at court until May," I say. "And then after my confinement I will join you on the summer progress." "Perhaps we won't go very far this year," she says. "No?" I am slow to grasp her meaning. Perhaps I, too, will want an easy summer. At last, I understand her. Oh, Margaret, is it possible? I thought you had the sight, she crows. And here I am, sitting before you, and I'm almost certain. I clasp her hands. I think so too. I see it now. I really do. There is something about her luminous skin and the curves of her body. How long? I've missed 2 courses, I think, she says. So I haven't told anyone yet. What do you think? And the king lay with you before Christmas and gave you pleasure? She keeps her eyes down, but her colour deepens. Oh, Jacquetta, I didn't know it could be like that. I smile. Sometimes it can. Something in her smile tells me that she knows at last, after 8 years of marriage, of the joy that a man can give his wife, if he cares to do so, if he loves her enough to want to make her cling to him and yearn for his touch. When would I be sure? She asks. Next month, I say. We will get a midwife I know and trust to talk with you and see if you have the signs, and then you can tell his grace yourself next month. She doesn't want to write to her mother until she's quite certain, and this is a little tragedy. For while she's waiting for the signs that she is with child, a message comes from Anjou to say that Margaret's mother, Isabella of Lorraine, has died. It is 8 years since Margaret said goodbye to her mother and came to England for her wedding, and they were never especially close. But it is a blow to the young queen. I see her in the gallery with tears in her eyes, and Edmund Beaufort holding both her hands in his own. Her head is turned towards him, as if she would put her face to his broad shoulder and weep. When they hear my footsteps, they turn to me, still hand-clasped. Her Grace is distressed about the news from Anjou, the Duke says simply. He leads Margaret to me. Go with Jacquetta, he says tenderly. Go and let her give you a tisane, something for grief. It is hard for a young woman to lose her mother, and such a shame that you never told her. He breaks off his words and puts the Queen's hands in mine. You have something you can give her, don't you? She shouldn't cry and cry. I have some well-known herbs, I say, carefully. Will you come and lie down for a little while, Your Grace? Yes, Margaret says, and lets me lead her away from the Duke to the seclusion of her rooms. I make her a tisane of Tipton's weed, and she hesitates before she drinks it. It will not hurt a baby? No, I reply. It is very mild. You shall have a draught of it every morning for a week. Grief would be worse for a baby. You have to try to be calm and cheerful. She nods. And are you sure? I ask her quietly. The midwives told me that they were almost certain. I am certain, she says. I will tell the king next week, when I miss my course again. But she does not tell him herself. Oddly, she summons his chamberlain. I have a message for you to take to the king, she says. She is sombre in her dark blue mourning clothes, and I'm sorry that the loss of her mother has taken the brightness from her joy. Still, when she tells the king, they will both be elated. I assume she's going to invite the king to come to her rooms, but she goes on. Pray give my compliments to the king and my good wishes, and inform him that I am with child. Richard Tunstall simply goggles at her. He's never been asked to take such a message in his life. No royal chamberlain ever has. He looks at me as if for advice, but I can do nothing but show by a little shrug that he'd better take the message that this queen wishes to send to her husband. He bows and steps backward out of the room, and the guards close the door quietly behind him. "I'll change my gown. The king is certain to come to me," she says. We hurry to her room and change her from her dark blue gown to one of pale green, a good colour for spring. As her maid holds the dress out for her to step into, I can see that she has a rounded belly where she was once so spare, and her breasts fill the fine linen shift. I smile at the sight of her. We wait for the king to come bursting in, his face alight with joy, his hands held out to her. We wait for an hour. We hear the watchman giving the time, and then finally we hear the footsteps outside, and the guards throw open the doors to the Queen's apartments. We all rise to our feet, expecting to see the king rush in, his boyish face beaming. But it is Richard Tunstall again, the king's chamberlain, with a reply to the Queen's message. "His Grace bid me tell you this, that the news is to our most singular consolation, and to all true liege people's great joy and comfort," he says. He gulps and looks at me. "Is that all?" I ask. He nods. The Queen looks blankly at him. "Is he coming to me?" "I don't think so, Your Grace." He clears his throat. "He was so happy that he rewarded me for bringing the news," he volunteers. "Is he coming to visit Her Grace before dinner?" "He has called his jeweller to see him. He is having a special jewel made for the Queen," he says. "But what is he doing now?" she asks. "Right now, as you left him." Richard Tunstall gives another bow. "He has gone to give thanks in his private chapel," he says. "The king has gone to pray." "Good," she says dismally. "Oh, good." We don't see the king until that evening, when he comes to visit the Queen in her rooms before dinner, as usual. He kisses her hand before us all, and tells her that he is most pleased. I glance round the room, and see that all her ladies-in-waiting are looking, like me, bewildered. This is a couple who have conceived their first child, after nearly 8 years of waiting. This child makes their marriage complete, and their throne secure. Why do they behave as if they're barely acquainted? Margaret is queenly. She gives no sign of expecting more warmth or enthusiasm from him. She bows her head, and she smiles at her king. "I am very happy," she says. "I pray that we have a son, and if not, a beautiful daughter, and a son the next time." "A blessing either way," he says kindly, and gives her his arm, and leads her into dinner, seats her most carefully at his side, and then tenderly chooses for her the very choicest pieces of meat, and the softest pieces of bread. On his other side, Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, smiles on them both. After dinner, she says that she will retire early. The court rises as we withdraw, and when we get to the Queen's rooms, she leaves her ladies, and beckoning me, goes into her bedroom. "Take off my headdress," she says. "I'm so tired, and it makes my head ache." I untie the ribbons and lay the tall cone to one side. Underneath is the pad that keeps the heavy weight balanced upright on her head. I untie that too, and then let down her hair. I take up a brush and gently start to free the tightly braided plaits, and she closes her eyes. "That's better," she says. "Plait it up loosely, Jacquetta, and they can send in a glass of warm ale." I twist the thick red gold hair into a plait and help her take off her surcoat and gown. She pulls on a linen gown for the night and climbs into the big bed, looking like a little child among the rich hangings and thick covers. "You are bound to feel weary," I say. "You can just rest. Everyone will want you to rest." "I wonder what it will be," she says idly. "Do you think a boy?" "Shall I get the cards?" I ask, ready to indulge her. She turns her head away. "No," she says, surprising me. "And don't you think about it, Jacquetta." I laugh. "I am bound to think about it. This is your first baby. If it is a boy, he will be the next King of England. I'm honour bound to think of him, and I would think of him anyway for love of you." Gently, she puts a finger over her lips to silence me. "Don't think too much, then." "Too much?" "Don't think about him with the sight," she says. "I want him to bloom like a flower, unobserved." For a moment, I think that she is afraid of some old horrible hedge witchery, casting the evil eye or ill-wishing. "You cannot think that I would do anything to harm him. Just thinking about him would not harm." "Oh, no," she shakes her golden head. "No, dear Jacquetta, I don't think that. It's just that I don't want you to know everything. Not everything. Some things are private." She blushes and turns her face away from me. "I don't want you to know everything." I think I understand. Who knows what she had to do to gain the interest of such a cool husband? Who knows how seductive she must have been to get him off his knees and into her bed? Did she have to try slut's tricks that left her feeling ashamed of herself? Whatever you did to conceive this child, it is worth it, I say stoutly. You had to conceive a child, and if you've made a son, it is all the better. Don't think badly of yourself, Margaret, and I will think of nothing at all. She looks up. Do you think that nothing would be a sin that gave England an heir? It was a sin for love, I say, and hurt no one. Then it's forgivable. I don't need to confess it. I think of Bishop Ayscough, who told the young king not to bed his wife in the first week for fear that the young couple would experience the sin of lust. You needn't confess anything you did to get this child. It had to be done, and it was an act of love. And men don't understand such things. Priests, the least of all. She gives a little sigh. All right. And don't you think about it. I wave my hand like a veil over my face. I won't think. I have not a thought in my head. She laughs. I know you can't stop yourself thinking. I know that. And I know you have the sight sometimes. But don't look for this baby. Promise me you will not look for him. And think of him as a wild flower that grows and is a thing of beauty, but nobody knows how it was planted, nor how it came to be there. He's the son of Marguerite, the daisy, I say. He can be the flower that we rejoice to see in springtime, whose coming means spring. Yes, she says, a wild flower that comes from who knows where. Grafton, Northamptonshire, summer, 1453. I keep my word to the Queen, and don't puzzle over this long-delayed conception. And she keeps her word to me, and speaks to Edmund, the Duke of Somerset, and he sends my husband home to me, as I go into confinement at Grafton. I have a boy, and we call him Lionel. My daughter Elizabeth, a married lady, comes and attends me in my confinement, very serious and very helpful, and I find her hanging over the cradle and cooing to the baby. You will have your own soon, I promise her. I hope so. He's so perfect. He is so beautiful. He is, I say with quiet pride. Another son for the House of Rivers. As soon as I'm strong enough to return to court, I get a message from the Queen asking me to join them on progress. Richard has to return to the garrison of Calais, and it is painfully hard for us to part again. Let me come to Calais, I beg him. I can't bear to be without you. All right, he says. Next month. You can come and bring all the younger children. I can't bear to be without you and them either. He kisses my mouth, he kisses both of my hands, and then he mounts his horse and rides away. Clarendon Palace, Wiltshire, summer 1453. The court itself is merry, travelling around the western counties and seeking out traitors and rabble-rousers. The Duke of Somerset has chosen the route, and says that gradually the people are coming to learn that they cannot speak evil of the king, that there is no future in their demands, and more important than anything else, that Richard, Duke of York, will never be a power in the kingdom, and so allying with him, or calling on his name, is a waste of time. Edmund Beaufort is especially attentive to the king this summer, urging him on to be more and more severe in his judgments and rigorous in his sentencing. He strengthens his mind by applauding his decisions, and encourages him to speak out. The Duke accompanies the king to chapel, and brings him to the Queen's rooms before dinner, where the three of them sit and talk, and the Duke makes them laugh with his account of the day, sometimes mocking the ignorant people who have been before him. The Queen cannot ride in her condition, and Edmund Beaufort has trained a beautiful set of matched mules to carry her litter. He himself rides beside her, keeping his great horse reined back to the slow speed of the mules, watching her for any sign of fatigue. He consults me almost every day to make sure that I am happy with the Queen's health, with her diet, with her exercise. Every day I assure him that she is well, that her belly is growing as it should, that I am certain that the baby is strong. Almost every day he brings her a little gift, a posy of flowers, a poem, a little lad to dance for her, a kitten. The King and Queen and the Duke travel around the green lanes of Dorset in absolute accord, and whenever the Queen steps down from her litter, or turns to go up the stair, the Duke's hand is out to support her, his arm to hold her steady. I had seen him before as a charmer, a seducer, a rogue, but now I see something better in him, a man of great tenderness. He treats her as if he would spare her any fatigue, as if he has dedicated his life to her happiness. He serves the king as a most loyal friend, and he serves her as a knight of chivalry. More than this, I don't want to see. I won't let myself see. In August, we reach Wiltshire, and stay at the old royal palace at Clarendon, in the lush water meadows near Salisbury. I love this chalk meadowland, and the broad watery valleys. The runs after the deer go on for hours through the woodland of the valley floors, and then we burst out onto the high downland, and gallop across the even-cropped grass. When we halt to eat, we can see half of England spread before us. The palace is set among flowering meads, flooded into lakes for half the year, but a network of clean streams and pools and rivers in this high summer. The Duke takes the Queen fishing, and swears that they will catch a salmon for her dinner, but they spend most of the day with her resting in the shade while he casts a line and gives her the rod to hold, and then casts the line again as the dragonflies dance over the kingcups, and the swallows fly low over the water, skimming their little beaks into their own darting reflections. We come home late in the evening, as the clouds in the sky are like peach and lemon ribbons, swirling above the horizon. "It will be another beautiful day tomorrow," the Duke predicts. "And the next day?" she asks him. "Why not? Why should you not have a beautiful day every day of your life?" She laughs. "You would spoil me." "I would," he says sweetly. "I would like you to have a beautiful day every day." She takes his arm to help her up the stone steps to the great front door of the hunting lodge. "Where is the king?" he asks one of the gentlemen of the bedchamber. "In the chapel, your grace," the man replies. "With his confessor?" "I'll come to your rooms, then," Edmund Beaufort says to the Queen. "Shall I sit with you before dinner?" "Yes, come," she says. The ladies arrange themselves on stools in the window seats. The Queen and the Duke sit in a window embrasure, talking quietly together, their heads close. And then there is a knock, and the doors are thrown open for a messenger from France, who comes hastily in, dirty from the road and with his face grave. Nobody can doubt for a moment that he brings bad news. The Duke leaps swiftly to his feet. "Not now," he says sharply. "Where is the king?" "He has given orders not to be disturbed," the man says. "But my orders are to come at all speed and give my message at once, so I've come to you. It's Lord Talbot, God bless him, and Bordeaux." The Duke grabs the man by the arm and marches him out of the door without a word to the Queen. She is already on her feet. I go to her side. "Be calm, Your Grace," I say quickly. "You must be calm for the baby." "What's the news?" she asks. "What's the news from France? Edmund!" "A moment," he throws over his shoulders, turning his back on her as if she were an ordinary woman. "Wait a moment." There is a little gasp of shock from her ladies at how he speaks to her. But I put my arm around her waist and say, "Come and lie down, Your Grace. The Duke will bring you the news when he has it. Come now." "No," she says, pulling away from me. "I must know. Edmund! Tell me." For a moment he is in rapid conversation with the messenger, but when he turns, he looks as if someone has struck him in the heart. "It's John Talbot," he says quietly. I feel the Queen stagger as her knees go weak and she drops down in a faint. "Help me," I say quickly to one of the ladies in waiting, but it is the Duke who brushes past us all and picks the Queen up into his arms and carries her through her private rooms into her very bedroom and lays her on the bed. "Fetch the physicians!" I snap at one of the ladies and run in after them. He has half lain her on the bed. He is kneeling on the royal bed. His arms are around her. He is bending over her, holding her like a lover, whispering in her ear. "Margaret," he says urgently. "Margaret." "No," I say. "Your Grace, Lord Edmund, let her go. I'll take care of her. Leave her." She holds him by his jacket, her two hands grasping him tightly. "Tell me it all," she whispers desperately to him. "Tell me the worst, quickly." I slam the bedroom door and put my back to it, before anyone can see that he has his hands either side of her face, that she is holding his wrists, that they are scanning each other's eyes. "My love, I can hardly bear to tell you. Lord Talbot is dead, and his son too. We have lost Castelnau, that he was defending. We have lost Bordeaux again.
We have lost everything."
She quivers. "Dear God, the English will never forgive me. We have lost all of Gascony?"
"All," he says. "And John Talbot himself. God bless his soul."
The tears spill over from her eyes and pour down her cheeks, and Edmund Beaufort drops his head and kisses them away, kisses her, like a lover trying to comfort his mistress. "No!" I cry again, utterly horrified. I come to the bed and put my hand on his arm, pulling him away from her, but they are blind and deaf to me, clinging together, her arms around his neck. He is half lying on her, as he covers her face with kisses, and whispers promises that he cannot keep. And at that moment, at that terrible, terrible moment, the door behind us opens, and Henry, King of England, comes into the room and sees the two of them wrapped in each other's arms, his pregnant wife and his dearest friend. For a long moment he takes in the scene. Slowly, the Duke lifts his head, and gritting his jaw, gently releases Margaret, laying her back on the bed, pressing her shoulders to make her stay on the pillows, lifting her feet and straightening her gown around her ankles. Slowly, he turns to face her husband. He makes a little gesture with his hands to Henry, but he says nothing. There is nothing he can say. The king looks from his wife, raised on one elbow, white as a ghost on her bed, to the Duke standing beside her, and then he looks at me. He looks puzzled, like a hurt child. I reach out to him, as if he were one of my own children, cruelly struck. "Don't look," I say foolishly. "Don't see." He puts his head on one side, like a whipped dog, as if he's trying to hear me. "Don't look," I repeat. "Don't see." Strangely, he steps towards me and lowers his pale face to me. Without knowing what I'm doing, I lift my hands to him, and he takes one and then the other and cups my palms over his eyes, as if to blindfold himself. For a moment we are all quite frozen, my hands over his eyes, the Duke waiting to speak, Margaret leaning back on her pillows, her hand over her curving belly. Then the king presses my hands hard against his closed eyelids and repeats my words. "Don't look. Don't see." Then he turns away. Without another word, he turns his back on all three of us and walks from the room, quietly closing the door behind him. He does not come to dinner that night. The Queen's dinner is served in her privy rooms. A dozen ladies and I sit down to eat with her and send half the courses back untouched. Edmund, Duke of Somerset, takes the head of the table in the great hall and tells the hushed diners that he has bad news for them. We have lost the last of our lands in France, except for the pale town and garrison of Calais, and that John Talbot, the Earl of Shrewsbury, has died riding out for a forlorn cause that his gallantry and courage would not allow him to refuse. The town of Castillon begged him to come and relieve the French siege, and John Talbot could not turn a deaf ear when his countrymen asked for help. He held to his vow that he would not put on armour against the French king who had released him on that condition. So he rode out, without armour, at the head of our troops, into battle, without a weapon or a shield. It was an act of the most perfect chivalry and folly, an act worthy of the great man that he was. An archer felled his horse, and an axeman hacked him to death as he was pinned down underneath it. Our hopes of holding our lands in France are over. We have lost Gascony for the second and almost certainly the last time. everything that was won by this king's father has been lost by his son, and we have been humiliated by France, that was once our vassal. The Duke bows his head to the silent great hall. "We will pray for the soul of John Talbot, and his noble son, Lord Lisle," he says. "He was a most gentle and perfect knight, and we will pray for the King, for England, and St. George." Nobody cheers. Nobody repeats the prayer. Men say, "Amen, Amen," quietly, and pull out their benches, and sit down and eat their dinner in silence. The king goes to bed very early, the gentlemen of his chamber tell me when I go to inquire. They say he seemed very tired. He didn't speak to them. He did not say one word. I tell the Queen, and she bites her lip and looks at me, white-faced. "What do you think?" she asks. She seems as frightened as a little maid. I shake my head. I don't know what to think. What should I do? I don't know what she should do. In the morning, the Queen is heavy-eyed from a sleepless night. Again, she sends me to the King's rooms to ask how is his Grace this morning. Again, the groom of the bedchamber tells me that the King is weary. This morning he is sleeping late. When they told him that it was time for Lords, he just nodded and went back to sleep. They are surprised because he never misses chapel. They tried to wake him again for prime, but he did not stir. I go back and tell the Queen that he has slept through the morning and is still asleep. She nods and says she will take breakfast in her rooms. In the great hall, the Duke of Somerset breaks his fast with the court. Nobody speaks very much. We are all waiting for more news from France. We are all dreading more news from France. The King sleeps on till midday. "Is he ill?" I ask the groom of the wardrobe. "He never sleeps like this usually, does he?" "He was shocked," the groom says. "I know that. He came into his rooms as white as a dove, and lay down on the bed without a word to anyone." "He said nothing?" I am ashamed of myself for this question. "Nothing. He said not one word." "Send for me as soon as he wakes," I say. "The Queen is concerned about him." The man nods, and I go back to the Queen's rooms and tell her that the King lay down to sleep and said nothing to anyone. "He said nothing?" she repeats, as I did. "Nothing." "He must have seen," she says. "He saw," I say grimly. "Jacquetta, what do you think he will do?" I shake my head. I don't know. All day he sleeps. Every hour I go to the door of the King's rooms and ask if he is woken. Every hour the groom of the chamber comes out, his face more and more worried, and shakes his head. Still sleeping. Then, when the sun is setting, and they are lighting the candles for dinner, the Queen sends for Edmund Beaufort. "I'll see him in my presence chamber," she says, "so that everyone can see we're not meeting in secret. But you stand before us so we can talk privately." He comes in looking grave and handsome, and kneels before her till she tells him that he can sit. I stand absent-mindedly between them and the rest of the ladies and his entourage, so that nobody can hear their quiet-voiced conversation above the ripple of the harp. They exchange 3 urgent sentences, and then she rises to her feet, and the court rises too. She grits her teeth and leads the way into dinner, like the queen she is, to the great hall, where the men greet her in silence, and the king's chair is empty. After dinner, she calls me to her side. "They can't wake him," she says tightly. "The grooms tried to wake him for dinner, but he would not stir. The Duke has sent for the physicians to see if he's sick." I nod. "We'll sit in my rooms," she decides, and leads the way from the hall. As we go out, there is a whisper like a breeze. Men saying to one another that the king is mortally weary. We wait for them to report in the Queen's presence chamber, half the court gathered round, waiting to hear what is wrong with the king. The door opens, and the physicians come in. The Queen beckons them to enter her private rooms with the Duke, and me, and half a dozen others.
"The king seems to be in good health, but he is sleeping," one of the doctors, John Arundel, says.
"Can you wake him up?"
"We judged it best to let him sleep," Dr. Faceby replies, bowing. "It might be best to let him sleep and wake when he is ready. Grief and a shock will sometimes be healed with a sleep, a long sleep."
"A shock?" the Duke asks sharply. "What shock has the king had? What did he say?"
"The news from France," the doctor stumbles.
"I believe the messenger blurted it out." "Yes, he did," I say. "The Queen fainted, and I took her into her rooms." Margaret nips her lips. "Does he speak?"
"Not a word. Not a word since last night."
She nods, as if it is of no matter to her whether he speaks or not. She is concerned only for his health. "Very well. Do you think he will wake in the morning?"
"Oh, most certainly," Dr. Faceby answers. "Often someone will sleep deeply after distressing news. It is the body's way to heal itself."
"And wake, remembering nothing?" she asks. The Duke looks down at the floor, as if indifferent.
"You may have to tell him about the loss of Gascony all over again, when he wakes," the doctor agrees.
She turns to the Duke. "My lord, please give the king's grooms the order that they should wake him, as usual, in the morning, and prepare his rooms and clothes, as usual." He bows.
"Of course, Your Grace."
The physicians take their leave. One of them will sit in the king's bedroom to watch over his sleep. The Duke's entourage and the Queen's ladies leave behind the doctors. The couple takes one stolen moment, when the Duke is at her side, and everyone is leaving, and no one observing them.
"It'll be all right," he whispers. "We'll say nothing, nothing. Trust me. It will be all right."
Mutely she nods, and he bows and goes out of the room. The next day they go to wake the king, but he does not wake. One of the grooms of the bedchamber comes to the door and tells me that they had to lift the king to the close stool, clean him, and change his nightgown, which he had soiled. If one of them holds him on the close stool, he will pass water, and they can wash his face and hands. They can sit him in a chair, though his head lolls, and if one of them holds his face up, the other can pour a little warm ale down his throat. He cannot stand. He cannot hear them. He doesn't respond to a touch. He shows no hunger, and he would lie in his filth.
"This isn't sleep," the groom says bluntly. "The doctors are fooling themselves. Nobody sleeps like this."
"Do you think he's dying?" I ask. The man shakes his head.
"I've never seen anything like it in my life before. It's like he's enchanted, like he's cursed."
"Don't say such a thing," I reply at once. "Never say such a thing. He's just sleeping."
"Oh, aye," he repeats. "Sleeping, as the doctors say."
I walk slowly back to the Queen's rooms, wishing that Richard were with me, wishing that I was at home in Grafton. I have a terrible fear that I've done something very wrong. I'm filled with fear, superstitious fear, as if I've done something terrible. I wonder if it was my command to the king to see nothing that has blinded him. I wonder if he's the victim of my accidental power. My great-aunt Jehanne cautioned me to always be careful what I wished for, to consider very carefully the words of blessings or of curses. And now I have told the King of England, don't look, don't see. And he has closed his eyes, and neither looks nor sees. I shake my head, trying to dispel my own fears. Surely I must have said words like this a dozen times, and nothing happened. Why would I have the powers to blind the King of England now? Perhaps he's just very tired. Perhaps he is, as the doctors think, shocked by the news from France. Perhaps he is like one of my mother's aunts, who froze up and lay still, lay quite like the king, neither speaking nor moving, until she died years later. Perhaps I'm frightening myself to think that it was my command that has made him blind. In her rooms, the Queen is lying in her bed. I'm so afraid of what I may have done that I recoil on the threshold of her darkened room and whisper, "Margaret." She raises her hand. She can move. She's not enchanted. One of her younger ladies is at her side, while the rest of them are in the room outside, whispering about the danger to the baby, and the shock to the Queen, and the likelihood of everything going terribly wrong, as women always do when one is near to childbirth. "Enough," I say irritably, as I close the door on the Queen's chamber so she can't hear these fearful predictions. "If you can't say anything cheerful, then don't speak at all. And you, Bessie, I don't want to hear another word about your mother's travails in childbed. I have been brought to bed 11 times, raised 10, and never endured 1/4 of the pains you report. Indeed, no woman could have borne what you describe. The Queen may well be as lucky as me." I stamp past them to the Queen's rooms, and send away my little maid with one wave of my hand. She goes in silence, and for a moment I think the Queen is asleep. But she turns her head and looks at me, her eyes dark and hollowed with fatigue and fear. "Has the King woken this morning?" Her lips are chapped where she's been biting them. She looks haggard with worry. "No," I say. "Not yet. But they have washed him, and he has taken a little breakfast." "He's sitting up?" "No," I say uncomfortably. "They had to serve him." "Serve him?" "Feed him." She is silent. "It's a blessing, in a way," she says. "It means he says nothing rashly, in temper, at first thought. It gives us time to consider. I keep thinking that it is a blessing, in a way. It gives us time to prepare." "In a way," I agree. "What do the doctors say?" "They say they think he will wake, perhaps tomorrow. And then he will be himself again, and remember everything." "Perhaps. I don't believe that they really know." "What shall we do?" "I don't know." She sits on the side of the bed, her hand cupped on her belly, and rises to her feet to look out of the window. Below her are the beautiful gardens running down to the river, where a punt bobs invitingly at a landing stage, and a heron stands still and quiet in the water. She sighs. "Do you have any pain?" I ask anxiously. No, I can just feel the baby moving." "It's most important that you remain calm." She laughs shortly. "We have lost Gascony. Next the French are certain to attack Calais. The King has gone to sleep and cannot be wakened, and—" She breaks off. Neither of us has mentioned the Duke taking her into his arms as an accustomed lover, kissing her face, promising to keep her safe. "And you tell me to remain calm?" "I do," I say stoutly. "For all this is nothing to losing the child. You have to eat, and you have to sleep, Margaret. This is your duty to the child. You might be carrying a boy. It might be a prince for England. When all this has been forgotten, we will remember that you kept the prince safe." She pauses. She nods. "Yes. Jacquetta, you are right. See? I will sit. I will be calm. You can bring me some bread and some meat and some ale. I will be calm. And fetch the Duke." "You cannot see him alone," I specify. "No, I know that. But I have to see him. Until the King wakes, he and I will have to decide everything together. He is my only adviser and help." I find the Duke in his rooms, gazing blankly out of the window. He whirls around when his men hammer on the door, and as they throw it open, I see the whiteness of his face and the fear in his eyes. "Jacquetta," he says, and then corrects himself. "Your Grace." I wait till they have closed the door behind me. "The Queen commands your presence," I say shortly. He takes up his cape and his hat. "How is she?" "Anxious." He offers me his arm, and childishly I pretend not to see the gesture, but precede him to the door. He follows me out, and we walk down the sunny gallery towards the royal rooms. Outside the leaded windows I can see swallows swooping low over the water meadows, and hear the birds singing. He strides faster to come alongside me. "You blame me," he says shortly. "I don't know anything." "You blame me, but Jacquetta, I assure you, the first move was—" "I don't know anything, and if I know nothing, then I cannot be questioned, and I cannot confess," I say, cutting him off. "All I want to do is see Her Grace at peace, and strong enough to carry her child to full term and bring him into this world. All I pray is that His Grace the King wakes up with a calm mind, and we can tell him the sad news from Gascony. And I hope, of course, all the time, ceaselessly, that my husband is safe in Calais. Other than these thoughts, I don't venture, Your Grace." He nods his head, and we walk in silence. In the Queen's rooms, I see that the 3 ladies-in-waiting are sitting in the window-seats, pretending to sew while craning their necks to eavesdrop. They rise up and curtsy and make a bustle as the Duke and I enter. I tell them to sit again, and I nod to a couple of musicians to play. This covers the whispers between the Queen and the Duke. She allows him to sit on a stool at her side, and she beckons me to join them. "His Grace says that if the King doesn't waken within a few days, we cannot stay here." I look at him. "People will start to wonder, and then there will be gossip. We can say that the King is weary, and he can ride in a litter back to London." "We can draw the curtains of the litter," I agree. "But what then?" "The Queen has to go into her confinement at Westminster Palace. That's been planned for months. It can't be changed. I suggest the King stays quietly in his rooms." "People will talk." "We can say he's praying for her health. We can say he's keeping monastic hours." I nod. It is possible that the King's illness can be kept from everyone but a small court circle. "What about meeting with the Lords? What about the King's Council?" I ask. "I can handle them," the Duke says. "I will take decisions in the name of the King." I look sharply at him, and then I lower my eyes so he cannot see my shock. This is to make himself all but King of England. The Queen will be in confinement, the King asleep, and Edmund Beaufort, will step up from being Constable of England to King of England. Richard, Duke of York, is likely to object, I remark to the floor beneath my feet. I can handle him, he says dismissively. And when the king wakes? When the king wakes, we will all go back to normal, the Queen says. Her voice is strained, her hand on her belly. And we will have to explain to him that when he was taken so suddenly ill, we had to decide what to do without consulting him. He's likely to be confused when he wakes, the Duke says. I asked the physicians. They say that he may have troubling dreams, fantasies. He will be surprised at waking. He will not be able to tell what is real and what is a bad dream. Best that it should be in his own bedroom at Westminster, with the country well ruled. He may remember nothing, the Queen says. We may have to tell him again all about the loss of Gascony. We must make sure that he hears the news first from us, that we tell him the truth gently, the Duke supplements. They look like conspirators, their hands close together, whispering. I glance around at the Queen's rooms. No one else seems to see anything out of the ordinary. I realize that I am the only one who suddenly sees a sickening intimacy. The Queen rises to her feet and gives a little moan at a twinge of pain. I see the Duke's hand fly out, and then he checks the gesture. He does not touch her. She pauses and smiles at him. I'm all right. He glances at me like a young husband prompting a nurse. Perhaps you should rest, Your Grace, I respond, if we are to travel to London. We will go the day after tomorrow, the Duke rules. I will order them to get everything ready at once. Westminster Palace, London, autumn 1453. The rooms for the royal confinement are prepared, according to the traditions of the royal household. The tapestries are taken down, the windows shuttered tight, and hung with thick material to keep out the disturbing light and draughts of air. The fires are banked up. The rooms must be kept warm. Every day the fire boys haul logs up as far as the firmly barred doors. No man, not even the working boys, can come into the Queen's rooms. Fresh rushes are scattered on the floor, especially herbs that are helpful in childbirth, shepherd's purse and motherwort. A low birthing bed is brought into the room and dressed with special sheets. They bring in the royal cradle, an heirloom sent over from Anjou, of beautiful carved wood inlaid with gold. They make it up with the finest linen trimmed with lace. They prepare the swaddling board for the baby. His bands and his cap are all washed and pressed and made ready. An altar is set up in what is usually the privy chamber, and a screen placed between the bedroom and the chamber, so the priest can come in and serve the Mass and the Queen observe him without being seen. She will make her confession from behind a veiled screen. Not even an ordained priest can come into these rooms for 6 weeks before the birth, and for 6 weeks after. In practice, in most households, a loving husband will break the rules and come in to see his wife during her confinement, as soon as the baby is born, washed, swaddled, and laid in the cradle. Many husbands will not touch her until she's been churched, believing that she is unclean after the travail of childbed, and might contaminate him with female sin. But a husband like Richard disregards such fears as superstitions. He is always tender and affectionate and loving at these times, and brings me fruit and sweetmeats, that the older women say are not allowed, and has to be chased from the room by the midwives who protest that he will disturb me, or wake the baby, or make work for them. No man will come near the poor little Queen, of course. No man is allowed in the royal confinement chamber, and her husband, the only one who might trespass, is in his own shadowy room, washed daily, as if he were a big overgrown baby, fed as if he were in his dotage, limp as a new corpse. We are holding the terrible news of the king's health tightly within the walls of the palace. The grooms of his chamber know, but they are so appalled at the work they have to do, and the collapse of the man they knew, that it has not been hard for Edmund Beaufort to take each one aside, swear him to secrecy, and threaten him with the most terrible punishments if he so much as whispers a word outside the walls. The king's household, his companions and his grooms, his page boys, his master of horse and the grooms in the stable, know only that the king is stricken with an illness that makes him very tired and very weak, incapable of riding. They wonder what can be wrong with him, but they are not troubled very much. It's not as if he was ever a lusty man who called for 4 hunters in the morning and would ride one after another as each foundered. The quiet life of the king's stables remains quiet, and only the men who see him inert in his bed, in his peaceful bedroom, realize how gravely ill the king has become. We are helped in our rule of silence by the fact that most of the lords and gentry have left London for the summer and are slow to return. The Duke doesn't summon Parliament, so the country gentry have no reason to come into the city, and everything that has to be decided in the kingdom is done with a handful of men in the king's council, in the name of the king, but under the signature of the Duke. He tells them that the king is unwell, too fatigued to come to council, and he, Edmund Beaufort, as his most trusted kinsman, will hold the king's seal and use it to ratify any decision. Almost no one suspects that the king is quite incapable of coming to the council. Most of them think he is in his private chapel, praying for the health of the Queen, studying in silence, and that he has given the seal and the authority to Edmund Beaufort, who has always commanded so much anyway. But the rumours start, as they are bound to do. The cooks remark that they never send good joints of meat into the king's rooms, but only soups, and then some fool of a groom says that the king cannot chew his food, and then hushes himself and says, "God save him," and takes himself off. Of course, the physicians come and go in and out of the king's rooms, and anyone seeing them is bound to notice that there are strange doctors and physicians, herbalists and practitioners of all sorts, coming at the bidding of the Duke and going into the king's rooms. The physicians would not dare to speak, but they are attended by servants and have messengers bringing them herbs and physic. After a week of this, the Duke invites me to his rooms and asks me to tell the Queen that it is his advice that the king be taken to Windsor, where they can more easily nurse him, without the news getting out. She won't like it, I tell him frankly. She won't like him being kept there, and her trapped here in confinement. If he stays here, the people will start to talk, he says. We can't keep it secret, and she will want to avoid gossip more than anything else. I curtsy and go to the door. "What do you think?" he asks as my hand is on the latch. "What do you think, Your Grace? You're a woman of gifts. What do you think will become of the king? And what of the Queen, if he never recovers?" I say nothing. I am too old a hand at court to be led into speculation about the future of a king by the man who is standing in his shoes. "You must have thoughts," he says impatiently. I may have thoughts, but I have no words, I say, and leave him. But that night I dream of the Fisher King of the legend, a country commanded by a king too frail and too weak to do anything but go fishing, while a young woman has to rule the land alone, and longs for a man who can stand at her side. The Queen finds her confinement tedious, and the daily reports from Windsor Castle make the days only worse. They are torturing the king with one remedy after another. The reports speak of draining him of cool fluids, and heating of his vital parts, and I know that they mean cupping him to draw off his blood, and then burning him where he lies, silent as a crucified Christ, waiting to rise again. Some nights I get up from the little bed that I have in the Queen's room, and pull up the corner of the tapestry over the window, so that I can see the moon, a big, warm harvest moon, so near to earth that I can see every wrinkle and pockmark on her face, and I ask her, did I bewitch the king? Did I ill-wish him? In that moment of fright when I bade him see nothing, did I, in truth, make him blind? Could such a thing be? Could I be so powerful? And if it was me, how can I take the words back and restore him? I feel very alone with this worry. Of course I cannot share it with the Queen, who has her own guilt and fear. I dare write nothing to Richard. Such thoughts should not be in my mind, never on paper. I am sick and tired of being trapped in these shadowy rooms. The Queen's confinement is long and anxious for us all. This should be the happiest autumn of her life, with a baby on the way at last. But instead, we are all filled with fear about the king, and now some of the ladies are whispering that the baby will be born asleep too. When I hear this, I go down to the river and sit on the pier as the sun is setting, and look over the swiftly moving water that flows towards the sea, and I whisper to Melusina that if I ever said a word that wished the king blinded, I take back that word now. If I ever had a thought that he should see nothing, then I deny that thought now, and I wish with all my heart that the baby born to the Queen will be well and healthy and live long and happy. I go slowly back to the palace, not knowing if the river has heard my wishes, or if the river can do anything anyway, or if the moon can understand how desolate a mere woman can feel, far from her husband, and in a world that is filled with danger. I walk in to a hushed bustle. "Her waters have broken," a maid hisses, running past me with some clean linen. I hurry into the bedroom. The midwives are here already. The rockers are making up the cradle with clean sheets and the softest blanket. The mistress of the bedchamber is heating a poker to mull the special birthing ale, and the Queen herself is standing at the foot of the best bed, bent over, holding the bedpost, sweat on her white face, gripping her lower lip in her teeth. I go straight to her. "The pain passes," I say. "Moment by moment it comes and it goes away again. You have to be brave." "I am brave," she says furiously. "No one shall ever say otherwise." I see the irritability of childbirth, and I take a damp cloth soaked in lavender water and gently wipe her face. She sighs as the pain recedes, and then braces herself for the next wave. It takes a long time to come. I glance at the midwife. "Going to take a while," she says wisely. "We'd all better have a mug of ale and a sit-down." It does take a while, all night. But next day, on the day of St. Edward, she gives birth to a boy. A precious Lancaster boy. And the safety and the inheritance of England is assured. I go outside to the presence chamber, and there are the lords of England, waiting for news. Edmund Beaufort is among them, not standing forwards as he usually does, commanding the room, but away from the bedchamber door, a little aside, making himself one of the crowd. For once in his life he is not claiming pride of place, and this makes me hesitate, not knowing if I should go directly and tell him. He is the Constable of England. He is the most favoured lord in the land. He commands the Privy Council, and they are his nominated men in Parliament. He is the favourite of King and Queen, and we are all accustomed to giving way to him. I would normally speak to him before any other. Of course, the first man to have the news should be the baby's father, the king, But he, God bless him, is far, far away. There is no protocol for today, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I hesitate for a moment, and then as all the talk dies down, and the men turn to look at me in expectant silence, I say simply, "My lords, I give you joy. The Queen has been brought to bed of a handsome boy, and has named him Edward. God save the King." A few days later, as the baby thrives and the Queen rests, I am coming back to the Queen's chambers after a walk in the gardens of the palace, when I hesitate. At the closed door of her rooms is a young boy and a couple of guards wearing the white rose of the House of York on their livery. I know at once that this will mean trouble, as I open the door and go inside. The Queen is seated on her chair by the window, the wife of Richard, Duke of York, standing before her. Margaret has not invited her to sit, and the flush of colour in Cecily Neville's cheeks tells me that she is well aware of the snub. She turns as I come in and says, "Her Grace, the Dowager Duchess, will confirm all that I say, I'm sure." I sweep her a small curtsy. "Good day to you, Your Grace," I say politely, and I go and stand beside the Queen, my hand resting on the back of her chair, so that Cecily can be in no doubt which side I am on, whatever she is here for, whatever she hopes I will confirm. "Her Grace has come to ask me to make sure that her husband is invited to all meetings of the Royal Council," the Queen says wearily. Cecily nods and says, "As he should be. As his family always has been. And the King promised he would be." I wait. "I have been explaining to Her Grace that since I'm in confinement, I can play no part in the business of ruling," the Queen says. "Really, you should not be seeing visitors at all," I remark. "I'm sorry to come, but how else is my husband's position to be considered?" the Duchess says, looking remarkably impenitent. "The King will see no one, and is not even attended by a court, and the Duke of Somerset is no friend to my husband." She turns to the Queen again. "You do the country a great disservice when you do not let my husband serve," she says. "He is the greatest magnate in the kingdom, and his loyalty to the King is unquestioned. He is the King's closest cousin and his heir. Why is he not invited to attend the King's council? How can business be agreed without considering his opinion? You call on him quickly enough when you want arms and money. He should be there when the decisions are taken." The Queen shrugs. "I will send the Duke of Somerset a note," she offers. "But I understand that not much is being undertaken. The King has withdrawn into prayer, and I am still confined. I imagine the Duke is managing day-to-day affairs as best he can with a few advisers." "My husband should be one of the advisers," the Duchess insists. I step forwards and make a little gesture towards the door. "I am sure the Queen is glad that you brought it to her attention," I say. Unwillingly, the Duchess allows herself to be guided away. "And since Her Grace has said that she will write a note to the Duke, I'm sure your husband will receive his invitation to the council." "And he must be there when they present the baby to the King." I freeze at this, and exchange a quick, aghast look with the Queen. "Forgive me," I say, when Margaret is silent. "You know I was not brought up in an English court, and this is the first time I've been present at the birth of a prince." I smile, but she, a born and bred Englishwoman, does not. "Please tell me, how is the baby presented to the King?" "He has to be presented by the Privy Council," Cecily Neville says with just a hint of glee at my discomfort. I think she knows that we had not planned for this. "In order for the baby to be accepted as the heir to the throne and the Prince of the realm, he has to be presented by the Privy Council to the King, and the King has to formally accept him as his son and heir. Without that, he is not the heir to the throne. If he is not recognized by his father, he cannot be recognized as heir to England. He cannot take his titles. But there can be no difficulty, can there? Margaret says nothing, but leans back in the chair as if she's exhausted. Can there? The Duchess asks again. Of course not, I say smoothly. I am sure the Duke of Somerset has all the arrangements in hand. And you will make sure that my husband is invited to attend, Cecily insists. As is his right. I will take the Queen's note to the Duke myself, I assure her. And of course we will all be so happy to attend the baptism, she adds. Of course. I wait to see if she has the gall to ask if she can be godmother, but she contents herself with curtsying to the Queen and stepping backwards for a few paces before letting me escort her to the door. We go out together. Outside, in the presence chamber, is the handsome boy whom I noticed earlier, who jumps to his feet. It is her oldest boy, Edward, and as he sees me, he makes a bow. He is the most bonny child, golden brown hair, dark grey eyes, a merry smile, and tall, perhaps up to my shoulder, though he's only 11. "Ah, you have your boy with you," I exclaim. I saw him as I came in, but I didn't recognize him. "This is my Edward," she says, her voice warm with pride. "Edward, you know Lady Rivers, the Dowager Duchess of Bedford." I extend my hand, and he bows and kisses it. "What a heartbreaker," I say to her with a smile. "He's just the same age as my boy Anthony, isn't he?" "Only months apart," she says. "Is Anthony at Grafton?" "Staying with his sister at Groby," I say, "learning his manners. I think your boy is taller than mine." "They shoot up like weeds," she says, disguising her pride. "And the shoes they get through, and the boots. Of course I have 2 other boys, and Richard in the cradle." "I have 4 boys now," I reply. "I lost my first, Louis." At once she crosses herself. "God keep them safe," she says. "And Our Lady comfort you." This talk of children has united us. She steps closer to me and nods towards the Queen's chamber. "Did it go well? Is she well?" "Very well," I say. "It took all night. She was brave, and the baby came out quite perfect." "Healthy and strong?" "Giving suck, giving tongue," I tell her in the old country saying. "A bonny boy." "And the King? Is he well? Why is he not here? I would have thought he would have come to see his son." My smile is guileless. "He is serving God and his people in the best way that he can," he says, "on his knees for the safe delivery of his son and the security of an heir for England." "Oh, yes," she says. "But I heard he was taken ill at Clarendon Palace, and came home in a litter." "He was tired," I say. "He had spent most of the summer pursuing and sentencing rebels. Both this year and last he spent all the days of summer making sure that justice runs through the lands, sometimes your lands, as it happens." She flings up her head at the implied rebuke. "If the King favours one man over his closest kin, his true friends and best advisers, there is always going to be trouble," she says hotly. I raise my hand. "Forgive me," I say. "I did not mean to suggest that your tenants are exceptionally unruly, or your father's family, the Nevilles, make exceptionally irritable neighbours in the north of England. I meant only that the King has worked hard to see that his rule runs through all England. When the Duke, your husband, comes to council, I'm sure he will be able to reassure his peers that there is no hint of rebellion anywhere on his lands, and that his kinsmen, your family, can learn to live in peace with the Percys in the north. She folds her lips on an angry reply. Of course, she says. We all want only to serve and support the king. And the north cannot be divided. I smile at her boy. And what do you hope to do when you are grown, Edward? I ask. Will you be a great general like your father? Or is it the church for you? He ducks his head. One day I shall be head of the House of York, he says shyly to his shoes. It is my duty to be ready to serve my house and my country, however I'm needed, when my time comes. We have an impressive christening for the royal baby. The Queen herself orders a cloth of gold train for his gown, which is brought from France, and costs more than the gown of his godmother, Anne, the Duchess of Buckingham. The other godparents are the Archbishop of Canterbury and Edmund Beaufort, the Duke of Somerset. Is that wise? I ask her quietly, as she tells her confessor the names of the godparents she has chosen. She is on her knees before the little altar in her privy chamber. I am kneeling beside her, the priest behind the screen. Nobody can hear my urgent murmur. She doesn't turn her head from her clasped hands. I would have no one else, she whispers. The Duke shall care for him and protect him as if he was his own. I shake my head in silence, but I can see what she has done. She has surrounded her boy with the court party, people she trusts, people that Somerset has appointed, and Somerset's kin. If the king were to never speak again, she would have put a small army around her boy, who should protect him. Anne, the Duchess of Buckingham, carries the precious child to the font in Westminster Chapel. Cecily Neville glares at me from among the ladies, as if I am responsible for yet another snub to her husband, Richard, Duke of York, who should have been a godfather. Nobody remarks on the king's absence, for a christening is the business of the godparents, and of course the Queen is still in her confinement. But the secret cannot be kept forever, and the king surely cannot be ill forever. Surely he must get better soon. At the christening feast, Edmund Beaufort takes me to one side. Tell the Queen that I will call the Great Council, including the Duke of York, and take the baby prince to visit the king at Windsor. I hesitate. But, Your Grace, what if he doesn't wake at the sight of his child? Then I will insist that they acknowledge the baby without the king's recognition. Could you do that without them seeing him? I say. They all know that he's ill, but if they see him all but lifeless... He makes a little grimace. I can't. Tell the Queen I have tried, but the council insists that the child be presented to the king. Anything else would look too odd. They would think he's dead, and we're concealing it. We've been blessed with a longer time than I dreamed possible, but it has come to an end now. They have to see the king, and the child has to be presented to him. There's nothing we can do to avoid this any longer. He hesitates. There's one thing I had better tell you, and you'd better forewarn the Queen. They are saying that the child is not the true-born son of the king. I stiffen, alert to danger. They are? He nods. I'm doing what I can to quash the rumours. These allegations are treason, of course, and I will see anyone who gossips ends up on the gallows. But with the king hidden away from court, people are bound to talk. Do they name another man? I ask him. He looks at me, his dark eyes quite without guile. I don't know, he says, though he does know.
I don't think it matters, he says. Though it does matter. And anyway, there's no evidence. This, at least, is true. Please God, there is no evidence of any wrongdoing. But the Duke of York has stirred up the council, and so the baby has to be seen and at least held by the king. A council of 12 lords comes to the palace to take the baby upriver to be presented to his father, Somerset at their head. I am to go with them, along with the baby's nurses and rockers. Anne, the Duchess of Buckingham, his godmother, will come too. It is a cold autumn day, but the barge is well curtained, and the baby is swaddled on his board and then wrapped in furs. The nurse holds him in her lap at the back of the boat, the baby's rockers seated near her and the wet nurse close by. 2 barges follow us, the Duke of Somerset and his friends in one, the Duke of York and his allies in another. It is a fleet of undeclared enmity. I stand in the bow of the boat, looking at the water, listening to the soothing swish of the river against the barge and the dip and pull of the oars in the current. We sent ahead to say that the lords would visit the king, but I'm shocked when we land at Windsor and go through the quiet castle to the upper ward. When the king and court leave one castle for another, then the servants take the chance to clean and shut down the state rooms. When we sent the king to Windsor without the court, they didn't open all the bedrooms, nor the kitchens that cook for hundreds, the state rooms, nor the echoing stables. Instead, the king's tiny entourage is camped in his own private rooms, and the rest of the castle is empty, quite desolate. The king's beautiful presence chamber, which is usually the heart of the court, has a shabby, neglected air. The servants haven't cleaned the hearth, and the flickering flames show that they have only just lit the fire. It feels cold and deserted. There are no tapestries on the walls, and some of the shutters are closed, so the room is shadowy and cool. There are old rushes on the floor, musty and dry, and half-burned rushlights in the sconces. I crook my finger to the groom of the household to call him to my side. Why was the fire not lit earlier? Where are the king's tapestries? This room is a disgrace. He ducks his head. Forgive me, Your Grace, but I have so few servants here. They're all at Westminster with the Queen and the Duke of Somerset. And the king never comes out here anyway. Would you want me to light the fire for the physicians and their servants? Nobody else visits, and our orders are to admit no one who doesn't come from the Duke. I would want you to light the fire so the king's rooms are bright and clean and cheerful, I tell him. And if you haven't enough servants to keep the rooms clean, then you should have told us. His Grace should be better served than this. This is the King of England. He should be served in state. He bows at the reproof, but I doubt that he agrees with me. If the king can see nothing, what is the point of tapestries on the walls? If no one comes, then why sweep the state rooms? If there are no visitors, then why light a fire in the presence chamber? The Duke of Somerset beckons me to join him at the double doors of the privy chamber. There is only one man on duty. No need to announce us, the Duke says. The guard opens the door for us, and we slip in. The room is transformed. Usually it is a pretty chamber, with 2 bay windows overlooking the water meadows and the river. The windows on the other side overlooking the upper ward, where there's always the sound of people coming and going, horses clip-clopping on the cobbles, sometimes music. The rooms are always busy with the courtiers and the advisers to the king. Usually there are tapestries on the walls, and tables laid with little objects of gold and silver, little painted boxes and curios. Today the room is empty, horribly bare but for a great table laid with the tools of the physician's trade, bowls for cupping, lances, a big jar of wriggling leeches, some bandages, some ointments,
a big box of herbs, a record book with daily entries of painful treatments, and some boxes holding spices and shavings of metals. There is a heavy chair with thick leather straps on the arms and legs, where they bind the king to keep him still, while they force drinks down his throat, or lance his thin arms. There is no seat to the chair, but underneath there is a bowl to catch his urine and feces. The room is warm enough. There is a fire in the grate, and it is clean. But it's more like one of the best rooms in the Bethlehem Hospital for the mad than a royal privy chamber. It's like a room for a well-nursed madman, not for a king. The Duke exchanges one horrified glance with me. Nobody coming in here is going to imagine that the king has been on retreat from the world, quietly praying. The king's chief 3 physicians, solemn in their dark gowns, are standing behind the table. They bow, but say nothing. "Where is His Grace the King?" the Duke asks. "He is being dressed," Dr. Arundel says. "They will bring him through now." The Duke takes a step forwards towards the bedchamber and then checks, as if he doesn't want to see inside. "Bring him out," he says shortly. The doctor goes to the king's bedchamber door and opens it wide. "Bring him," he says. From inside we can hear furniture shift, and I find I'm clutching my hands together, hidden in my sleeves. I am afraid. I am afraid of what is going to come out. Then a brawny man, dressed in royal livery, comes through the door, carrying a heavy chair like a royal throne, set on a base with handles, like a litter. Behind him, holding the rear handles, comes another porter, and on the chair, head lolling, eyes closed, is all that is left of our king. He is well dressed in a gown of blue with a surcoat of red, and his thin dark hair has been combed to his shoulders. He has been shaved, but they have nicked him, and there is a drop of blood on his throat. With his head lolling, it looks as if they are bringing out a murdered man, his wounds bleeding in the presence of his killers. He is held steady in the chair by a band around his waist, and another strap around his chest. But his head sags to one side, and when they put the chair down, it falls to his chest, and he nods like a doll. Gently the doctor raises him up and positions his head erect. But he doesn't stir at the touch. His eyes are closed. His breathing is heavy, like a man in drunken sleep. "The Fisher King," I whisper to myself. He looks exactly like a man under an enchantment. This is not an illness of this world. This has to be a curse laid on him. He looks like the wax image of a king whom they lay on the coffin at a royal funeral, not a living man. Only the rise and fall of his chest, and the little noise that he makes from time to time, a little snuffling snore, tells us that he is alive. Alive, but not a living man. I glance at the Duke. He is looking at his king with an expression of horror. "This is worse than I thought," he says quietly to me. "Far worse." The doctor steps forwards. "He is in good health. Otherwise," he says. I look at him blankly. This state cannot be described as good health. He's like a dead man. Does nothing make him stir? He shakes his head, gestures at the table behind. "We have tried everything," he says. "We go on trying. At about noon every day, after he has broken his fast, we spend an hour trying to wake him, and every evening before dinner for another hour. But he seems to hear nothing, and he feels no pain. Every day we tell him that he must wake. Sometimes we send for a priest to call on him to do his duty, to reproach him for failing us.
but he shows no sign of hearing or understanding.
Is he getting any worse?
No worse, but no better.
He hesitates.
I think his sleep is a little deeper than when it first came on him.
He gestures politely to the other doctors. One of them shakes his head.
Opinions vary.
Do you think he might speak when we bring his son into him? The Duke asks the doctors. Does he ever say anything? Does he even dream?
He never says anything, Dr. Faceby volunteers. But I think he dreams. Sometimes you can see his eyelids moving. Sometimes he twitches in his sleep.
He glances at me.
Once he wept.
I put my hand to my mouth at the thought of the king weeping in his sleep. I wonder if he's seeing in another world. I wonder what he's been watching. He's been asleep for nearly 4 months. It is a long dream. What can a 4-month dream show a sleeping man?
Could we prompt him to move at all?
The Duke is thinking of the shock to the council, seeing the king like this for the first time.
Could he hold the baby if we put it in his arms?
He is quite limp, Dr. Arundel says.
I'm afraid he would drop the baby. You couldn't trust him with anything of value. He is, himself, quite incapable.
There is an appalled silence.
This has to be done, the Duke decides.
At least move that terrible chair, I say, and the 2 porters lift the chair with the straps and the close stool and carry it out.
The Duke looks blankly at me. Neither of us can think of anything that will make this better.
Fetch them in, he says to me. I go out to the waiting lords. His Grace the King is in his privy chamber, I say, and stand to one side as they go in, the rockers and the nurse following with the Duchess. I am foolishly relieved to see that the baby's dark blue eyes are open, blinking at the ceiling. There would have been something very horrible if the baby had been sleeping like his father. In the privy chamber, the lords have made an embarrassed half-circle around the king. Not a word is spoken. I see one man cross himself. Richard, Duke of York, looks grim at the sight of the sleeping king. One man is shielding his eyes from the sight. One is weeping. They are all deeply shocked. Anne, Duchess of Buckingham, was forewarned of the state of the king by her kinsman Edmund Beaufort, but she is pale. She plays her part in this grotesque tableau, as if she presents a baby to his half-dead father every day of her life. She takes the child and walks towards the motionless king, strapped in his chair. "Your Grace," she says quietly, "this is your son." She steps forward, but the king does not lift his arms to receive the child. He is completely still. Awkwardly, the Duchess holds the baby against his chest, but the king does not move. She looks to the Duke of Somerset, who takes the baby from her and lays it in the king's lap. He does not stir. "Your Grace," the Duke says loudly, "this is your son. Raise your head to acknowledge him." Nothing. "Your Grace," the Duke says again, a little louder, "just nod your head to acknowledge your son." Nothing. "Just blink, sire. Just blink to say that you know that this is your son." Now it is as if we're all enchanted. The physicians are still, looking at their patient, hoping for a miracle. The Duchess waiting, the Duke with one hand holding the baby on the king's unmoving knees, the other on the king's shoulder, squeezing him, hard and then harder, so his strong fingers are digging into the king's bony shoulder, pinching him cruelly. I am silent, standing still. For a moment I feel as if the king has a plague of stillness, and we're all going to freeze and sleep with him. An enchanted court, around a sleeping king. Then the baby lets out a little cry, and I step forwards and catch him up, as if I fear that he might be infected with sleep.
"This is hopeless," the Duke of York says abruptly. "He sees and hears nothing. My God, Somerset! How long has he been like this? He can do nothing. You should have told us." "He is still king," the Duke says sharply. "Nobody's denying that," Richard, Duke of York, snaps. "But he has not recognized his son, and he cannot transact the business of the kingdom. He is a king like a babe himself. We should have been told."
Edmund Beaufort looks around for support, but even the lords who are sworn to his house and hate and fear the Duke of York cannot deny that the king has not recognized his son, does nothing, sees nothing, hears nothing, is far, far from us, who knows where.
"We will return to Westminster," Edmund Beaufort announces, "and we will wait for his grace to recover from this illness." He throws a furious look at the doctors. "The good physicians will waken him, I know." That night, as I start to doze in my bedchamber at Westminster Palace, I wonder at a sleep that is unbroken, a sleep like death. Except that in this sleep one would dream and stir, and then sleep again. What would it be like to stir a little and glimpse the physicians, and that terrible room with the chair and the knives and the leeches, and then slide back into sleep, unable to protest? What would it be like to open one's mouth in the silent scream of a dream and fall asleep mute? When I fall asleep, I dream again of the Fisher King, of a king who can do nothing as his kingdom falls into chaos and darkness, and leaves a young woman without her husband, alone. The Fisher King is wounded in his groin. He can neither father a child nor hold his lands. The cradle is empty. The fields are bare. I wake in the night and thank God that I have done so, that the enchantment that is lying like a blanket of darkness on the king has not smothered me. And I wonder, I shake my head on my pillow, and wonder if it is my fault, if I commanded the king to be blind, if it was my incautious words that blinded him. When I wake in the dawn light, I'm clear-headed and alert at once, as if someone's calling my name. And I get up and go to the jewellery box that my great-aunt Jahan gave me. There, untouched, is the purse of charms, and this time I choose a crown to symbolize the king's return. I tie 4 different thin ribbons to this one charm. I choose a white ribbon to symbolize winter, if he will come back to us in the winter, a green ribbon, if he will not come back till spring, a yellow ribbon, if he will come back for haymaking, and a red ribbon, if he will come back a year from now, when the berries are in the hedges. Then I tie each of these ribbons to 4 black strings, and take them to the riverside walk, where the Thames is flowing high and fast as the tide is coming in. There's nobody about as I walk down to the little wooden pier where the wherry boatmen pick up their passengers, and so I tie the 4 dark threads to one of the stanchions of the pier, and I throw the little crown with the coloured ribbons as far out as it will go, out into the river, and then I go back to the Queen's confinement room, where she waits for her time of cleansing to be over, and her release into the light. I leave the crown in the water for a week, while the Queen comes out of her confinement and is churched in a magnificent service, where all the duchesses of the kingdom walk behind her to honour her, as if their husbands are not locked in a struggle to decide how the prince shall be recognised, and how the kingdom shall be commanded, while the king sees nothing and commands nothing. Now that the Queen is returned to the world, the Duke can come to her rooms, and he tells her that the Earl of Salisbury,
brother-in-law to the Duke of York, is saying publicly that the baby was not got by the king, and that there are many, dangerously many, who believe him. The Queen lets it be known that anyone who listens to such slander need never come again to court. She tells her friends that no one should even speak to the Earl of Salisbury, or to his spiteful son, the Earl of Warwick. She tells me that Richard, Duke of York, their kinsman, and even his Duchess, Cecily, are her enemies to death, and that I must never speak to any of them, ever again. What she does not do is comment on what they're saying, what many people are saying, that the king is not man enough to make a son, and that the baby is not a prince. The Queen and Edmund Beaufort decide that they must redouble the efforts to waken the king, and they hire new physicians and experts. They change the laws against alchemy, and men of learning are allowed to study once again, and asked to consider the causes and cures of unknown illnesses of the mind. Everyone reopens their forges, refires their ovens, starts to send for foreign herbs and spices. Herbalism, even magic, is permitted, if it can cure the king. They command the doctors to treat him more powerfully, but since nobody knows what is wrong with him, nobody knows what should be done. He has always been known to be melancholic, so they try to change his humour. They feed him burning hot drinks and spicy soups to make him hotter. They make him sleep under thick furs heaped up on the bed, with a hot brick at his feet, and a warming pan on either side of him until he sweats and weeps in his sleep. But still he never wakens. They lance his arms and bleed him, to try to drain the watery humours. They poultice his back with paste of mustard seed till it is red and raw. They force boluses down his throat, and purge him with enemas, so that he vomits and voids in his sleep, burning waste that leaves his skin red and sore. They try to make him angry by beating his feet, by shouting at him, by threatening him. They think it is their duty to taunt him with cowardice, with being a lesser man than his father. They abuse him terribly, God forgive them. They shout things in his face that would have broken his heart if he'd heard them. But he hears nothing. They hurt him when they slap him. They can see his cheeks redden under the blows. But he does not rise up and leave them. He lies, inert, as they do what they want to him. I fear this is not treatment, but torture. In Westminster I wait for my week, and then I know that the morning has come when I wake again at dawn, wake as if I'm alert in every part of my body, and my mind is clear as the cold water washing around the pier. The 4 threads are there, safely tied to the leg of the pier, and I hope with all my heart that when I choose a black thread, it will pull out the white ribbon on the crown, so that I can see that the king will return to us this winter. The sun is coming up as I put my hand on the threads, and I look east towards it, as it rises over the heart of England. There is a dazzle on the water from the rising sun, a wintry sun, a white and gold and silver wintry sun, in a cold blue sky. And as it rises, and the mist swirls off the river, I see the most extraordinary sight. Not 1 sun, but 3. I see 3 suns, 1 in the sky, and 2 just above the water, reflections of mist and water, but clearly 3 suns. I blink and then rub my eyes, but the 3 suns blaze at me as I pull on the thread, and I find it comes lightly, too lightly, into my hand. I don't have the thread with the white ribbon. That would mean the king would come back to us in winter, nor even the green, which would mean the king would come back to us in spring. I pull on one thread after another, and find all 4 ribbons empty, with no crown. There is no crown at all. The king will never come back to us. Instead, there will be the rise of a new dawn, and 3 suns in splendour. I walk slowly back to the palace, a bunch of wet ribbons in my hand, and I wonder what 3 suns over England can mean. As I near the Queen's rooms, I can hear noise. Soldiers grounding their weapons and shouting. I pick up my long gown and hurry forwards. Outside her presence chamber there are men in the livery of Richard, Duke of York, his white rose on their collar. The doors are flung open to reveal the Queen's personal guard standing irresolute as the Queen shouts at them in French. Her women are screaming and running inwards to the privy chamber, and 2 or 3 of the lords of the council are trying to command quiet, as York's guard get hold of Edmund Beaufort, the Duke of Somerset, and march him out of the chamber and past me. He casts one furious look at me, but they take him past too fast for me to say anything, not even to ask where he's going. The Queen comes flying out after him, and I catch her and hold her as she bursts into a flood of tears. "Traitors! Treason!"
What? What is happening? The Duke of Somerset has been accused of treason, one of the lords tells me, as he rapidly withdraws from the Queen's chamber. They're taking him to the Tower. He will have a fair trial. The Queen need not be distressed.
"Treason!" she screams. "You are the traitor! You! To stand by as that devil of York takes him!" I help her back through the presence chamber, through the privy chamber, and into her bedroom. She flings herself on her bed and bursts into tears. "It's Richard, Duke of York," she says. "He has turned the council against Edmund. He wants to destroy him. He has always been his enemy. Then he will turn on me. Then he will rule the kingdom. I know it. I know it." She raises herself up, her hair spilling from the plaits on either side of her face, her eyes red with tears and temper. "You hear this, Jacquetta? He is my enemy. He is my enemy, and I will destroy him. I will get Edmund out of the Tower, and I will put my son on the throne of England, and neither Richard, Duke of York, nor anyone else will stop me."